find another soul to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her mine. I'd give that girl my heart, my soul, and my eyes. I never realized she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirected wind but let the breeze blow. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. And how long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. I had a hand in mine next to me, but at the moment that hand's a ball. A pretty woman put a hex on me, saying now the sky's gonna fall. But she don't know she'll be the next to be crying like a porcelain doll. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. And if only my loneliness loves loving me, yeah, then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, he could save us all. So lying lady, laying ecstasy, taking shelter from your own squall. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. My wall, my wall. And I know and I do believe that it's bad, that I cannot leave this bed, I cannot escape this hell. So die we might as well. But no, I know you I do defy, no lie that I could tell. So now I've got to try to find my soul and sail. If only my loneliness loving me, yeah. Then why won't this misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, how I wish you'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book away for Sauvignon, a guarantee a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destinations, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
This brook will continue to Babylon. I've been trying to find her heart, but I guess that is gone. That is all I wanted. I thought you wanted the same, and I thought I had found the answer in money, but lost the change. I can't keep following you down these blind roads, driving with no GPS. I lose you everywhere I go, and I wanted you to call me and say that you were right in front of me. Instead, I'm writing songs thinking, what the hell have you done to me? What the hell have I done to you? I took away your innocence, but I guess it helped you out cause you're on your Miss Independent ship. I just wanted closure, you started it, let me finish it, but I can't get it right unless I write and send my penmanship. We lost that friendship, but gained experience. I was high off your love, but I think I'm getting delirious. You take over my thoughts, now that I know you hated it. I guess I'm just a blank space, and that would make you Taylor Swift. But let me take this path I chose, cause I'm sick of trying to find happiness in money, cars, and clothes. And I'm sick of everyone telling me that they've been down this road, cause I walked down it and found nowhere to go.
This brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book away for a Sauvignon, a guarantee a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destination, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
As I ramble on, trying to find nirvana, I'll have to find it alone. I can see that in your persona. I need to be here alone. There was nothing that you could help me with. At least back then I had somebody to be selfish with. All alone, it's just me and this pen. Lost my life, lost my girl, lost my world, lost my friend. I am in the places in, cause I made it past the misery. I'll never let another person take away my energy. I'll never look back and say I was too scared to go for it. Used to always do that, now I got nothing to show for it. Oh Lord, hose or hosier, take me to church because at least nobody knows me there. People without the vision hate it, but below they're scared. Hope I care a little, but look in my eyes and know what's there. But when the light drops, it turns into a solar flare, and everything's no longer black and white, no polar bear. And everything I thought was real somehow just faded, man. I just wanna look at my dad and say I made it, man. He told me, son, just speak your mind and never take it back. I'm trying to find the path to Zion, I hope I make it back. Until then,
this brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, then she'll lead you to Zion. Good book away for her soul vineyard. A guarantee a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. Think the thing you can rely on. Riverside roads will ramble on, past the last of your destinations. And you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
Derek Hislop.
Baby, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that I die. Lot of more day to the day that I die. Baby, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that we die.
What the fuck is up? Gather the children, it is time to begin. I'm Cole, this is Collateral TV, let's go.
To host their other brothers and sisters. She reposted AI content of Israeli babies, claiming it was real. That is not true. Those pictures were real. Anybody claiming that it's AI babies is lying. That is not true. Yeah, I don't know. I should look into that. Anyone claiming they were AI? The problem with that post, we talked about this at the time, is people were saying that the post was AI. There was no proof that the post was AI, other than one anonymous picture generator said that it was. Those things aren't necessarily reliable. I don't think that picture was AI. There's no reason to believe that picture was AI. Or
Not
it was,
necessarily.
There wasn't proof of it. But I don't think I was even wrong there. For this, I should do once I get home. I hope it's still somewhat relevant so we can like research it. I don't think anybody in the Middle East really likes Palestinians. They seem to be pretty insane anywhere they go. Very true. True. That is true. And I even said once I get home, I will research it. That is absolutely true. Everybody has issues with Palestinians, but they're not going to annex Gaza. That's not going to happen.
Look, be careful. We don't want to have you having a Hassan moment.
True. There's no way they would annex Gaza. That would be wild. I'll stake a big claim on that. There is no shot that they annex it. If they did annex it, it would only be after a massive ethnic cleansing of Gazans out of the.
I like that they call it a Hassan moment in that community. When you like, he literally has a sequence of false predictions on a daily fucking basis. But it's like everybody always talks about the Russia will not invade Ukraine moment. That's literally at this point years ago. Something that
The difference is that the United States and all of the world's intelligence was saying that it was going to happen. Russia was poised to do it. And Hassan was saying it wasn't going to happen, smugly posting about it in stories every single day because he had an ideological narrative that the West always lies. There's a difference. Hassan's analysis was built on literally nothing. Like, it was just because he hates America, he was saying it was a lie. There's a difference about that. Also, I don't think I've even necessarily predicted anything incorrect yet, have I? Unless I guess they annex the Gaza Strip.
always talks about the Russia will not invade Ukraine moment. That's literally at this point years ago. Something that I immediately... The side that is always wrong, as long as they're always...
Oh, we'd stop caring about it in 3 weeks? Yeah, that was incorrect, I guess. I mean, we stopped caring about Russia-Ukraine, but, why do we still care about Israel-Palestine? I truly don't know. I don't understand the American mind. Other than Israel-Palestine is like... It's probably a combination of two things. One is because Israel-Palestine is the perfect conflict for everybody to read into. No, it's a combination of three things. One is that. The second one is that it's a historically large operation, larger than the prior 3 or 4 that have gone on in Gaza. And I also think it's because the news cycle is dead as fuck in the United States. Because we've got 2 candidates that have already been incumbents. Did you say that? Trump was an incumbent. 2 ex-presidents, current president, running against each other, so there's just not much to talk about. So maybe those 3 things are like playing into it, but because traditionally we don't usually care about conflicts for this long. But I think it's the lack of other shit that's been going on.
wrong, but along with America's State Department, can always consistently get things wrong. It does not matter. But if you are against American propaganda, if you are against the American State Department's actions, if you're against American imperialism, the one fucking time.
Didn't we care for Ukraine at the same level the first 6 months? I don't know. I feel like we cared about Ukraine for like 3 or 4 weeks, like when we thought the invasion was going to happen and then it didn't. And then I feel like other stuff was going on, but I'd have to look back in time to remember what else was. 2022, right? We were out of COVID by then. We were out of like vaccines and mandates and everything by then too, right? Somebody said a year plus. I feel like it wasn't that long that we super cared about Ukraine. I feel like it was like a month or two tops. Was it even 2 months? Inflation was happening and everything, yeah.
The one fucking prediction you get wrong, even if your analysis on it was sound, even if you were literally channeling what Zelensky was saying, it doesn't matter. They will repeat it all the fucking time. Because you have to remember. I like how you're so chill about this. I didn't know there was major beef until I met a D fan IRL and he was unhinged and talking shit on you. I never really heard about you talk about D until these last few months. Yes, I did not talk about
midterms as well, yeah.
until the Israel shit. Okay? That's it. And in the beginning of October 7, I even said that as long as you are pro...
I still think you underestimate the impact this conflict will have in the long term in the political landscape destiny. My current view of the Middle East right now is my view of the Middle East is you have, I think this is like the current view of the Middle East, is you've got a huge rift where you've got Iran, you've got Iraq, and you've got Syria, especially these two guys. You've got Iran's like penetration into the Gulf with the Houthis in Yemen, okay? And then you've got Iran's penetration into Israel with Hezbollah, and then you've got Iran's penetration into Israel with Hamas. I feel like you've got this axis right here that's also kind of supported by Russia, kind of by China. I think China is trying to gain influence in like the Gulf and with these, but I don't think, I know that China sent help, a little bit of help to Syria during the Civil War. Russia sent a lot of help in the Civil War. I know that China was trying to broker peace in the Gulf states, maybe between Iran and Saudi Arabia, or was it just Saudi Arabia and Yemen and Iran? I think everybody. But this is like, I think these are your major battle lines. And then you've got like Saudi Arabia, and then you've got Israel. Israel. I feel like these are your big, like you've got these guys, and then these Iranian proxies, and then you've got like Saudi Arabia, Israel, and I guess the UAE, and then I don't know, Qatar is like a weird thing that I think some people don't like or do like. I'm not sure. Their relationship with Saudi Arabia seems strange. Apparently nobody in the Gulf likes them, but I don't know that much. And then obviously the U.S. is backing this side down here, and then kind of like Russia's backing this side up here. Jesus, what is this typing? And then you've got China, who's kind of like chilling over here. Qatar is hated by Saudi Arabia. Yeah, their relationship is kind of strained. I don't know all the history for why, but I know that they have issues with each other. I think the biggest issue with the Israel-Palestinian conflict is, I think
Where the fuck you guys at?
Israel is pretty chill with all of the Arab leadership south of this axis, I think. But the Palestinian problem in Israel makes a lot of the Arab populations have big issues with Israel, which is why it feels like the biggest issue with this part of the axis down here is that Palestinian problem. And if Israel doesn't figure out a way to solve it, it's always going to be like a sticking point that Iran can and other people can use to foster hatred of Israel throughout this kind of like quasi-coalition or whatever the fuck down here. So when you say the conflict could have wide implications for the region, I feel like you're right, but it's because it's not necessarily just this war, or it kind of is, but it's every war. It's just Israel not having a solution to this Palestinian problem is just fucking them hard. It's just fucking them so hard, and it's fucking the region hard. Well, depending on who you are, I guess. The way kept this conflict in the spotlight is the weird way every Muslim on the planet activated simultaneously like the Winter Soldier to spray anti-Israel propaganda all over the internet 24/7. Maybe. I mean, I feel like they've kind of always done that, though, no? But, like, Sheikh Jarrah had a lot of people posting shit online and everything a few years ago. But, I mean, this is also a larger conflict, too. It would be no different, dude, if the Palestinians never existed. You really think it goes away because of the Palestinian conflict? I think that the Palestinian conflict is giving a lot more legitimate reason to hate Israel. I think there's a lot of subject matter there to mine for continuing to fucking hate Israel. I think it just needs to be solved. It's not only up for Israel to have a solution. Unfortunately, the Palestinians need to eventually come to the negotiating table with a serious proposal. I'm sure Israelis would be willing to make a sacrifice if something serious was presented. Maybe, but if you're a Palestinian, remember, I think you have to look at the incentives, right? If you're Israel, you want to solve this problem because you want to have a stable country. You want to start forming stronger and more stable relationships with other countries down here in the Gulf and in Africa. And you can't do that as long as the Palestinian problem is huge in your country. But if you're a Palestinian, well, why would you want to solve this problem? If you're a Palestinian, you shouldn't want to solve this problem ever, because the longer you wait, the more unstable Israel becomes, the more you can fight for more land, the more you get international pressure on your side, the less stable this kind of Israel, Saudi Arabia, Gulf-like union, whatever the fuck is, right? So because you have so much international support as a Palestinian, because you never lose politically. Remember, Palestinians have never lost anything politically since 1948, okay? They can always say 67 borders, 67 borders, 67 borders. They can always say that. So why would you ever strike a peace deal if you're a Palestinian? Why would you ever do that? Israel gives no fucks about PR. We probably aren't going to see support wane for Palestine until the ICJ court decision. Israel does care about PR, or they should. PR is incredibly important for Israel. It's arguably the only reason why that country has survived to the point that it has. PR is very important, and Western support is very important for Israel. Early Ben-Gurion and early Israeli prime ministers knew that, and hopefully Israel doesn't lose their way and forget that. Hopefully not. You think Israel is going to war with Iran? No, my prediction is basically the same as it was before they attacked. I don't think that anybody really wants to escalate. I don't think anybody wants to start World War III. I think it's all just like angry posturing at each other. I didn't think Israel would attack Iran again, but apparently they did. But supposedly it's a really small attack. Supposedly Iran is saying it wasn't a big deal. Israel did their thing. It's fucking retarded, but I think it's more or less, I think it's the same situation as it was a week ago or a few days ago, where they just wanted to get like the last like fucking slap. But it's brinksmanship a little bit, right? Because if Iran was like, well, we want to respond, because I think Iran has already said they have no intention to respond, right? And they're downplaying, because they're downplaying the attack and everything. So you have previously said that they don't need our support and would do good on their own, right? No, I said that for the foundation of Israel, they didn't really have much Western support and they fought it all on their own. But post 67 onwards, I think Israel has Western support has been pretty important. In Yom Kippur, the United States was airdropping and replacing every single lost piece of armor, every single weapon. The United States was resupplying Israel like crazy in the beginning of the Yom Kippur War. Arguably, without that massive support from the U.S., Israel would have lost. Israel was in a scary position for the first few days of that war. And I think that was one of the reasons why they were more keen to look for peaceful solutions after that, because they didn't want to rerun that and have another war where they start to actually lose huge amounts of territory. Do they need U.S. support right now? Israel? You do, of course. Why? Do you really want to be on your own in the Middle East? Do you want to be with no friends, no allies? Like, why would you want that?
Is there anyone with confidence in their martial skills?
Can you explain why they can keep pointing to 67 borders? It could help me argue with people. It's just dumb. It's Yom Kippur, not Yom Kippur. I've literally heard Jews say both, so. Oh, I think I even say in that fucking, in the, live from the table. Is that what it is? They also fuck up, they fuck up the last names. It's not just a me thing. Even the Jews fuck it up. Oh, fuck. I wonder if they cut that part out. It was Finkelstein or Finkelstein. And I was like, even you guys don't know how to fucking say it right. You people. Oh, it was this. like this type of conflict.
Also,
And,
do you agree with this? And this doesn't apply to all Israeli advocates for sure.
Mhm.
But with Benny Morris versus Finkelstein, Stein, there is
I'm
this-
glad you people make that mistake too. 'cause
You
I never know.
people. I don't know.
I never know if it's Stein or Stein. So I'm glad you guys fuck it
This
up
is
too.
how you get thrown off Twitch. You say you people.
Yeah, I do. Well, I'm already thrown off Twitch. I do say you people. But okay. Fuck them. You guys just do that shit to fuck with the goyim, okay? I know you do. You don't even have real names, okay?
Palestinian
Are you
emancipation.
still planning your trip to Israel, Palestine? Yeah, I am, but everybody's like nervous. They're like, they don't know if Israel's gonna get exploded or not, or if they're gonna get in a big war. So, but I'm still, yeah, it's like, yeah. When you're adding to more guns on the wall, I don't know if I could think of a nice way to set it up. I don't like hammering things into that wall. I'm not like a carpenter person at all. I have to start. I don't know. Are you planning on having another talk with them? They seem cool. Maybe. He said he invited me back. We chatted a little bit after. He seems like a really nice, friendly guy. Like emails me a lot of stuff. The gnome dude seems really cool.
Damn, this guy's beefy.
I think that it's fine. You're on the right side of history. I even fucking gave props to goblin porn lover Vosh for his consistent defense of Palestinians. I don't know where he is at now or what he believes now.
It's pronounced Noam.
I said the same for, sorry, horse porn, not goblin porn. Said the same for Boner Box too. I don't give a shit about this weirdos fucking orbiters as long as they are pro-Palestinian and pro-Palestinian emancipation. That's what I care about. That's all I give a shit about. That's all I care about on this issue. It is wild though that like, yeah, IRL, in real life, his fucking fans are also bringing that exact same level of intensity to conversation. To be like, I fucking hate this random dude online on Twitter. Like, this dude has despised me and stalked my ass with this fucking rabid-ass community for the past 5 years, and has every step of the way tried to make my life miserable. And even I don't fucking talk about him in the real world. You know what I mean? Why the fuck would I ever bring him up? And I didn't for years. And the only reason why I do now is because of this Israel Defense Brigade shit that he does on a genuine, on a regular basis. A lot easier to appear reasonable and kind when you don't have to confront your moral position every fucking time something awful happens.
Gazan territory into Egypt or into the sea. Bro, you have an optics issue? I have an optics issue for fucking cards, okay? You can watch anything I've said on this, or you can engage with any level of what I've said on this. You can argue that I have a quote-unquote optics issue, the same way that Palestinians have an issue that their bodies are... Sorry, hold on, I almost made an unhinged comment. There weren't like a group of people there that were like, we are the state of Palestine, there was some territory recognized as...
What is this? What is a supercut? What the fuck are we? What is the point of those? Is it supposed to be like serious political commentary? I feel like I've researched and said more about this publicly than probably any other large, maybe any other politics streamer, period. Just because of like how much we spent on stream. Why not engage with anything long form? Why do supercuts? There's so much long form conversation I've had about this. It's wild to do an amalgamation of clips that are 6 months old.
Palestine or whatever prior to the British mandate of Palestine. Israel doesn't have radical terrorist factions as part of its state or government. What do you... Yeah, everybody has been on the, like, team of no ethnic cleansing. Like, yeah, this isn't novel, but yeah, no...
Yeah, except he wasn't.
See, look, he's got the Destiny take. Ethnically cleansing isn't always bad.
Illegal settlements is not the threshold. I just don't know what.
What am I? Wait, when I said ethnically cleansing isn't always bad, was that in reference to when I said I don't think it would necessarily be a bad form of ethnic cleansing if you kicked all of these settlers out of the West Bank? Wasn't that what that conversation was about? To show that, like, well, ethnic cleansing isn't necessarily bad. Or you could argue there was an ethnic cleansing in the Sinai when Israel gave the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt and they kicked the 5,000 settlers out of the Sinai and brought them back into Israel. Or when Israel kicked all of the settlers out of Gaza in 2005 and they ethnically cleansed all the Jews technically from the Gaza Strip. Or, like...
Threshold would be.
It would probably be an excess number of civilian casualties. 10,000 feels bad, 20,000 feels bad, 30,000 feels bad. If like more than like 20, 30, 40,000 people, yeah, I think it would be really, really, really bad for Israel. Once this particular incursion into Palestine stops, I think everybody goes back to work. That's my guess. Palestinian identity is met. The idea that there's no Palestinian national identity prior to the visible. Destiny, do you believe that Biden can support the war effort is in his best interest for re-election? Yes, Israel's unbelievably popular with
His talking points are so easy to deflect. It's insane that people look at him as a source of intelligence. It's because his talking points might be easy to deflect, but debates, and I've repeated this over and over again, debates are not done for the truth, for arriving at the truth. Debates are conducted by those who are good at rhetoric. So most people that try to address any of the things that he's saying, especially in a real-time conversation, are going to end up getting yelled at quite a bit.
Who's yelling? In what conversation? Like, why not show an example of that happening then? Like, show an example of me having a conversation with somebody who's talking about Israel in good faith. Like, I didn't yell at the Nathan Robinson guy, even though we disagreed quite a bit. Did we yell at Cenk? I mean, I feel like Cenk yelled at me more than I yelled at him. Like, and if my talking points are so easy to deflect, well then why not do it?
and then also humiliated by his
Wow, it's too bad, really. Thanks for the 5 gifted memberships.
fan base that will never let go. His fan base are like a bunch of fucking pit bulls to a baby, okay?
I like how Hassan says this, despite the fact that like leftist fan bases, literally, for as much harassment as he thinks he gets from me, bro, you should see the leftists in every single fucking subreddit that goes crazy anytime my shit gets posted, bro. Even in fucking Adam's subreddit, my God, the leftists. Wait, is this not his subreddit?
Sorry for the trouble.
This sucks. Destiny sucks. Yep. Watched him on Alex O'Connor's podcast. Was so unimpressed with Destiny. Also, all of Destiny's recent Zionist shit that others had mentioned too. The compilation of Norman Finkelstein constantly mispronouncing Destiny's real name on the Lex Friedman podcast was pretty funny, though. He's a Zionist. His whole shtick is being a liberal and hating leftists. Of course he's a Zionist. Hasn't he been saying a lot of Zionist shit lately? Like, bro, this is Adam from your movie. Like, what? Nothing. How is this even? How is like political tanky brain rot even touching this part of the internet? Like, it's so gross and weird how these like disgusting like debate pedophiles have like infected every single fucking part of Reddit with like everything has to be like tanky, crazy shit. Like, oh my God, ugh.
They are piranhas. They'll swarm you. They'll literally clip shit permanently out of context. They will go after your friends.
They'll literally clip you permanently out of context while he's sitting here with a supercut of things I've said over 6 months? A 4-minute supercut of one? Are you serious? How could he? This has to be a troll. Like, it's got to be intentional. He must know what he's doing, right? He must know what he's doing.
They are piranhas. They'll swarm you. They'll literally clip shit permanently out of context. They will go after your friends. They will go after those you collaborate with.
They'll go after your friends. Didn't Hassan... fuck, I'm trying to remember. Wasn't there a show that he had with another big YouTuber guy that was his friend, and it got canceled because his own fan base was so rabidly fucking hunting him across like 6 different subreddits, all over fucking Twitter, all over fucking YouTube, and in every fucking Twitch chat? I don't remember who it was. H3O? Somebody will think of it.
And they will consistently keep doing this over and over again because they basically are the exact same people that used to operate this way during the peak of the alt-right.
Oh, and then he has this... I don't know where the fuck this talking point came from. That my fan... Mike from PA said this one too. That my fans are all like ex-Nazis or whatever. I don't know where that came from or why. Like...
Destiny debated a lot of alt-right dipshits and converted them to...
yeah, it's this talking point. He debated the alt-right and he converted all the Nazis into his fans, and now his fan base are all like Nazis. Like,
not being like liberals or progressives really, but just Destiny fans.
Yeah, this talking point might have actually came from Zerka. I think Zerka was the one that said this first.
Right. Destiny debated a lot of alt-right dipshits and converted them to not being like liberals or progressives really, but just Destiny fans. And they never actually let go of the blood sport that they loved. They never actually let go of the attitudes that they had. They never let go of their resentment. They never examined their worldview. They never really changed anything. They just said, yeah, I was an edgelord nihilist who called himself maybe a neo-Nazi. Now I'm an edgelord nihilist who calls himself a liberal, a Brandon supporter, a neoliberal, if you will. You know, pick whatever you want to pick. It doesn't matter because the real fun here is the toxicity, is the drama, is the cyber stalking, and it's the community memes that you cultivate off of shitting on those who are in the out-group. It's actually pretty simple. That's it. That's basically all that is going on here. You know what I mean? Did you really just, like, see? They're here. They will always show themselves as well, by the way. They love...
You really just complain about out-of-context clips while watching a 4-minute compilation of 5-second clips? True!
Love lolcowing, and they love debating, which is precisely the reason why they don't really have a lot of friends in the real world, because nobody wants to be around a dude who's, like, constantly fucking chirping about every single issue.
Meanwhile, Hassan's fan shows up and we're like, Hassan, don't drink Coke! That's supposed to be boycotted!
Fucking stop, which is why I try to urge you guys in this community to consistently not be that person either, because I think it's like really fucking lame. Because as soon as I respond to this person and say, listen, brother, we know what his opinion is, there is no context that will, you know, that will make this look good. He is in support of Israel's actions in Palestine against the Palestinian population. He will move on to the next thing that I mentioned or something else. He will never address the point. A content creator that
I might be coughing, but I feel like alpha kids are probably going to cringe out of the crazy socialist shit. Yes, because what's happening is Hasan rode a wave of popularity, and as the wave subsides, he'll lose popularity as the wave subsides, and then only the actual converted sound fans will be left, which he does have a lot of, but how many? Oh, who knows? But the Zoomer socialism shit is definitely like, was peak popularity probably sometime last year, would be my guess. I feel like the Israel-Palestine shit like probably was a big wake-up moment for a lot of people, where they're like, ooh, this is a little bit more cringe than I thought it was. My guess, but...
I really like that used to cover the tactics in which the alt-right operate fairly well is, what's that guy? He did like all of those, he did all those like videos, what was his name? You clocked them so quick, they have logs about Destiny back from 2019 and have debate lorded you recently. Of course I did. Alt-right playbook from Innuendo Studios, exactly. The alt-right playbook from Innuendo Studios is actually pretty good. Because if you go through their entire alt-right playbook, you will realize, like, oh my god, that's exactly what they do. That's it. Those are the tactics. The tactics have never changed. And the position for why, like the reason for why those tactics even exist is because it's for fun. These guys are not genuinely morally interested in it. There might be some people who are morally invested in, like, I guess, Israel doing ethnic cleansing. But ultimately, the real reason is drama and debate and toxicity and whatever Divorcelli chooses as his next target, they'll fucking grab.
Divorcelli. Okay, Mr. Hasan Asteroid.
Onto, and they'll intercept communities, and they'll act like they've been there and act like they've been fans for years. Like they basically are.
Hasan is going to get a huge injection of popularity during the election season. Probably will go back to 30 to 45K convert. Maybe like during like the actual elections, maybe. But one thing I'm curious about is I feel like this is a prediction that I would make. No, maybe. I could almost see Vosh or me maybe having more concurrent viewers than Hasan during election season, although it's hard because Hasan can mine Twitch viewers and nobody else can, which gives him a big edge. But I feel like one thing that Hasan is doing that could shoot himself in the foot is I feel like when you do this both sides are equally horrible thing, I feel like if you're an average Hasan viewer, you don't care as much about the election, and therefore the results might not be as entertaining to you. It's just like a vibe guess. Like if you're a Vosh fan, or if you're a Destiny fan, because even Vosh hasn't done the both sides of the same thing, you might like care a lot more about the outcome of the election. I don't know if you're Hasan and you've told your fans constantly like, oh, like this is boring, who cares, like it's both sides are the same, you know, genocide Biden, blah blah blah. I don't know if you're going to care as much about the election outcome. So I don't know if you'd watch as much, but who knows? It could just be the spectacle of the election anyway. So
I would say a more presentable version of like Ice Poseidon's fan base.
But the Hasan being able to milk viewers from Twitch exclusively, because he's basically the only political streamer there, is a huge boon to him getting concurrent viewers, though. So,
like, it's the same kind of weaponization of autism, but at least these guys understand the room a little bit better. They will, however, still come across like unhinged weirdos if you know, start asking.
Hasan is still pro harm reduction by advocating voting for Biden, right? Do you think he'll change? Is he? I have never heard that. It wouldn't surprise me if he's pro not voting for anybody. I'm not sure. But it also wouldn't surprise me either. I don't know. I just haven't heard her give a stance on that.
Them about what they feel about incest or age of consent or whatever, but they know at least how to present themselves. Like they know how to say like, oh, I'm just curious. All I'm saying is it's not an accident. So many in this dude's community are straight up like fans of genuine pedophile Nazis. Like,
why is he allowed to watch you on stream? Has Twitch loosened the rules on ban stream? Yeah, they just changed it recently for Hasan, so now you can watch him on stream only once.
I'm talking real neo-Nazis. I'm not gonna fucking mention their name on here, but like he has collaborated with neo-Nazis regularly.
I've also collaborated with far left people too, regularly. Like probably more far left people than Nazis. That's part of the reason why you guys hate me, is because of all the lefty debates, right? So
frequently. Some of which are actual pedophiles, actual neo-Nazis who have given money.
Actual pedophiles too? Jesus Christ.
To neo-Nazi defense funds, and it's just memes.
Wait, what's the neo-Nazi defense fund? Is that Sam Hyde, or was that somebody else? I'm losing track of all the Nazis that I actively collaborate with.
It's just for the memes, actually. We just think that they're funny, and they just do funny memes. But the real reason why he has collaborated with them, no, I'm not talking about Nick Fuentes. I'm talking about Sam Hyde.
Okay.
Now, of course, the
one conversation I had with Sam Hyde on my stream 4 years ago. Was I at my house in Omaha when I had that conversation? Or was I already in California? Oh no, it was this. Jesus. Oh no, I was already in California. Okay, never mind. That was so about 2 years ago.
I have to fight.
June 19th, 2022. Okay, about like a year and about 2 years ago.
Hassan.
Reason why he collaborated with him was because he keeps saying that he wants to kill me. Sam Hyde, that is. Another person that I rarely ever mention because who the fuck cares? He's a pedophile Nazi. But he collaborated with him. I remember at the time it was at the top post at LSF. They deleted it, of course,
Miami.
now.
It was Miami.
It was the top post
Sorry, I in my head I'm asking like, have I already moved from Omaha? I was in Miami, not California. Yes.
LSF, him being like, yeah, I want to kill him. You lay down with dogs, you're gonna get some fleas, you know? You should treat them like football watchers treat Arsenal fans. Why argue with Arsenal fans when you can just wait? Just wait for them to embarrass themselves, lol. Yeah, exactly. What was the story about him trying to pipe the lady sinking migrant boats? Yeah.
Remember when he got so fucking mad because I mentioned that him and that one chick, I don't even fucking remember, Valkyrie? Is that the same person? Because I thought that it was public that they were together. He got so fucking ass pain that I brought this up, but he has no problem speculating infinitely about my life. He was almost in tears on stream about, I didn't even know this was like a huge fucking industry secret or whatever. So fucking funny. My God. Also, the reason Hassan is like permanently triggered by anything relating to Sam Hyde too.
You got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that Hassan Piker? I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring?
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner, Sam Hyde!
Bloody.
A lot of these people just carry fucking generational resentment almost, and they just hold on to failures that they've had in the past, and these hang-ups actually end up ruining their lives. In my opinion, it's just very unhealthy. That's it. Dudes who've lost out on opportunities or had phenomenal opportunities and fucked up the bag by being out and about Nazis, like the Cartoon Network show, the Adult Swim show that Sam Hyde used to have. And then that fall off ruins their fucking brain even further.
Wow, interesting theory. The mind break theory. Huh.
Anyway, and they hold their grievances, like, they hold that close to themselves. Like, they still fucking talk about how, like, they think Tim Heidecker is the reason why Sam Hyde lost his fucking Adult Swim job. And they fucking will go to ridiculous extents, doxing, stalking, harassment. And they are exactly what you think they are. They look like the fucking Soy Jack meme in real life. They look like the fucking Cartman playing WoW in real life for the most part. It's just because I think, in reality, this kind of resentment is just very pathetic, and holding on to this grievance and not letting go and just moving on is going to just fuck your brain up after a while. That's it.
Most American voters, of course. You have to acknowledge that the Palestinian people want violence. Not Hamas, not the PLO, and not just the terrorists, but Palestinians en masse think that fighting will serve their end. That thought needs to be wiped out. I'm sorry, but no offense, Iran's lost, okay? I'm sorry, they're the losers of the Middle East. Everybody looks at them, everybody laughs. They try to mine the...
Hello?
Hello? There we go. Your title still says Bridges is at 4 p.m. EST.
Oh, I don't know. I'm waiting for Lycan to give me the okay to go downstairs. On the calendar, it's on 4, so...
Concede to the south of them. They try to shoot into Saudi Arabia. But Iran, the Ayatollahs are such a loser, and the people in Iran hate the government. Okay?
Sodas were not allowed in. Cookies were not allowed in. Can you explain to me what threat cookies pose to Israel from your perspective?
Well, if they're the kilo elf ones, it's like 200 calories a cookie, so maybe they just don't want people getting fat. Are the people in Gaza being starved? When that population has exploded, one of the highest birth rates in the past 2 decades, I don't understand how they could sustain it if they didn't have food.
Why did Israel ban potato chips, cookies, Gaza Strip?
Oh, wait, he Googled it, dude. He's gonna Google a talking point real quick, bro. Just wait.
I read the ice.
What? Like, how could you make fun of me for Google? Like, oh, did Hassan do his daily reading? Let's check. What was Hassan's research for today? Why does my Windows key? That's fucking annoying. Your daily reading, ladies and gentlemen. How many Twitter tabs do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Twitter tabs today. Nice. Good job.
CJ opinion, and they didn't say to stop doing X. They just said, be careful.
With no weapons, just marked from a drone.
Yeah, I would say these guys are almost certainly Hamas. Footage being real doesn't mean you're not being manipulated. For instance, the Flower Massacre. It's not fake, but it's staged. Look at all these cameramen. This is film. This.
He's doing Pallywood, bro.
Wait, was that from the same conversation? Wait, hold on.
It's not fake, but it's staged. Look at all these cameramen. This is film. This not being manipulated. For instance, the Flower Massacre. It's not fake, but it's staged. Look at all these camera.
Wait, this isn't even I'm not even referring to the same thing. Wait, what? There was a cut. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck?
Cameramen. This is film. This.
He's doing Pallywood, bro. You're not even.
Because I'm pretty sure the second thing was me referring to the guys that were walking up to the Israeli shooters knowing they were going to get shot, versus the Flower Massacre was me saying, like, it's not fake, like, the film is real, but the narrative might not be real. But I don't think that any part of the Flower Massacre stuff or whatever, I don't even like that name. I don't know of any part of that. I doubt any part of that was staged or was, like, for show or it doesn't seem like it. That didn't, like, at least from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like that was a thing where people just wanted to go and get killed. Or we're doing this like for show, because there's not even good footage available of it. Like, my mind will change on the event based on the evidence that I have for the particular event. And on the convoy trucks, it's not like there was a bunch of good footage from people they're trying to bait getting shot. I don't think any of that footage existed. So I wouldn't say that about that event. That doesn't fit. The facts don't line up there.
Israeli, what's happening? Bro's talking like a fucking settler, dude. How did this happen? Like, I don't hear about Pallywood from anyone that is not directly like an Israeli ultranationalist. That's shocking. Pallywood is the conspiracy theory that is laughable to anyone with a fucking brain that only the most psychopathic far-right Israelis believe in.
Yeah, that is pretty annoying. It's a bit crazy that LSF drama between you is banned, and they allowed banned streamer reacts on Twitch now. Like, your response reach is still limited. The institutional limitation on that is pretty fucking annoying. Now none of my responses will ever make it to LSF, which is fine, whatever. But now that Hassan has, like, open rights to, like, react to me live on stream, that's pretty wild. If he's ever reacting to any of my, like, long-form content, and I feel like it's not fair use, I will DMC the fuck out of that bullshit, because that's unbelievable. Like, I have no voice on this platform except for when your people steal my content to watch on stream. And I have, like, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievably fucking crazy to me. Like, you better transform the fuck out of that. I better not catch a chair react to any Destiny debate, because fuck that. That's wild. Holy shit.
Then, that they claim, well, I mean, or not believe it, but at least
somebody actually sent me a really interesting email. I don't think there's any validity to this, but no, I didn't delete this, did I? Oh, this. I thought this was interesting. I never followed this up because I doubted it, but I thought it was interesting. Warning, ESL. After the recent Twitch policy update, I think there could be a case for systemic defamation of banned streamers against Twitch. The rule change pretty much only allows your content to be played if they're actively criticizing you. On top of that, people are incentivized to not show your original content while talking about it, which will distort the perception of you by the casual viewer. If you could get this in front of a court, it would be a very interesting case of how responsible deplatforming by big media platforms has to be handled. You'd be the perfect person to bring a case like this, especially because your bans in general are questionable even for Twitch's TOS. Do you know why you're blah, blah, blah? And then this is another interesting part about Twitch TOS is the case of James Fanlord Varga. He is alleging that the jury found the terms of service and secret strike guide of Twitch improper. Overall, you should get legal advice if there's a good case to be made. The discovery process of such a case alone would be fun. Subpoena Twitch for communications about you and your band should be good memes. Yeah, I doubt it, but I doubt that. But I don't even know what systemic discrimination or defamation even means for a platform. But yeah, it is pretty like obnoxious that there's like a whole platform that I have no access to in a positive way, where the people there can infinitely recycle and shit on my content, and I have no reach there at all. That's so fucking annoying. You could probably convince Dan Clancy to unban. No, I've messaged that guy twice, and I don't think I've gotten a real response ever. I don't know if he's just busy or what, but he accepted my friend request, but I sent 2 messages across 2 months and he didn't respond.
At least have the audacity to openly say. Normal Israelis also do believe in Pallywood, but I'm saying like most of them at least know better to just like not openly state that this is this is completely made up. Pallywood, for those of you who don't know, is the idea that Israel actually isn't doing any fucking genocide whatsoever or never really killing Palestinians. But as a matter of fact, Palestinians are just doing makeup and faking the deaths.
You prefer it all being banned, or it's okay to comment on? I feel like I'd rather it all be completely banned. If they don't want to host any, this clip edit is Pallywood. Good point. If they don't want to host any of my content, that's fine. But I feel like then they shouldn't host any of it. I don't know.
And honestly, outside of Germans, I've never seen somebody in the West who has no connection to Israel whatsoever repeat the Pallywood statements like this.
Outside of Germans? Do modern Germans, are they known for having a strong was that like a weird Nazi assumption? I feel like I haven't heard explicitly or specifically Germans having issues relating to Israel or making Pallywood comments. That's kind of a weird statement, but maybe I'm just mixing. Germans do kind of love Israel. Yeah, but I feel like most of Europe kind of does. I don't think Germans especially do they?
I've never seen somebody in the West who has no connection to Israel whatsoever repeat the Pallywood statements like this. Yeah, it is like akin to Holocaust denial, yes.
This is cinema. This is
Old
TV.
letters.
People screaming for help might carry more evidence that it's a terrorist than not. What is the implication in your mind? Like, what are you thinking? You're like, oh.
Oh, dude, this is great, man. This is awesome. What do the Destiny fans have to say about this? They're probably just like, oh, dude, you're taking him out of context. He didn't mean it. He was just joking when he says people screaming for help actually is more likely that they're terrorists. Is a bar for sure.
Like what do you know? Okay, what a wild thing to do. A 5-minute supercut of 5 to 10 second statements spread over 5 to 6 months. Flower Massacre original timestamp.
Footage being real doesn't mean you're not being manipulated. For instance, the Flower Massacre. That footage is real. There were people getting shot by the IDF. There were people stampeding trucks. That was real footage. It was verified as being authentic and real. However, when somebody shows you that footage and they say, oh, well, here's footage of a bunch of poor Palestinians that were just walking up to a truck asking for food, and then the IDF started shooting at them, right? Or let's say that they even started the stampede knowing that, like, well, fuck, let's go get some fucking shit. If the IDF shoots us, we'll just fucking record it, and we'll fucking ship it to the West and shit on the IDF. That's Pallywood. It's real. The IDF can even be shooting people. They shouldn't be making mistakes, but that's Pallywood. You're trying to induce mistakes to capture on camera so that you can send it to the West.
Do you remember the scene in American?
I felt like this is a substantially different comment than it was all fake, but I'm also saying here too, we don't even know what happened. We don't know the fucking start of this whole fucking thing.
I'll be right back. Gotta pee.
I don't think we'll probably never know because that footage apparently doesn't exist.
Okay, the commanders in Israel today are like, all right, here's what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna intentionally target this convoy, humanitarian. We're gonna all of them, and then we'll just like publish a statement later today. And it'll be epic and hilarious. Like, I'm gonna turn the whole world against me. We're gonna foreign nationals for the lulz. What a statement! Like, even Russia wouldn't do something that. Nobody operates in this way. It's so stupid. It's so patently obvious. Like, if you think this, you're a child. Your whole.
It's not your fucking idiot. He's gonna pull out a real good Google search to show you down. Yeah.
Did the Wikipedia line get old? So now like we're making fun of Google searches? Like little bro, your whole timeline are just tweets from accounts that you agree with. It's worse than every other thing that you've accused anybody else of doing. Like people Googling are going to be more informed than you. People reading Wikipedia are going to be more informed than you. People watching or listening to Fox News are probably going to be more informed than you. Like, you're opening Twitter accounts that you agree with and just reading down their tweets. When was the last time Blood even read like a full article on stream? Just an article.
I mean, listen, I'm not gonna lie. Nice clip chimping. Listen to his context. Bro, what context? The context is him defending Israel. Is he not defending Israel? Like, you can't pick this apart.
I mean, I think anyone would agree that footage can be used for the sake of propaganda or swaying public opinion, but a lot of chatters unironically believe there's evidence for Palestinians staging scenarios intentionally to get footage for this purpose. I feel like that's pretty wild, but I don't know. I feel like the two videos that we saw felt kind of like that. The one with the people walking towards the IDF, and then the wife running forward to cry about it, and the one with the guys going outside looking down the street, like that's kind of what that seems like. I have a hard time imagining where it's not. No, I don't. I could imagine places where it's not, but I feel like it's less likely than there's really, really, really weird. The sling one is also like, I don't know, man. That's just wild. Would you agree that it's conjecture? I mean, people in an extreme situation might not have similar behavior to what you'd imagine to be reasonable from your vantage point. I wish that we could. I feel like I need to make a clip or a video. I don't know how to. You're doing the thing of, if somebody is scared or if somebody is confused or if somebody's frightened, all behavior becomes equally probable. Like, wow. How did this 5-year-old like is instantly deploying every single integration shortcut, in like Calc 2, Calc BC homework? How did he do that? Well, Destiny. He's in a, war zone. People don't always act predictably in war zones. Like, yeah, he might have just suddenly, divined Calc BC. Like, that statement is so fucking retarded. But you guys say that when people are scared or people are in war zones, you're like, oh, well, anything could happen. Like, every single behavior becomes equally probable. There is an equal chance that they could engage in any behavior. Like, there's a video of a man flying. How the fuck is a guy flying? You think that's real? Well, what do you mean, how is he flying? He's hungry. People do crazy things when they're hungry. He could fly. He might. Have you ever been that hungry before? How the fuck do you even know then, Destiny? People aren't always logical, okay, when they're hungry. He might be flying, and you just can't comprehend it because you're Hasbara. You could call it opportunistic filming instead. I guess Pallywood in my mind feels like that, but maybe Pallywood just means completely and totally staged, like nobody's actually dying. It might be an inappropriate word, I admit that. I think if you listen to what I'm saying, it's pretty obvious what I'm saying. So whatever you call the lower level of that, but what do you think to Bitcoin about the halving in a few hours? Has that mattered or not? I feel like you're not talking to me. You're making an assumption based on what you imagine is reasonable behavior in the scenario. I just feel like there isn't nearly enough evidence to support the theory of Pallywood, so when I see chatters say it's verifiably true, I just think it's cringe. Sure, if somebody says it's 100% true or verifiably true, that would be cringe, because we don't know 100%. It's possible that in a war zone, there's a ton of different footage being captured, and some of it might look bad, but in any war, some of it might look bad. But the original, I'm not even able to find it. Twitter, boy, father, IDF, window, girl, Israel. I'm not gonna be able to find the video. That is my conversation with Alex. People don't know the difference between staged and scripted. They hear scripted when you say Pallywood. For sure. Like, the presentation of this whole video is crazy. A sister was filming her brother and teasing him, saying, "This is silly, Taha." She ended up capturing his murder on video. Taha Mahamid, 15, was fatally shot by Israeli forces. His father, who was also shot when he tried to reach Taha and help him, is seen in the final seconds of the video getting up. Even the translation is like not necessarily true. "This is silly, Taha." I think it was more like, "This is stupid," or like, "What are you doing?" And also like the video, the title, the presentation, the words here just make it seem like people are kind of just like chilling and like seeing what's going on, and out of nowhere they're getting like shot and killed by IDF soldiers for no fucking reason. Like ignoring the fact that there were multiple attacks on IDF soldiers in the city. I think one was killed by explosive attacks. It looks like these guys are kind of up to something, although I won't say exactly because I can't tell. But like when you look at this, like they're very clearly, they're not just like out here for no reason. Like they know shit's going down, right? It's also weird because this guy, now keep in mind, okay, I can't see 100%, but keep in mind, in this very city, I think the previous night or this night, like soldiers had come under attack. Now I can't tell for sure, but this guy looks like he's got something to throw. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe that's just what it looks like. I can't tell. He kind of looks like he does. That's kind of what people are doing, but it's like, to say that like, oh, she was just filming her brother and teased him saying it was silly. Like, this is insane. If you don't, maybe you don't call this Pallywood, maybe you wouldn't call it scripted or I don't know what you would call it, but like, what's actually happening here is not the title and the words on the video that were being sold. It's clearly there's a lot more going on here. And the implication that like, oh, it's just like people like leaning out their home to see what's going on and the idea of shooting them for no reason, that's wild. Why are you putting so much weight on a Reddit title? I'm not putting weight just on the Reddit title. I'm also putting weight on the original caption here. A Palestinian girl recording and teasing her 15-year-old brother ends up capturing his death on camera. And then I'm also putting weight on the news caption here. A girl teasing her brother, not knowing she recorded his last moments. It's not just the Reddit title. What are you saying? Can you not read any of the other text on screen?
This is him defending the World Central Kitchen bombings that the entire global community recognized as completely unjustifiable, that Israel itself said oopsie on. Like, what do you mean? Is he saying, just kidding, this is what I would say if I was a genocidal asshole after the very second that clip ends? Because that's the only time where this would be out of context. Haha, just kidding. If I was a genocidal monster demonstrating how oblivious I am to the inhumanity presented by the horrifying videos that are coming out of Gaza, this is what I would say. He straight up, in the previous one, was talking about the Flower Massacre being Kino. It is real, but it's still like cameras are presented. He's undermining the severity of the Israeli actions.
I don't even think I said that. Did I like show the actual?
Like, that's it.
Was the Flower Massacre the World Central Kitchen bombing? I thought that was a different bombing. Those are two different events. The Flower Massacre one is where people say that Israel drove food out to lure in a bunch of starving Palestinians just to shoot them all down with machine guns. Because apparently the IDF has literally nothing better to do than driving convoy trucks with civilian operators that are going to be witnessing IDF atrocities to go and kill and shoot and murder random Palestinian people in the middle of nowhere, right?
Approach to the conflict is childlike.
I don't know if there needs to be another occupation. I don't know if they just need another government. I don't know if there needs to be like a different Palestinian administrator, but what exists right now just can't be. It just can't be. I don't know. It's totally unacceptable.
You guys have an encyclopedia-worthy paste bin of like everything that I say that is like clipped out of context or clipped in a way that like is to show the absolute worst possible.
The Kino comment was about the sling guy. This is cinema. This is Kino. Okay. This is staged, but it's really happening. This is the wackiest. So like I would call this Pallywood, but apparently that's not. This isn't Pallywood. I don't know what you would call it. Propaganda. I don't know. Whatever you would want to call this, but like even calling it propaganda, it feels like it's something stronger than that. Like Jesus. But it's not really what you think it is. It's not just a freedom fighter on a truck that's just trying to kill evil Israeli soldiers that are walking by. It's a guy with a full medical crew on standby, captured from 4 different camera angles, that's trying to get shot by the IDF so that he can get footage, and then it looks good when it goes viral. That's what's happening. So do you believe the guy walking and then standby is right? The whole look at all this fucking video. This would be considered Pallywood, okay? Depending on the footage that you're seeing. So all it is it's just a kid slinging rocks at the IDF. I say just, but I mean you can kill people with this. And then he gets shot. So he really did get shot. He got shot. That's true. That's not fake, but it's staged. Look at all these cameramen. Why the guy with the press vest, another guy with a press vest, the ambulance right here with the medical personnel ready to run up and grab the kid. You have multiple cameramen capturing this on camera, and you have
Look
a
at
whole
all these medical people, right? You've got a war where innocent civilians are like dying or being killed or buried beneath rubble, are the victims of collateral damage and strikes and everything, and you're wasting how much press, how many ambulance workers, first responders are being wasted on this kid so that you could capture him on video throwing rocks? This is wild. Right here on standby to do first aid for this kid that just got shot. So it's like
in the context of any number of things that he's actually saying here. I'm sure you have his opinion locked and ready to go in the chamber too. He's so close to saying Palestinians need to die, bro. He has said that. That was his starting position. His starting position on October 7, I think, was literally
genocide. Was literally
What's that noise?
need to be genocided. Say that.
A genocide needs to happen. Lol.
Yeah.
And then he spent the next couple of months
justifying
scouring Wikipedia to engage
No,
in
the
post-hoc
big
rationalizations for
truck
why,
bed noise.
this is actually permissible. Everything that Israel is doing is good. He literally started there and worked backwards, which is something that he hates the most. Because a lot of people do that, and he says, I do that all the time. But when he does it in broad fucking daylight, his audience might even get mad at him for it. You know what I mean? So he desperately tries to fucking act like, no, I'm learning. I'm just learning. You hate learning. It's like, no, dumbass. We're not saying you hate learning. We're not making fun of you for learning. We're making fun of you for being completely oblivious to the reality and playing catch up. And still, of course, because your starting position is unshakable here, because you're the permanent contrarian. You're doing a very shitty.
Am I a contrarian? Wouldn't I technically be following the State Department and Israel propaganda here?
All right,
Does it make sense to
motherfuckers,
call me
we
a
back.
contrarian? Wouldn't I just be like falling in line like a good sheep?
Job at defending genocide, which is already hard to begin with. Why are we shitting on looking up facts? Oh, he's being disingenuous. Yes, dude. Yes, using Wikipedia is okay. That's not the point here. It's so funny how quickly you get captivated by this like talking point where you're like, oh, I guess these people are shitting on research. No, dude. Wiki research is just a catch-all term. But when I talk about wiki research lol, what I'm not talking about is like trying to genuinely learn what the fuck is going on by scouring Wikipedia. What I'm shitting on is having a position that is pro-Israeli, genociding Palestinian people, and then trying to play catch-up against people who have been literally writing books on the matter since before he was born. You know? And here it is. There you go. Thank you. If you want context, it says bombing the kitchen crew was bad. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Thank God he said bombing the kitchen crew was bad. But to say Israel deliberately bombed, knowing them, they were just feeding Palestinians, so you went on a 5-minute rant when you both agree it was a bad thing to happen, just so you think that Jews were just looking for blood of innocence? Yeah, dude, that's what I said. You're right. Yeah, you definitely did a really good job of reframing my...
I bet if somebody could find the footage of him originally commenting on it, I haven't watched it, but I bet what Hassan said was, because I can write his scripts, I bet what he said was, Israel probably killed those aid workers because they want Palestinians to starve. Now, find me the original footage, and maybe I'm wrong. It'd be nice if I was wrong and he had a better take than that. Maybe he couched his take in Israel just indiscriminately bombs so much they don't even give a fuck who they shoot. But I bet he did say that. I bet he did say, yeah, they want to send a message. They don't want Palestinians to get food. They want them to starve. They don't want aid workers going there. Somebody find the original video of him talking about it. I'm curious what he said. Is it WCK or WKC? Strike, Hassan.
For those of you who don't know, Israel is a country in the Middle East doing a lot of no-no things, like genocide, and more no-no things, like having an apartheid state. And when you're doing genocide in your apartheid state to millions of Palestinians that are living under occupation, turns out sometimes you end up triple-tapping some of the aid workers that are trying to desperately bring in much-needed food to the people that you're genociding. And that's precisely what happened yesterday. Did you just accept Israel as a nation? I did not. I'm just telling you how it is. I do not accept isn't real and the things that isn't real does, but I do...
Does he not accept that Israel's a nation? Maybe he is more Muslim.
I do not accept
nice.
isn't real. That's fucking ridiculous.
I do not accept isn't real and the things that isn't real does, but I do have to cover what isn't real is doing because the genocide is real. That's what's going on. World Central Kitchen is an aid organization that was allowed by Isn't Real to operate inside of Gaza. They were bringing in humanitarian aid by water, and they had a lot of foreign aid workers in this organization. It's the famous chef's organization, Jose Andres. They were bringing in food to the Palestinians that Israel was marking, okay, genocide. In order for them to be able to do this, they literally told Isn't Real what their route is. Just understanding something here is important, okay? These guys gave their route to the Israeli government. When they were doing this convoy, they were operating at the behest of the Israeli government. But the problem is the Israeli government is like a feral animal and sometimes goes hot and cold and decides, you know what, actually, we do want to kill you guys, which is precisely what they did. They literally triple-tapped aid workers on a predetermined route that they had offered to the aid workers. Triple-tapped them. Not once. It wasn't like one strike, oopsie. It was a first strike, then they got out of the car, the survivors, got into the second car, they striked it again and again. It is misleading to describe the World Central Kitchen killing as an airstrike singular. In actual fact, 3 vehicles were targeted, with the first and last being over 2.4 kilometers apart. The IDF decided to make 3, not 1, not 2, 3 targeted strikes. They were doing the same drone that we watched, but this time, designated aid workers. The horrifying details emerging about World Central Kitchen massacre. The combo was struck 3 times in succession, with the drone chasing the wounded aid workers from vehicle to vehicle to make sure that they were all killed. No legit pretext and precise coordination with the IDF. After the first strike, World Central Kitchen, as far as I understand, literally informed the IDF that they had the wrong target. The IDF's early explanation regarding the killing of World Central Kitchen team is in per security sources. Speaking to Haaretz, before we get to the putative pretext for the attack, they also disclosed a harrowing detail. The drone bombed the convoy 3 times in succession. Because the team survived 1 hit and tried taking cover in another vehicle, then the survivors moved to a third and were finished off there. Deliberate, repeated targeting of a convoy, making sure no one was left alive. And this actually doesn't stack up with the alleged pretext. Now, before you say no, Israel had the right target, I agree with what you're trying to say. Yes, they deliberately killed the aid convoy people. Okay, he did. What the are you gonna do about it? What is any?
They deliberately. Okay, deliberately as in why? Where are we gonna get? What's the reason? What's the reason?
Anyone gonna do about it? Israel gets to kill whoever the they want to. That's it, and the world needs to suck it. Are you gonna complain? What the are we gonna do? The American government yesterday or over the weekend announced that they are giving $18 billion of weapons, JDAMs, precision-guided munitions, and F-15s to Israel. After Joe Biden for the past 2 months has been like, oh, Israel, cut it out. I called Netanyahu a bad word. The thing about Netanyahu's apology stating the killing of workers was unintentional is that he basically admitted that they are deliberately bombing aid, a point which Zionists and Zionist-adjacent supporters and propagandists repeatedly deny. Exactly. Now, here's the thing. I talked to a lot of normies who are like, I love Israel. I don't get it. Like, I don't know what's going on. Who were horrified after October 7th. And we're like, oh, dude, if you defend Palestinians, you must be a terrorist. Not a lot of those dudes still have that opinion many months in, as a matter of fact. A lot of those dudes have gone back on that opinion. I'm not talking about people who are like very well read on this stuff. I'm talking about normies who literally just like kind of read the headlines, maybe have like a kind of a reactionary approach to news for the most part, as a matter of fact. Like the type of people who are like, I love Israel, I have Jewish friends. Like that's the type of person who hasn't really put a lot of thought into it. You know what I mean? That's a person who's just like guided by feelings and reacts to shapes and colors. Israel is
like the kind of person that would put out like a huge story video about what happened, like in literally hours after it has, without actual any statements like being released about what's going on, and quoting Intercept reporters who don't do any on the ground first-hand report. Okay.
lost all those people. Okay, Israel's completely lost those people, and that's because they keep doing it, and they do it so much that even some of the stuff that gets filtered through the mainstream media ends up frustrating people. The Joe Rogan Experience and the most critical viewers are like, yeah, dude, this Israel stuff is like pretty out of control. Maybe they should stop. Do you remember back in October when there was a days-long back and forth about whether or not Israel bombed a hospital? And at this point, they destroyed literally every single hospital in Gaza. I feel like I'm going insane. I do remember that because that became a pivotal moment in my career as a fabulist and as a person who was a serial exaggerator, as a person who was a liar. Where are those people now? They got their hundreds of thousands of views off that. Where are those people now? I was right back then, and I've been right. I was right for the past 10 years. I've been covering it. You were new to it, so you were just like, oh yeah, he must be wrong about this. It is a straight-up circle jerk of losers that are constantly trying to farm drama off of an active ethnic cleansing campaign that is unfolding in front of our eyes, and they openly admit that they don't know anything. They openly admit that they don't know. Come on, dude. It's ridiculous.
We do not target hospitals. Let's be clear. Israel does not target hospitals.
Yeah, remember that? Let us be clear. Israel does not target hospitals unless there are Hamas patients. Hamas patients. Come on, guys. Anyone who captured that moment and thought it was far-fetched for someone like myself to say Israel undoubtedly had struck this hospital already. So the idea that this was going to be a unique circumstance where Islamic Jihad rocket that blew up, like ridiculous. They've blown up every hospital. They've literally
he still believes that one hospital was blown up by,
blown up every hospital. They sieged Al-Shifa again and again. Was I a future seer? Was I gifted with future sight? Is that what it was? No, it's because I've covered it for years. I don't have precog. I just know what Israel does and what Israel has done and what their capabilities are.
Also, what is the what was the end? I need to go over that whole raid. Am I making this up? I feel like I read something that they had arrested like over 200 people, or was it killed 200 people that were? Oh, was it captured 900? IDF ends Shifa hospital raid, says it killed 200 terror operatives, arrested 500 more in the wake of a 2-week operation. In the second raid, this is the second one, right? During the raid, which began on March 18th, the IDF said troops captured some 900 suspects, of whom more than 500 were confirmed to be terror operatives, and killed more than 200 gunmen. Among those killed and detained were top commanders in Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But
anyway, there's no reason to like relitigate it too much, but just remember that. Just remember how many dickheads just moved on, because for them this is not like a real situation at all. It's just something that they're watching. It's something that they're watching from afar, and they just want like drama. Drama makes them more interested. It's like someone who doesn't appreciate sports for what it is and likes sports gambling. Okay, gambling makes it interesting to watch the sports. Drama makes it interesting to follow the actual politics. Yeah, World Central Kitchen has stopped their operation in Gaza right now, and she was already turned around back to Cyprus. Israel achieved their objective with the triple tap. And it's not that they just like they killed an American, they killed an Australian, they killed a British citizen, they killed multiple British citizens if I'm not mistaken. They killed a Polish citizen. One of the people that got shot at was ANERA. It was an American, I believe, that worked for, or Australian that worked for ANERA. One or the other. ANERA is one of the organizations that I funded. Remember when we raised $1.3 million? It was ANERA. It was one of the organizations. It was a Palestinian Red Crescent. It was ANERA. It was a Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. And it was Medical Aid for Palestine. Those are the 4 organizations I funded. One of them was ANERA, and it's a great organization. They've been working on the ground, literally getting shot at. And for the record, I hope you understand something. Israel has been murking aid workers nonstop since day one. These are just foreign aid workers that they killed in succession. That's why it's like a big deal, kind of. But it won't be a big deal. That's the other part. It's not a big deal at all, because it's every day. It's every day. It's every goddamn day. And they get away with it every goddamn day.
Bridges?
Is Israel worse than Russia?
They're about to
Russia is
start.
a foreign adversary, and as a foreign adversary, there's a lot they can't get away with. Okay, Russia is also horrible in its occupation of Ukraine, but there's a lot that Russia cannot get away with, at least without global scrutiny. Israel has all the global scrutiny, and yet nobody does anything about it. That's the difference. I was listening to the NPR Politics podcast do a deep dive into why war crime investigations can be so complicated. Let me tell you what wasn't complicated though. War crime investigations when Russia killed a U.S. citizen in Ukraine. That was not complicated at all. The American government acted almost instantly. Immediately launched a war crime investigation. The American Attorney General was on board, and they should be. It makes sense. Why shouldn't they? They should protect.
Wait, America. Okay, never mind.
U.S. citizens, that's the goal, right? That's the job. Where the is that same energy for Israel? Israel's interests are more important than the American citizens being killed, that's for sure. This is not the first time Israel's killed Americans, okay? They bulldozed Rachel Corrie. That was in like 2002, and they made jokes about it ever since. They never gave it up. 2003, sorry. They killed Shireen Abu Akleh, who was an American legal permanent resident. They sniped her.
The reason why they probably don't feel the need to open a war crime investigation was the United States on friendly relations with Israel. So you probably just give a phone call and say, hey, like, I need to figure out what happened here. You need to tell me with Russia, we're not on friendly terms, so you probably would say, we want an investigation. Somebody else has to come and investigate this. Russia is kind of our enemy, so we don't trust them to give us an answer. That's not surprising at all.
What's happening in Israel-Palestine is not a war, and it's not a civil war. It's a genocide, okay? It's not a civil war. It is not a war at all. It's just a genocide. It is an ethnic cleansing campaign. I disagree with your take because with all means necessary, Israel has the right to defend itself. No, it doesn't. Israel does not have a right to defend itself as a belligerent occupier under international law. There is no defense.
Israel has no right to defend itself whatsoever.
Genocide. Because the team survived one hit and tried taking cover another vehicle, and the survivors moved to a third, and we're finished off there. Deliberate repeated targeting of a convoy, making sure no one was left alive. And this actually doesn't stack up with the alleged pretext. According to sources acquainted with the details of the incident, the operation room in charge of steering the route identified an armed person on the truck and suspected this was a terrorist. By the time preparations were made for the attack, the truck arrived at the warehouse together with 3 WKC vehicles.
Is he like allergic to reading news articles? Can he not do it? Can he only read things like 180 character formats? Or
World Kitchen vehicles carrying 7 volunteers. Minutes later, the 3 vehicles left the warehouse without the truck on which an armed person was allegedly sighted. The cars traveled on a route already confirmed by WKC by the IDF. The IDF had confirmed the route. They knew who these guys were. The IDF was also made aware of the timing of this particular convoy. Why are we so mad today, baby? How can you not be mad? How can you not be mad, dude? Like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm mad. I think you should probably be mad too. The genocide alone is obviously maddening and very frustrating. But then on top of that, to add insult to injury, the arrogance that you hear from dudes who want to defend Israel's genocide is so bad. It's doubly frustrating. Like, people aren't even doing it's complicated anymore, which is already frustrating to begin with. It's not complicated unless you're an idiot. At this point, like, saying it's complicated is just a way to try to be like, oh, I just don't want to talk about it because I want to defend Israel. I want to defend Israel's genocide. When it comes to Israel-Palestine, there's a lot of misinformation because many people trust mainstream sources, and the mainstream media has always been really bad on this, okay? Historically, they just...
Not bad, Faye. Didn't you say Twitter source doesn't matter, just what the source is? Yes, that is true. Just like Wikipedia, Google, books, tweets, none of them are necessarily bad if you use them responsibly. Hassan doesn't use them responsibly. He opens journalists that he agrees with, and then he reads down their tweets, and that's it. None of this is like legitimate, valid research. He's not even really reading like interesting tweets for stuff that's exclusive to Twitter. He's like, instead of reading an article, like actually reporting on the instance, he's just reading like Twitter reports that are parroting information from other sources. Like, this isn't even original reporting. Like, they're saying like, oh, it's been reported. Like, why not just read the original source of the report? I don't have technically problems with people. I don't have a problem with people reading Twitter and getting information off Twitter. It's when you exclusively read Twitter from accounts only that you agree with and then make fun of how other people do research. That's wild. That's the funny part.
Has been bad on this issue because it is a State Department position that we have unconditional support for Israel. Even to this day, you will rarely ever, if at all, hear that Israel is an apartheid state out of any of the mainstream outlets. Which one of them has openly stated that Israel is an apartheid? None. It's propaganda. It is a lie by omission. As a matter of
Before you leave for Bridges, AIO or air cooler for CPU, I will carry this opinion for the rest of my life. Listen, at the end of the day, everything is an air cooler. Just get an air cooler. Like, I don't know why people use air. I don't know why people use water. If you're going to put your CPU underwater, then you have to do like a huge fucking custom loop. Otherwise, just stick a giant fucking air cooler on it, okay? Here is... Okay. Why does my Windows key not work right now? It's fucking killing me. Here is an air cooler, okay? Here's the CPU. And then air cooler goes on. Big... Okay, big radiator, okay? It's got fins, lots of surface area, and then you've got a fan here that blows air through the radiator, okay? Your ability to cool your CPU is basically going to be determined by the difference in temperature between your radiator and your CPU's IHS, the little thing on top, and then how well your IHS transfers heat to the thing that sits on the CPU. Okay, that's it. For a water cooler, you have a CPU, and then you've got a water pump. But guess what? This water pump goes to another radiator that is the exact same fucking thing as this. It's the same fucking thing with fans on it. Except sometimes it's a little bigger, but it doesn't need to be that much bigger. Who the fuck cares? Okay? You're not doing that. You don't need 240, 280, 320, 380 millimeter fucking radiator. You don't need this much fucking bullshit. Your CPU's not making that much heat. It's 2024. These processors are unbelievably fucking powerful. You don't need all this shit, okay? It's the same shit. It's just in one, you've got all this extra hunky bullshit equipment to pump shit and make fucking noise and get water bubbles stuck in fucking everything, and it's annoying and cringe, and who cares? It's not quieter, but it's quieter? No, it's not. It's not quieter. Bullshit. Every single pump, every water cooler, you know, I go into somebody's house, you know, I can tell they're a fucking retard. You know, I can tell they're a retard because I step in and we start chatting. I'm like, wait, hold on. Are you kind of like a nerdy guy? Do you play games? They're like, oh yeah. And I'm like, oh, you do. Let's wait a second. And then we sit and we wait. And if I don't hear anything, I'm like, okay, you're a cool guy. But you know what? If we sit and we wait and I hear, like, you're a fucking retard. You have a water cooler because I can hear the gurgling fucking bubbly, boiling bullshit in your fucking all-in-one water cooler because all of them have this issue and they all suck. Or I can hear your pump dying because they're all dying. All the pumps are dying. All the water is bubbly. All of it sucks. Fuck AIOs, okay? Fuck all these stupid pre-built all-in-one water coolers. They're cringe, okay? Fuck all of them. They look nice, though. That's the only benefit. They say they look nice. But who cares? You shouldn't be looking inside your computer. You should be looking at your monitor. Dumbass.
For fact, mainstream media will oftentimes go against that narrative and will create counter-propaganda, counter-narratives against that reality. Gaza may be apartheid, but Hamas is back. It's not Gaza that is like the most glaring, obvious example of apartheid. It's the West Bank, which, once again, famously, many people don't talk about at all. Gaza, as it stands now, is withstanding a genocidal ethnic cleansing campaign. West Bank is an apartheid. Gaza is, or was, an open-air prison. The West Bank still is an apartheid. P.S. I don't have anything against you, just speaking my mind, and I actually appreciate your opinions. Listen to my words, okay? The least you can do is educate yourself on this. Just read the B'Tselem Apartheid Report. I'm giving you an Israeli human rights organization. Here it is, a regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea.
Oh god, this video is boring.
I argued when you both agree it was a bad thing to happen, just so you think that Jews were just looking for blood of innocence? Yeah, dude, that's what I said. You're right. Yeah, you definitely did a really good job of reframing my argument in the most...
I mean, that's basically what he said. Jews are just killing anybody they want. They're on a genocidal fucking... Isn't that basically what he said? I mean, we just watched like 10 minutes of that video. It's basically what he said, no?
Oh, dude, that's awesome. Thank God he said bombing the kitchen crew was bad. But to say Israel deliberately bombed, knowing them, they were just feeding Palestinians, so you went on a 5-minute rant when you both agree it was a bad thing to happen, just so you think that Jews were just looking for blood of innocence?
You said they were deliberately killing aid workers, no? Did he not? Like...
Yeah, dude, that's what I said. You're right. Yeah, you definitely did a really good job of reframing my argument in the most charitable, most favorable way possible, even though I've, spent hours talking about it. No, my friend. My position on this is that the organized chaos that seemingly is disorganized on the ground is deliberate. Okay? It's called kill zones. That is precisely what Israel is doing, so that their units that have already been
Wait, do you think that the World Kitchen trucks didn't get killed because they were in a kill zone? How is that related at all to this?
Operating without any kind of serious top-down scrutiny will continue doing these incredibly violent things, and the evidence I use for that is the 200 aid workers that they killed prior to the World Central Kitchen aid workers. There have been many instances where deconfliction has not saved the lives of aid workers, whether it be the Palestinian Red Crescent, whether it be UNRWA aid workers, whether it be any number of UNRWA aid workers that are working to feed Palestinians.
Okay. People are saying in chat, air coolers cannot cool the i9 12900KF. The 12900 takes lots of power, like 200 to 250 watts. God damn! Is that true? What CPU do I have in this computer? I thought the TDP on processors were like 130. Well, let's look at older ones. i7 4900K. Is that a real processor? No, 4790K. It was 88 watts. What do I have? A 7980 XE on this computer? 165 watts. That's like with 16 cores. What type of processor is this? I didn't even know they were made i9s. I thought it was like a meme. Do mean comments affect your mental health? I get triggered a little bit in the time, but when I shut off the stream, I'm generally chill. I don't usually carry shit with me, which is good for me. Oh, this has 16 cores as well. Number of performance cores, number of efficient cores. What the fuck does that mean? Do performance cores have hyperthreading and efficient cores don't? Live on both Kick and YouTube. Okay, be down in a few minutes. TDP doesn't tell you how much power they actually use. TDP isn't super meaningful anymore. I thought TDP, thermal design power, I thought that was how much wattage they're supposed to draw at the max stock clock. Am I making that up? It's the maximum amount of heat generated by the computer chip or component. Does this not mean anything anymore? Will you come back after? Probably not. Control F. Do they even list? Maximum turbo power, 241 watts. The maximum sustained over 1 second power dissipation of the process is limited by current and or temperature controls. Instantaneous power may exceed maximum turbo power for short durations, less than 2 milliseconds. Oh, damn. Damn. What is the... It's making me want to build a new rig. Some guy sent me an email about how new processors and all these new things have like new features and shit. And even if I'm not gaming, it's worth it to build new computers. And I was tempted, but I haven't. Honestly, I'm just too lazy. Okay, I'm going to well, this is saying an NHD 15 could cool the 12900. This guy says he's got an HD 15. That's not enough. All right. I'll leave you guys. I'm going to go downstairs and talk to Adam. be streamed? Yeah. What are the reasoning? People cry because the CPU gets to 80C. Who the fuck cares? It's not overheating. Is the debate just because they want their CPU to run at like 50 Celsius because it makes them feel like their dick is huge? It's not, bro, if it's under fucking 95, who the fuck cares? They're made to run hot. Ride those cowboys. Okay. Yeah, as long as you're not throttling. Who gives a fuck? Is there a reason the podcast is being monetized so heavily this early? I don't know what's going on. Listen, I'm not running or in charge of any of the shit on all that. I've outsourced all of that. I don't know why everybody's paywalling everything. We'll figure it out, okay? I'll probably take a day off or something and sit down and review all my business shit in a couple days and see how I feel about everything. I'm an extreme tuner / OC guy. The argument is less power is used and it's less likely to crash when it runs cooler. Less power is used. I'm sure components are a little bit less efficient when they're hotter. I don't know if that's going to meaningfully make a difference in power consumption, especially if you're talking about consuming power for running a whole extra water cooler, number one. And then number two, as long as you're not hitting any throttling, I don't think that an 80 degree CPU should crash any more than a 50 degree CPU. Somebody said 95 degree CPU temp equals 85 degree ambient room temperature. What? No. Technically, if you want to get really technical, the hotter your CPU is, technically the cooler your room is. If you're dispersing heat, I'm getting trolled with these comments. Never mind. I'm getting trolled. If your CPU is running at 50C and it's producing the same heat as it would have if it was running at 85C with a worse cooler, that just means that all that heat from your CPU is now in your room. Like, okay. I'm getting trolled. Don't care. Customization? What am I looking for? Oh, redirect. He has to be trolling? No! What do you think? If your CPU is running at 50 Celsius, that means that the heat is being taken from the CPU and thrown into your room. Where do you think the heat is going? Do you think they destroy heat? Do you think that coolers destroy energy? Is that what you think is happening? Okay. Host. Boom. Okay. Send you guys over here on Kick. I love you. And then... Why? Why can't I host my own fucking... Oh, I'm getting trolled. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm getting trolled, baby. Wait. Link me the YouTube live stream. I don't see it. Wait, is Bridges live anywhere? Does anybody have a link to that stream? Am I getting trolled by Lycan right now? Is Bridges streamed on here? No, but I'm hosting the stream. It should be on YouTube somewhere. I see the Kick one. Oh, it's not live. Wait, did people dox the 16-year-old? Is that what Mike was referring to? Because that'd be wild if that's the case. He doxed himself basically. Gotcha. Okay, I'm waiting for the Bridges live stream to be on, and then I'll. Why? Okay. I'm going to self-immolate at your next public event. Just make sure your manifesto is a banger, bro. This is cute. But why? Why? But it's a cute baby. But why this? But it's an adorable baby. But my God. Okay. That's the Dan intro song. Gotcha.
Now we await to see what they'll do this episode, whether they'll make.
Okay. Can you follow my channel on that channel? Or turn on redirects? How to turn on redirect feature YouTube. This song is living in my head. That fucking strawberry. This one? The intro is just so cool. It's got my little major sevens and everything. That's so cute.
Hey, what's going on, Russ?
Okay.
Just cleaning up my
Mom doesn't approve of Milena.
inventory here in
White. So let's say our kids are gonna be what?
3/4 white, 1/4 black.
Rise of the Ronin.
Mom wants some black children.
What do you think of administrative detentions? Pro-Palestinians use them as arguments that Israel has hostages. It's definitely not hostages. That's fucking stupid. But are they good or defensible? I don't know enough about the administrative detentions to say if they're justifiable or not. I don't know enough to have a strong opinion about it. It's not hostages, but it may or may not be good. I'm not sure. Okay, Bridges podcast. Nice, good job. All right, I will see you guys downstairs in like 5 or 10 minutes. Bye.
Oh, you just finished work? Always good to be done with a work day. What are you getting up to with your free time? Boom. Fuck off all you shits. Still got all that stuff. Sheesh Louise. Oh, you're probably headed to bed soon? Oh, damn. You must be on a completely different time zone than me. It's still, like what, 8 in the morning for me right now? 10 in the morning? Yeah, 10 in the morning right now. Oh, that's what's up. 2 a.m.? What is that, like the Philippines? Yet, comrade. Well, Russia covers something like 7 or 8 times. Yeah, there you go. $11, yeah. I knew it was a lot of time zones. That's like half the fucking world. Oh, Batman! Give me some space, buddy. Let me make sure we're on the right broadcast here. What do you like to watch on what do you like to watch on stream? Hell yeah. This is the one we just watched.
XQC F tier.
I think that's like, I think whatever.
Shit, blah, blah, blah. 2, nice. If I wasn't lazy. Lens. Take those. We take. No, that bill had major asylum reform. Oh, did it? Claims. And one measure of a fiscal crisis certainly seems daunting. The official projection in the November modification says the city's spending is expected to, or the federal government feels like they don't have enough evidence to bring a charge that they could get a grand jury indictment on, or that they can get a conviction in court, then they're not going to waste their time.
Oh, debating? Who do you like watching
Biden
debate?
labeled Trump supporters a
I
threat
could
to
check out
national
some
security,
debates.
and NPR should always be above the fray. Yeah, sure, it should be.
Okay,
but
I saw
like,
this one.
This is a common misconception, okay? People think that. I hear it. Just stop. Just throw it away. He has it in
Okay,
hand.
this one's a new one. Okay, well, yes, unfortunately, your assumption that I am not bilingual is quite correct. I would gain nothing from watching a debate in Russian. Can't even sell my fucking... Oh, yes I can, okay. Сука, блядь, водка, Сталин, Путин, коммунизм, ГУЛАГ. Но здоровья. I eat breakfast of polonium and other assorted nuclear waste. Keeps the Constitution strong, unlike Mother Russia. Battle of the... I think that's Dnieper? Largest battle in history. Okay, that's a little fun fact. Yes, indeed. Fucking hell. 4 million people in battle? Alright, I think I need to turn up the side tone. For whatever reason, I think it got turned off on this set of headphones during one of my restarts. Give me 2 seconds. Is that more? More side tone? Less side tone? Side tone? Side tone? No side tone? More side tone? Okay. Check, check, save. Alright, so we got the side tone up. Is it too loud in the headphones with this? It was a hell for the Axis as they lose all the west ground of Western Ukraine to the Soviets. Yeah, the Soviets definitely fucking put the Germans through their fucking paces, didn't they? We Americans didn't get along with y'all for several many decades after that, but that's one thing we definitely do acknowledge is y'all's contribution to Nazi murking. Can't lie about that. Oh, Batman, you steal my spot every time. Alright. I will. I'll be careful. Alright, where's this Ronin? Okay, let's go. Let's kill some fucking Ronin. Yeah, isn't that the one Vasily Zaitsev, enemy at the gates?
Defeated. Duh loser. Duh fellas. Why the fuck is he playing League again? What happened?
We got a World War II buff over here.
Because there was a Dota 2 update. Okay. What's going on?
Just because of its historical inaccuracy, or it's because it's tropey, or you don't like Rachel Weisz and Joseph Fiennes and Jude Law? Why?
Chat was comparing them, and he decided he wanted to try it again.
I saw that in the theaters when I was a kid, and it was one of the most like brutal movies I had seen up to that point, so it really sticks in my head. I'm guessing, per your information so far, that it's probably because of its historical inaccuracy.
Do you really need the... I mean, like, I have both individually, right? That should be good enough.
Okay. There was a female sniper at some point that
Desperate for
was,
your
like,
response to
really
Hassan. Oh, I wrote
celebrated
Hassan say no.
in Russia at one point. Yeah, so, historically completely inaccurate. I dig. I feel you.
Do you have pipes yet? I'm never getting pipes. It's a shit meme. It's never a good meme.
Alright, let's go back to hard mode.
Can we get a... And that's why I don't play Among Us soundboard? No. How mad are you? Boom, boom. What is this? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
How bad is the kick on the shotgun on the wall?
Lyudmila.
Not bad at all. It just shoots 12 gauge, right? It's an ordinary shotgun shell, and it's a huge rifle. I don't think you feel much kick at all. Even if you were shooting slugs, I doubt it would be that bad. If you've got, like, huge shotguns, there's no way it's not.
It's pretty wild, man.
This would not have passed about Donald Trump. I want to thank the House Speaker and Hakeem Jeffries working together in a bipartisan fashion to give weapons to Ukraine to fight a fight.
Shut up, Lindsey Graham.
President Trump has created a loan component to this package. It gives us leverage down the road. So this idea that there's a loan component to it.
Wait. Can somebody break that down for me?
This would not have passed without Donald Trump. I want to thank the House Speaker and Hakeem Jeffries working together in a bipartisan fashion to give weapons to Ukraine to fight a fight that matters to us. And President Trump has created a loan component to this package. It gives us leverage down the road. So this idea that there's a loan component to it.
Okay. Trump did ask for a loan component, and Republicans added it. How fucking pathetic are you as a Republican lawmaker that you're taking orders from a guy who is not a politician right now? Like, also, wasn't the loan component literally like $9 billion of the $80 billion package? Forgivable economic loans, $9.5 billion.
Well, I guess more than the fact that he was male, he was also named Vasily Zaitsev. They got that right too, right? Oh, owned in the marketplace of ideas. What you got to say to that, Mr. Historian Man?
How the fuck do we always... How the fuck do we always loop back to, like, Nazi shit? I don't understand
True.
how the fuck we got back here.
True facts.
This is wild to me. God, and these guys have fucking flags next to their names, too. It's like the least patriotic shit in the world. So are we rewriting World War II now? Was the West's fault? Or I guess Germany kind of counts as the West. Was the Allies' fault? The US and the UK? Is it... Like, what the fuck? Also, I like how Alex Jones is fucking, I like how Alex Jones's entire Twitter following is revolting against him for saying bad things about Hitler.
How dare he?
Alex Jones will question anything except the official World War II narratives. My God. Kill me, bro. Get the fuck out of my country. Holy fuck.
Mogged him.
Who declared war on who? How many attempts at peace were rejected by Churchill? Why did Rudolf Hess fly on a solo mission of peace only to be locked
Yeah,
away
that's
in
another thing on
for
Twitter
46
recently.
years?
A bunch of people have been arguing that it was Britain and France who started
Christ. How many
World War
shekels do you
II.
get for typing this? I don't even know how many of
It's
these
like,
people are real
bruh.
versus like bots. I can't actually tell anymore.
You can't seriously think that invading Poland was something that Germany was in their right to do.
How many of them do you think are even Americans? I don't know. I can't tell. Ran for U.S. Senate, Utah, America First, MAGLA, Make American Government Local Again. I don't know. This guy it could all be fake. Maybe he didn't run for anything. Is there a single video of this guy talking into a camera or saying anything or like being in existence? Like, is this a real person? I can't tell. There's no Oh, there is an Instagram. Do you think this is a real person?
Yo, fam.
Remember that in 2016, the online conservatives would say neo-Nazi people like this don't exist past niche groups. Even if the
Oh, for
South is
sure.
turfed, it has enough hype to catch media illiterate people.
I mean, the most obvious example would be fucking Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Dresden on the Allies side, for sure. The sheer number of Soviets and
I don't know if this is even a
Axis
real
that
fucking
died
person.
on that front of the war was just
Wait, hold on.
atrocious.
Utah politician tests filter on Twitter. Testing hate speech filter. Test. His campaign ad. I just want to see like a human being. Like, show me him.
Hi, my name
Oh,
is
there
Sam
he is.
Parker,
Okay.
And I'm running for the U.S. Senate. I've had a great love of liberty and limited government.
Does he look like Elon Musk's nerdy brother a little bit?
Since I was a young boy. I remember when I was 11 years old, I found a book called
Running the risk of starting an argument to which I don't have any sort of bona fides to weigh in. What are your opinions on the current Ukraine and Israel-Gaza situations? You seem like you would have a pretty informed opinion about all that.
Amazing information and amazing ideas, and that really set my life on.
It's so wild. I remember thinking that when the Wolfenstein game came out, it was a little bit bizarre and weird to me when like people would get upset about like the killing Nazis and be like, oh, that's such, it's like woke or whatever. And I'm like, why the fuck? Why would you even feel offended by this? Like, what? Why do you feel offended by Nazis getting killed in video games? That's such a weird thing to be upset by. Ugh. Fuck, that's so gross. Fuck me. That we have actual, like... I wonder what the polling data looks like. It's got to be still mainly online. I'm curious how many Trump supporters are, like, Hitler supporters.
Straight up Nazis.
The real life number has to be less than, like, 5%. I would hope.
Well,
Check
keep
his
hoping,
replies,
buddy.
too. He quoted some meme, another Graper clip or some bullshit. I don't think they pull that, to be honest. I think they pulled about the Holocaust, don't they? The name. What is the actual name of our country? United States of America, commonly known as the United States, or simply America. What is the name? What is the actual name of them? What? Okay. True. Okay. He was community noted, but the Gripers brigaded it off because of a technicality. Yeah, they've got to do something about the. They have to do something about the community notes being brigaded. I don't know how you could ever counter that though. Hassan does it on all of his as well. It's still kind of like dumb. Like if you don't like a community note enough, you can just have your fans like spam as not helpful. Do you have a Twitter community? Is there like an actual community thing, or do you just mean like people on Twitter? I have people that follow me on Twitter, but I'm not part of any big like political movements on Twitter, so we'll always get like washed away. This has to be. I don't know what's real or not anymore. Jesus Christ. The UK declared war on Germany. That is when World War II officially started. Before that, there was only a border dispute.
Thank you.
A border dispute over previously German land between Germany and Poland. The declaration of war on Germany by Britain and France turned this into a world war. So you care less about documented facts and more about pleasing Jews. Jesus Christ.
Please, please me, oh Jews. Why do you make me blue?
You have a reason why you don't host
Please,
Code Space,
please
and so
me,
like
oh
separate
yeah,
platform
like
that's
I
gonna be
please you.
I don't know. If you can do them on desktop, we could start doing them. I just didn't do them before because I'm not screaming on my fucking phone is retarded. Jesus, what is happening there? Wait, is this? What the fuck? Hold on. Is it just like an orgy out here? Is everybody fucking? You think a lot of far-left people are repeating Nazi stuff now because of Israel-Palestine? I know the horseshoe isn't real, but maybe. Man, I really feel like doing a dive into like pre-World War II Germany would be illuminating. Because it really does feel like, it feels like the trend is, or it feels like what happens is, that liberals kind of like run the world, and then people are unhappy with shit, and then when people get unhappy with shit, they just start looking around for like extreme people to come and take over, and sometimes that's the far left, sometimes that's the far right, and like that's it. Like that's where the thought starts and stops.
Exactly that.
Lonerbox has done this. You should talk to him. A lot of the shit Vosh types say it isn't really true. Yeah, it's really irritating that people keep saying that like liberalism gives way to fascism.
No worries, bro.
I don't know how that happens. I've never had that.
Last thing I asked you was
I've never seen that. It just seems like the worst reading of any. I don't even know what you're reading to get that. I don't think you're actually.
I said at the risk of bringing up a sensitive subject. What are your opinions on? What are your opinions on less historical, more current conflicts we have going on in the world right now, i.e., Israel, Gaza, and
also we could learn all the flags even better that way. We will. I need to.
You guys in Ukraine.
What am I
with a full disclaimer out front that I don't know enough to weigh in without embarrassing myself. Not that most streamers have any compunctions about doing so. But yeah, let me know. I gotta pee. I'll be back in like literally 1 minute. Oh, I didn't know we had specific numbers on how many had died in Ukraine. I thought that was sort of murky and we didn't have a like a complete picture on it to compare.
What the fuck is this? I don't even know.
Yeah, no,
Oh no, actually wait.
I blame Hamas only a slight bit more than I blame the IDF. Just because like I don't know. Destiny here is way more of a simp for Israel than I am. But yeah, I feel like if they just once built a bomb shelter for their citizens, like I understand why they can't just like go out into the desert and like
I thought he did the night before.
start building scaffolding to make a military base because they'd be vaporized in an instant by the IDF. So they're literally by necessity required to set up military operations in and amongst the civilian population. That I can grant them. The whole tunnels thing is pretty much their only option, but
Last night,
if they
called them loser nerds for
were
calling
able
him
to
okay. I'm
compartmentalize
curious about a certain type of person like Caroline. In your experience, what prompts people
ways
like this
to
be so
separate the
confident in
civilian
things they know little bit
population
about?
when necessary,
I've thought about this.
not push the whole
We need to write down. Trying to get the notes
martyrdom
down,
thing,
'cause I revisit a lot of these things,
and
it's good to have a
supply
working stuff.
aid and shelter to their
Is this debate
their
over too?
citizens, they would have the moral high ground over Israel.
We would call this a new thing.
That being said,
New note.
like I've always been a much bigger advocate of like, I don't know, dude. Seriously, just seal off both ends of the tunnel. And as shitty as this sounds, and as against the Geneva Convention as it is, just fucking gas them out of there.
Measured or accurate conviction with regards to a
Yeah,
particular topic.
but all I'm saying is,
topic
rather than
is
fucking
not something
like
that you arrive
use
at
bombs that
after some
penetrate
amount
through
of
several
reasonable
stories of building and then several hundred
because
feet
the
of
social group
of
you belong
soil to get to the
believes in
fucking
that particular topic.
to get to the tunnels,
It's always socially
do a ground war
and advantageous.
and like siege them out of the tunnels. There's got to be some way
display the maximum
to
amount of conviction for any given position.
do more targeted strikes against Hamas fighters without killing 25,000 women and
And if you think
children,
about, like, well, what do the people believe
let
in as part of,
alone
like, a certain
all
group?
of the
It's not like they're like, well, they kind of believe in gun
completely
control. They really believe in
uninvolved
welfare. They're like
fighting age
60%
males
on
that
minimum wage.
barely ever get
They
mentioned.
don't believe in this that much, but sometimes, like, it's not really that. It's usually like, here's the platform, boom, 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 and then that's it. And I think that if you inherit your beliefs that way from the social group, and part of the reason why you have the beliefs, or really all of the reason, is because of the social group. When you
I don't
display those
know.
beliefs, it doesn't make sense to hedge
Hamas
on
may
the
have
beliefs. It's always
changed
just gonna be
their
the
wording in
maximum,
their mission
like,
statement
conviction for
slightly
every belief
to
that you
not
have.
say
Why
wipe
not
Jews off the face of
There's
the
really
earth,
no point in hedging.
but the
If
vast
anything,
majority of
hedging
them
a belief can make it seem like you might not actually
don't
believe it.
want a
So,
reasonable two-state
to the level that you should. So I think
peaceful
that's that
solution.
would be my
They
guess
want the
for, like,
destruction
people
of
like
Israel
Caroline have, like,
and the
maximum
full
conviction
resumption
for,
of
saying stupid shit.
rule over the entire region of historical
Palestinians in
Palestine.
Year Zero. That was Palestine. Even back then. Even with the kingdom
So
of David and
I
Rome, Palestinians.
I
ruled
don't
that
see.
land.
I honestly don't see a.
Okay, I was setting up two-factor for this.
I agree. But that being said, do you think Hamas wants a peaceful coexistence with
Are you polling for fire
Israelis
Cyclops or
and
Cloud?
joint custody of Jerusalem? Or do you think they want
furry son over a
the
thought daughter.
extermination
And let me tell
or
you why.
displacement
My
of
son
all
ain't fuck
Jews
dogs.
between
My
the River
daughter-
Jordan and the
I let my
Mediterranean
son
Sea?
fuck dogs.
Which
My
do
daughter
you
get
think
fucked
they
by
want?
dogs? No shot.
Because
my daughter
I
gets
think
fucked
they
by
want
10
there to
people
be
by
no
dogs.
Jews for 1,000 miles in any direction, and I don't think that's right.
Okay, well, didn't see that one coming. Does believing in this theory
So you
just
don't
made
think they
count
want-
as an example of the theory you
You
just
don't
made?
think they're making
No,
war
I
on
believe in this
Jews
theory quite a lot.
specifically?
I'm just trying to write them down more so that I can, like, iterate on them and refer to them when people ask me the same question over and over again.
Listen, that guy right there in the past was right. I'm taking a
Jesus Christ.
I think the ruling party in Israel are absolutely disgusting and should be ousted as soon as humanly possible. Better if it were yesterday. But
Hashashar colonial settlement east of
yeah,
Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank. Okay, let's look this up. Ramallah is, I think, a little bit northeast of, not safe for life, okay. A little bit northeast of Jerusalem, maybe?
Was that Ariel Sharon?
Okay, not like north of Jerusalem.
And before that, it was like
And they
Yitzhak
were at-
Rabin, I think.
Is an Israeli settlement in the northern West Bank. This is... Okay, so east, northeast of Ramallah.
Yeah, no. Netanyahu and Ben Gvir
I wonder
are
which area this is in.
dog
Would this
shit
be considered... This looks
and
like it could be
shouldn't
like area A or B, no? Do you
shouldn't
think?
be elected dog catcher in fucking
See map.
the shittiest county in Nebraska, let alone
Fuck these maps.
be the leader of Israel. But
It would be like right up in here. I can't tell if it's area A or not.
Hamas should be overthrown as well. Hamas's
Area B, sorry.
Hamas's leaders living in Qatar and the UAE getting
apparently it's not safe for
rich
life.
off
Hold on
of
one sec.
the suffering of their populace is just as disgusting, in my opinion. So,
Can you not Google it? When you try to Google which particular towns or cities are in area A or B, it's really hard. I feel like they don't always have that.
yeah, but the
information on Google. There might be, like, a
Palestinian
better
Authority and the
Israeli website,
PLO
like Palestinian website or something.
Fedayeen
I don't know. What do you mean by these
fuckers
so-called social
weren't
groups?
great
Are these groups of a few people,
either.
or
Yasser
friends, or is it more
Arafat
sort of a
was
mass advocacy group? It could be anything. It could be like your family. It could
a
be
trash
like your
person as
classmates,
well. So
just
I
like
mean,
whatever groups I
it's
think
all
you
like
integrate
it's
with
all
socially, so the
garbage,
people that you talk
and
with, share space
it's
with.
all run by
Yeah, I would say
greedy, politically
this real quick.
ambitious,
Hold on.
disinterested in civilian lives people.
In
So
Caroline's case, does the social group include her
it's
audience? Yeah, I would
it's
say
a
so, yeah.
clusterfuck.
Why'd you stop talking to SDL? It seems like there is a good chunk of left of center left people that could have productive conversations with Matt Brunig and the Three Wonks podcast as well. Why did I stop talking to?
But yeah, no, I definitely appreciate your opinion on it.
What do you say when people argue it's Palestinian land because they have the most similar DNA to Canaanites? I don't even know how true that is. There's the people that run the DNA test, and also Canaanites weren't just in Palestine. I think they were spread all across the Levant, right? Which would go up into Syria as well. And also, who the fuck is doing
Right.
DNA race realism?
All
to
of them
figure out who
have main
belongs in a particular
character
piece of land? This
syndrome.
is dumb. This is stupid. It's a waste of time. Hold on, let me watch this. Did you guys stop talking when you started dating Merrick? It was around that time, but it wasn't related, or at least not to me. Did you watch the trigonometry podcast with Bassam? No, I did not.
No shit.
It's a guy walking out to get a flag. Oh! Whoa! 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 Them wacky.
For real.
He is super.
So what kind
dead
of
or
games you
maimed.
play?
There was a fucking mine near the. There was a mine near the flag. And it blew up.
Moving on to a lighter topic.
Why is she so calm?
Obviously.
Hello? Wait, what is she saying? He's minorly injured? Wait, seriously? Oh, damn. He was like right on top of that. What the fuck?
Okay.
They have the soundtrack of the car playing?
So you're a shooter guy. Oh yeah? You're in the army?
Check the quote.
That's pretty wild. Damn. Well, that's cool. I tried
Bomb
to,
shot on the dirt, it could have been misdirected.
I went to
Is
a
there- link me
recruiter
the
when
thing
I
about
was
the,
like 21. My mom slapped me
saying
silly
you
for
can't
that.
believe it? She's calm as fuck though.
I got like
a little.
a
too
fucking 99 on the standardized test.
Limeo, 20
I had a
for the booby-trapped
I had a
quadrant trip.
DUI
God, I hate these people.
on my record.
Big ass smile on my
And if it
face.
hadn't been for that, I
Girl
could have
says
gone
that she probably,
straight
like,
in as
pushed herself
a
out of
NCO.
depression because her
They
two
told
lawyer
me.
parents don't like spend enough time with her. My
But
God, kill me.
yeah, we were in
No,
the
she
middle
said
of
Jesse
Iraq
was a
at that
fucking
point.
man or something. That's a Russian? Oh, then she drinks herself to death, I guess. I don't know. She said, quit your kvetching, and went back to cooking.
Oh shit.
We need to run experiments.
That's
We need to run
interesting, man.
experiments. If there was a massive terrorist attack in Israel, nah, fuck that.
Makes more sense
Israel
you being a
became
history
one
buff,
state,
military
and the
history
majority
guy.
of Israelis were pushed out of Israel via ethnic cleansing. I think the majority of people that support the Palestinian side right now would be okay with that. I think they would. I think they would actually support it. I think they would actually support it. Israeli lightly injured by explosive device as he tries to remove Palestinian flag near West Bank settlement. An Israeli civilian is lightly injured as a result of an improvised explosive device near the West Bank settlement of Khashav HaShahar. Medics say the man was trying to remove a Palestinian flag on the side of Route 458 when the device exploded. Footage shows. Minor injuries. Minor injuries. Well, I guess if it's just minor injuries, we can watch it. How could it be not safe for life if the guy didn't even die?
הלכנו להוריד את הסמרטוט המכוער הזה של המדינה שאינה קיימת. גועל נפש. חיים בינינו, לא יאומן.
How does this guy have nothing?
Plus, I don't know, if I had to quit gaming,
looks
I,
like his
I
fucking
definitely
hair's
wouldn't be
getting blown
joining no army.
זה פשוט
Mostly
היה
dirt.
פאקינג מפריע שהוא משהו.
This is called the flag operation by Palestinians after the same thing happened in 2018 and injured a soldier.
אני לא מאמינה.
What if the reason why she's so
I
calm
loved
is because
history
they
since
planted the bomb?
childhood. I
What if
didn't
they
have
planted the
internet
bomb?
access
He's
until
going out here with no
2013. Plus, I
protection.
was
He
a
knows he's
shy
gonna kick it
kid.
over. It's not gonna do much
Didn't have
damage.
much
It's
friends
Israeli
either.
hood. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
I was
Hollywood
more of an
versus
asshole
Israeli
kid,
hood. Who
but
can do the better propaganda?
I also didn't have many friends
You
either.
would.
I always thought I was smarter than everybody else.
Just kidding. Hollywood already exists. True. Whoa, 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 whoa. The most interesting battle in all of history. I think we literally watched
For
this
sure.
stream already. Right? Is this where they set up the walls and then they
Yeah.
set up the reverse walls?
The pretty aggressive stance.
2 walls. Nobody was expecting.
I can't see any reason why you would want to join the army and keep it a secret. Unless you were in the fucking KGB or the CIA. Or what is it, the GRU now?
Flag attack near the border of the Gaza Strip. A video circulated in the Palestinian media. IDF fighters were photographed in February near Kibbutz Ein HaSholsha before an explosive device detonated on them.
FSB, that's
Don't let
right.
your kids see these most indecent photos of beach girls. What the fuck?
So I live in Florida, like Miami. Is it super cold where you're at?
How do we fight anti-Semitism reaching extreme
I would
levels
never
while
be
also
able
trying
to,
make
like,
peace among Israelis
I
and
grew
the
up
East? It's too
in
complicated. I guess is why we are gonna have some
Boston,
nuke fest. How do you-
Massachusetts,
Well, you
which
have
is
to- it
way
all stems
north.
from this- I don't know what it. you have to
Still
control
on the
it.
East
Humans just
Coast,
don't like
Eastern Standard Time, but
lot of
like
stuff-
way north of where I am now. And I hated it. Snow and shit.
New note.
Oh shit.
Humans
Coldest regions in Russia.
are not truth.
That's saying something.
Machines. Humans
That's
treat
saying quite a
truth
lot.
as instrumental, meaning it is a tool to be utilized to further someone's personal happiness. When the tool is no longer serving that purpose, it will be abandoned in favor of another tool. E.g.
Yeah, quite
example,
warm
or
indeed.
i.e. example. I.e.
Still
is
freezing
like,
outside,
in this
but
case or something.
quite warm indeed.
E.g. is like, for example, right? I.e. versus E.g. I stands for that is. Oh no, wait. E.g. or yeah, E.g. is for example. I.e. that is. Okay, yeah. In other words, okay. E.g. the internet. A lot of people seem to not understand this. I remember I said this at that Minds Festival thing in New York, and the audience actually booed me for saying this. I've been using
Yeah,
that
you
for
don't
a
want to
lot
get
of-
lost
yeah, a
in
lot
the
of people
woods
use
when it's
IE,
fucking
interchangeably. Technically, IE is
negative
supposed to be
40
like, oh,
degrees
well,
Celsius,
my
do
mom
you?
is a cunt, i.e., a massive bitch. Like it's like, in other words, or it's like this thing. Whereas EG is supposed to be for examples. My mom is a lovely lady, by the way. I was reading that a ton of people think this New York Trump trial is going to be open and shut guilty. Do you think it's that easy? That was the only set of indictments that I didn't actually read thoroughly because it was the most boring case to me, so I'm not sure. I also like that the United States right now is just running headlong into one of the most unbelievable scenarios we've ever had, and everybody is just praying to God that Biden wins so that we don't have to ask the most difficult questions of all time. One is going to be, there's two incredibly difficult questions, or subsets of these. The first one is, what happens when the President of the United States, who's the head of the executive branch, that the
Yeah,
DOD
kids will do
operates
that, won't
under,
they?
that the FBI operates as a part of, or
Kids are
influences
just
kind of,
full of great
what happens
ideas.
When, what happens when the president is being investigated by his own Department of Justice, and it's somebody like Donald Trump?
Damn, you can die in 3 hours.
That's a really difficult question because Trump
You
could
must
theoretically axe both cases. I'm pretty
You
sure
must
it's
have known to bundle up or
head of the
something.
president pointing the head of the DOJ. It exists under his pleasure. Pretty sure Trump could just say, "Fuck this. We're canceling both investigations." And then the second question is, what happens when the United States president is convicted of a crime in a state? Nobody. I don't think anybody has the answer to that. Yeah. You are describing Watergate? I don't actually know what the, well, here's why, unfortunately, I don't think that that works, but I don't know the details of Watergate enough, so correct me if I'm wrong. But my understanding is when Watergate happened, and it was found out, I'm pretty sure that was incredibly unpopular with everybody, and Nixon was impeached, right? Donald Trump will not be impeached by Republican Congress. So the accountability mechanism is theoretically for the president is supposed to be Congress, but I don't think Republicans will hold Trump accountable. No, he wasn't impeached. Nixon wasn't impeached?
Yeah, Nixon
He resigned before he
fucking
could be
resigned
impeached.
before
I
he
thought they
could
did
be
proceedings
impeached.
anyway, and then he got forgiven by the next dude. Wait, hold on. No, you're right, because it was just Clinton.
He got pre-pardoned.
But he was going to be impeached, so he just left.
No, come on. That's crazy, dude.
Facing an almost certain impeachment and removal from office. He was, yeah.
How
He
stupid
would
is
be
our
impeached, but he
fucking
didn't have the supporting guards.
presidential
Same thing, he just didn't actually get impeached.
shit
But the,
recently, man? Do you
but the current Republican Congress?
do you know the deal with fucking? Oh shit!
Republican
Ad.
Congress, so we'll see how
My
it goes
bad.
then,
I don't know if you have Turbo or not, but yeah.
Do you think that you can philosophically, morally justify assassinating Trump because he's a danger to democracy, and doing that would be democracy defense? Like, there's a world where you can justify that, but you got to be way, 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 way further down the line. Like, theoretically, if Trump starts, like, ordering the National Guard to, like, kill American citizens, maybe, but you got to be way, way, way far down the line for that. When you start talking about assassinating political leaders, you're in very, very, very dangerous territory. That's got to be, like, an absolute fucking last resort type thing before you even begin to consider stuff like that, you know?
تفحص العلم مطولا وتفقده قبل نزعه. وهنا تجلت معية الله واستحضر المجاهدون قول الله تعالى وجعلنا من بين أيديهم سدا. الضباط والجنود قد انتهوا هنا وهو وسط بفضعة الموت. حيث وقع الانفجار بوسط هؤلاء الجنود وتطايرت أجسادهم وقطعت أطرافهم وحرقت أجسامهم بفضل.
What is blowing up here? Were they, was the mine, like, attached to the flag somehow and he didn't notice? Or did he... How do you feel about removing Trump's Secret Service protection if convicted? Bro, I don't know. We're in a whole world of unknown shit. I have no idea. How does the United States have a president that's locked in state prison? Like, what would that even look like? The story implies remote detonation. I'm just curious what the bomb would have been. Jesus.
Die by poison, bitch.
Right. I have my wife on my right. Assalamu alaikum. Hope you well, inshallah. She's not going to be in the video, but she's going to have her say with this whiteboard that I bought her. But why is the default that the woman is innocent and the man is always guilty? Okay, that's something my wife wants to say. Salama probably had enough as women give a lot of chances, has zero tolerance now. Okay. This is why I want you here. Yeah, it's very important for you to be here. Yeah, it's just to take the past traumas of their father or because.
Okay, there's two things. Either one, are Muslim women not allowed to talk to people or men that aren't their husband or something? Or two, if I'm being like the most charitable I've ever been in my entire life, maybe he just doesn't want his wife to get doxxed by people identifying her voice? Maybe? Is Destiny Ribbon community noted? I don't think so.
I feel like it got community noted once.
Can you explain the Nothing Ever Happens crowd?
Yo, fam,
Policy
chill out.
Can the past 3 to 4 years be considered business as usual globally? I don't know what you mean by that. Can the past 3 to 4 years be considered business as usual globally? I don't know if the past 3 to 4 years would be business as usual. I think the most outstanding event was probably the what isn't it? I think the most outstanding event is probably the Russian invasion into Ukraine. I think everything else is probably
that's gonna suck.
I think, but
I'm gonna have to switch to the big fucking pills for that guy.
It's in response to people saying World War III is gonna happen. If World War III, Nothing Ever Happens is the meme against World War III after literally anything happens. Oh. Destiny, yeah, bombing 15 kids is normal-ish. I can't tell if you're joking or not, but it kind of is. Yeah, if you look at like literally any of the past 20 years in literally any part of Africa or the Middle East, yeah, that's actually not that far out of the norm. I mean, I don't even know all this shit that happens in Africa, and I know that. How many people died in Darfur in like 2003, 2004? Wasn't it? Am I way off on this? Wasn't it like 200,000 people? this up.
Fucking hell.
Deaths between 80,000 and 400,000 in Sudan. That's one thing. Pretty sure there's stuff going on there right now.
Oh, I lost you because of the ad, huh, Rusto?
Bosnian, Yugoslavia, Serbia shit happening. You have like the civil war that's been raging in Syria for over 10 years. You've got Yemen has been in a state of catastrophe for 100 years. I mean, like, what do you mean? Like, Palestine is not really, in the grand scheme of things, is not really that big of a deal in terms of a number of people affected by death or starvation or whatever. It's big geopolitically because of who's involved in everything, but yeah, if you're looking at like the Israel-Palestine stuff, you're like, oh my god, this is wild, holy shit, blah, like the world's never seen violence like this before. It's like, not even, like, what are you talking about? Not to mean that it's good or bad or acceptable or not acceptable or... I think that if you're thinking about World War III starting, this would be my guess. The closer you get, when you've got more active conflict happening, because the temperature is getting turned up on everything, I think that that increases potentially the risk for like World War III happening. But right now, I don't think we're on any clear tracks to World War III, and I think everybody doesn't want World War III. So like the way that China operates doesn't seem to be in a way that's directly adversarial to the United States. The way that Russia and Ukraine are operating, Russia very much wants to maintain like the current parties to the conflict and not have intervention from other people. The way in Israel and Palestine and Iran, the way that they're behaving, they very clearly are trying to limit the potential downsides of like strikes and attacks to other countries. Like, I don't think anybody wants World War III to happen, but like as the conflict continues to grow and the temperature turns up, like the chances of, you know, Iran missing a missile and hitting, you know, an airport in fucking Saudi Arabia or some shit. I don't see how this could happen, but like something stupid like that, or a missile coming out of a rebel area in Ukraine and hitting a like a civilian airliner. That happened. Or actually, in the Strait of Hormuz, the United States or Saudi Arabia shot down a civilian airliner from Iran once. That did happen. So I mean, like, I feel like stuff like that could potentially put us on that road. But I think the big thing right now is I don't think anybody wants a world war right now. That's the feeling that I get from looking at what countries are saying and how people are operating. But, you know. I think I have my my new logo and branding and everything that was done a while ago. I think it's going live soon, so get ready for everything to break. Good luck. Would a Taiwan invasion cause World War III? I don't know, actually. I feel like a lot of that would come down to, I'm guessing, I don't know, but I feel like a lot of that would come down to what intelligence services tell the President of the United States, what the security threat is to losing access to Taiwan and the manufacturing. That'd be my guess, but I truly don't know. Genuinely curious, why does the U.S. hate Russia? When it comes to big macro political things like that, I don't know. But I'm like very, very out of sync with, I think, like average person's mind and relationship to country and conflict. I don't know, because from like an emotional level, I don't understand why like 90% of the conflict around the world exists. But I'm like the uber liberal, where it's like, as long as I've got like my, you know, my joys and my pleasures, and I feel like I can be happy and healthy, and I can pursue like what I want to do. Like, I don't know why the fuck I would
Good
want
for
to fight
you, you look happy and healthy, not me. If you ever cared to
block
ask.
everybody and fight with everybody and ask them. How are you not a propagandist on this topic at this point? Genuinely, you don't give Palestinians the same grace as you do with the IDF in Israel. No critical thinking like you normally do. Okay, bro. I mean, if you don't think I do any critical thinking, I don't. There's nothing I can. There's no fact. There's no thing I could say. There's nothing that would convince you at this point. I am confident that I am more read on this topic than any other online influencer that you listen to. But if you think I'm just biased and I don't care, whatever the fuck, I don't know what to say. Fuck me then. There's nothing I can say to you at this point. I could be more well-read, but also still super biased, so somebody less read that we could have a more accurate opinion. That's possible, but... Look up FFBEWOTV FF7 collab on YouTube. You'll see what I mean when I said FFT Mobile. Why? I don't care. I'm not a gamer anymore.
Bro, fuck off. Can my fucking ally help me real quick?
How long can Israel keep poking Iran and assuming nuclear bombs will keep Iran from really pushing back? Well, Israel did their thing and now they're done with it. But I mean, I don't think you'll see any other, you shouldn't see any other direct confrontations between Israel and Iran unless Israel feels like they want to bomb a target or do something. But Iran shouldn't be striking Israel out of nowhere. That's what they have proxies for. Yeah, and liberals always wait too long. For example, World War II. Would you consider yourself more dovish or more hawkish? I think that we should play foreign policy like a poker player, playing like a tight, aggressive style. So like, we shouldn't be involved in everything around the world. I don't think that that's smart for a variety of reasons. But when we do have things that we want to be involved in, it should be the full brunt of American involvement. No half measures. So we should make a decision, like for like Ukraine. Listen, we don't want to fight anymore, or we just don't like the conflict. It's destabilizing Europe, causing high energy prices. Ukrainians are dying. It's dumb. You know, you tell Zelensky, listen, we're pulling our shit out. You got to make a deal. Sorry. Or, hey, we actually fully support your right to autonomy. Your borders should be recognized. You should fight as much against Russia as you want. Like, here you go. Here are the coffers. Here are the armories. Take what you need. Good luck. Give them hell. Like, it should be one or the other. If America wants to be involved in something, it has to make, I think we need to be more decisive. We need to be more decisive, and we need to be more, what, I'm trying to think of a better word for, like, narrow. Like, we have to pick our spots well, and they need to be, like, actual, measurable, like, these are the, and we need to be honest about what we're doing as well. Like, I think those are the things that we need to do. So we need to be narrow, so have like a few things that we really care about. We need to be decisive, like give big support to the things that we want to support, and we need to be honest about our foreign policy initiatives. Ben brought this up in our talk, and it's something I've said in the past that I super agree with. No more of this, like, we're bringing democracy to people or any cringe shit like that. Like, talk about, like, what is important. I think Biden has done a decent job at this, too. I don't think I've heard Biden say, like, the democracy thing as much, right? Like, stability in Europe is important. Russia can't be allowed to invade people for no repercussion. Ukraine had borders that should be respected. Like, and yeah, we should support the fuck out of them. Yeah. If you think America's stupid and don't know what they are doing, you have lost it, fam. U.S. military is not controlled by the politicians, nor is the American agencies. They calculate everything and can do whatever the fuck they want. Okay, if you think that, why are you even in my chat? I don't know why you watch. I don't know why you would watch somebody like me if you think this way. I've got to be like the most frustrating streamer in the world if I'm just like parroting cuck, like State Department propaganda or mainstream media propaganda or intelligence agency propaganda. Like, if you've got it all figured out because you saw it on, you know, like a tweet or a Telegram page, then I don't know why. I don't know why you would listen to any of my stuff. There's got to be so. Man, why are you reading my chats? Okay. What is this?
Everyone, and welcome to another video. Today we are going to be taking a look at the first of many staggered, close to 3 turns. As for the limbers, well, I've covered it in a previous video.
What does WOTV stand for? War of the Virgins? Oh, it is like tactics-ish. Let me know how it goes. Looks kind of cringe. The fact that this is 3 years old and I haven't heard of this makes me think it's probably not, probably not that good. Do you think one of the reasons why we are not included, do you think one of the reasons we are not all in on certain aspects of foreign policy is due to the fact that America is historically divided? Yeah, it's part of it is us being divided, and then another part is I think political leadership doesn't want to risk any big downsides.
Fuck that.
Up in your face, you're fucked for the next election. The Crazy Exploding Hammer Festival in Guanajuato. Mexico. Does having such a diverse population make it harder for America to get involved in these wars? Like, diverse population? No, but having like a politically divided population makes it harder, yeah.
They move these floating out. Distance what they are.
Okay, I don't know why I was even like this.
Boy, mom.
Do you think China's becoming more substantially adversarial with its cyber attacks recently? Do you think that China attacking Taiwan would start a world war? I mean, nobody really cares about cyber attacks. Until we start doing like kinetic responses to cyber warfare, I think everybody's just going to do that because who the fuck cares? I don't know. Does a cyber attack ever turn into like a kinetic response? Probably not. Is China going to invade Taiwan? I don't know enough about current stuff in the region. So I can't give you a strong opinion on it. I don't know. How long until misinformation/social media warfare is an actual legislative issue, do you think? I don't know. I don't think you can regulate misinformation because, like, I think that misinformation almost by definition is not regulatable because there's either going to be so little of it that nobody cares and it doesn't impact anybody, so why the fuck would you legislate against it? Or there's so much of it that you're not going to get enough people to pass legislation against it because it's so popular that people don't think it's misinformation. So what are you going to do, right?
Phenomenon.
The toxic boy moms of the internet. 2 weeks ago. What the fuck am I... Why was this link down?
The boy mom phenomenon. This is now a trend.
Do you think it was a mistake for Biden to say they weren't going to put boots on the ground? Why tell Russia what you're not going to do? It would be like saying at a poker table that you don't have an ace. The reason why you do that is because you want to limit how far everything can go. You want to set the expectations of the world around you, right? For instance, like if I show up at a knife fight and I like open my or a bat fight, we'll say bat, not knife, right? We all got bats and I open my coat up like, I don't have any guns, just letting you know. I've got no firearms on me, right? The idea behind doing that isn't like, oh, he doesn't have a gun, now we can pull out our guns and shoot him. The idea is like, okay, well, we know that we're all just fighting with bats at least, so we know that much. And everybody around you is like, well, they're not going to start shooting each other and getting everybody else involved. It's like, okay, cool, we know about where the conflict is going to be. It sets everybody's expectations and it puts a ceiling, hopefully, on how far conflict can go. If the United States starts saying things like, oh, well, who knows what we'll do? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what we do. That's scary because Russia is going to say, okay, well, then we'll see what we're going to do. And now, if you've left the lid off, then who knows what's going to happen? Maybe U.S. planes start flying in Ukraine and get shot down by Russian planes. Maybe you start escalating between two nuclear powers that have an arsenal of nuclear weapons that they could, opt into if they decide that it's necessary to attack or defend. Like it's just when you don't limit the when you don't limit the ceiling of where the conflict can go, basically everybody gets really scared about what the potential could be. Oh, welcome to the new website. Good luck. We'll see how we feel in a week. Yeah, but then the aggressors know that this is a line that you won't cross, but they can and will because you already showed how far they need to go to win. Nope, that's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. What do you mean? No. Like, Russia knows that the U.S. isn't going to get involved. So what, that Russia's going to attack the United States? No. Looks weird on big screen. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the font. We'll probably change it, but we'll see. Do you think that when Trump was president with all the craziness actually helped world stability because other nations were a bit concerned because since he was unpredictable? No, I don't think so at all. I don't think that did anything for world stability. I mean, Turkey still fucked over the Kurdish people in Syria. Palestinians still protested Israel in the Great March of Return. What else? Assad still gassed Kurdish people. Not Kurdish people. Syrians. We bombed them once. Fuck, there's a big thing I'm forgetting that happened under Trump. I'm not going to be able to remember it. What was it? So what do you think Russia even do? What would you think Russia even do differently short of attacking NATO countries? I'm pretty sure Biden only said that for Americans. Well, I think Russia would try really hard not to attack NATO countries, right? There might be some weapons or arsenal that they wouldn't, that they also wouldn't go toward. I'm not sure about that. I don't know if there are certain weapons that are supposed to be off the table for Russia or not. I don't remember Biden setting any like red lines for that, but. If Russia had overrun Ukraine in a couple of weeks under Trump due to not giving support, people would have called that stability. Yeah, true, actually. Your argument hinges on that the other party is going to be level-headed rather than exploit your showing of cards. I don't know. Wait, you're just saying dumb shit. Nothing you're saying makes sense. You're acting like it's just like two people like across the street from each other. These are countries. Like this is like real politics. These are like countries that have rational thinking leaders that are all interested in not being wiped off the face of the earth, that have populations that will hold them accountable to some extent, or oligarchies that will hold them accountable. I don't know what you're saying. You're just saying retarded shit. I don't know why I'm reading this. Okay, all right. Watch the fucking mommy video. Okay.
On TikTok, a lot of people are talking about this, but this is not necessarily a.
Will you finally read Intuition Pump? Will you finally read Intuition Pump's book now that Daniel Dennett, the author, just passed away? Now that he's dead, there's no reason to read it at all. Okay.
The boy mom phenomenon. This is now a trend on TikTok. A lot of people are talking about this, but this is not necessarily a new phenomenon. And so this video is looking at the pick-me woman to boy mom pipeline because they have something in common, and that is internalized misogyny.
Boy moms. You are his mom, his first love, his first friend. You'll be his first kiss.
You are going to pretend we didn't hear that.
There's just something so different about raising a boy. I can't explain. I wish I was a boy mom. I tried 4 times, now I have 4 girls. Hopefully they never see that you commented this.
Ooh! This is like when moms keep having children because they keep having daughters and they want to have a son. And I don't
Hold on, does she have any children? Does anybody know?
I'm not saying it's every mom, but I feel like the majority of them are like that because they think that having a boy is better than having a girl. There's a lot of them.
This person is stupid. I don't need to hear this person's opinion on anything. Don't link me any more videos from this. She's just stupid. I'm good. I'm good on that. why it's a legit thing. Because a lot of parents want daughters or boys or whatever or sons for different reasons. The idea that like, oh, like I've got like 3 daughters, it'd be nice to have a son is misogyny is retarded. Hang yourself. What a fucking stupid statement. I'm like, that's even the things that she was reading out is so stupid. Like if I had another child, I think I would like to have a daughter because I've got one son. It'd be cool to have a daughter. Does that make me misandrous? Like, it's fucking retarded. It's just stupid. I'm good. Hold on. What the fuck am I looking for? Oh, here we go. Nimple asked her how there were Christians right after Jesus was born, and the others told him it was a stupid question. Wait, what? Okay, timestamp me that. Pro-Hamas protester calls on Al-Qassam Hamas to kill the Jewish students who are singing Hatikva B'Hope. Columbia student calls on... Destiny said multiple times on stream that we don't want random clips posted of random people saying random stuff about Israel-Palestine. True. Stop posting retarded shit like this. Do you think that Kennedy will pull more votes from Trump or Biden? Will it even be significant? He'd pull more from Trump for sure, but I don't even know. Is he even going to... Oh, fuck, my OBS just blipped. Oh. What did you conclude on the value of university? Still a really good proposition. Seems to be the case. Capitalism whack-a-mole. There is no general framework of morality or justice that supports laissez-faire capitalism. This is a problem, of course, for those who wish to argue on behalf of it. When you talk to such people, a familiar argumentative pattern emerges that I have come to call capitalism whack-a-mole. Someone playing capitalism whack-a-mole moves seamlessly between 3 different and mutually incompatible frameworks of justification. Those frameworks are desert. Each person should get what they produce for their labor. Voluntarism. Each person should get whatever
Dessert,
they come
just dessert.
about through voluntarily, non-coercive means, or come about through through voluntary, non-coercive means, and utility. The economic system should be created to maximize well-being. This capitalism whack-a-mole does not need a starting point, but in my experience, either desert or voluntarism comes first, with the utility the backup when the argument turns really bad. Here is a simulation of one such argument. Then, capitalism is right because people should get what they earn through their hard work. Me. But this is not what happens under capitalism. Among other things, 1/3 of the national income goes to capital owners who have done no work at all for that income. If you really believe the economic system should distribute according to hard work, then you've got to at least tax capital income at 100%. I mean, this is implying that there's no work or value, I guess, in investment? Or, I guess? Okay. That's not to mention the value of nature.
Let's do some dojo shit.
With their hard work, in which you must therefore also tax at 100%. There are other problems as well. Capital owners might have produced anything to get that 1/3 of national income, but they got it through voluntary transactions. I am just against force and for voluntarism. Transactions are not voluntary. They are coerced through systems of property ownership. You only trade with someone because there is a gun at your head to keep you from simply grabbing the thing that you trade for. There is nothing voluntary about that. The only system which respects voluntarism is the grab what you can world, in which people are free to act on any piece of the world as they wish without restriction. Wait, what? That's an interesting way of putting it. Okay. Destiny, don't you think you're just relying on a correlation when evaluating the outcomes of going to college? It will select for smarter and overall more well-adjusted people in the first place. The question should be to look at similarly equipped people and see their outcomes when they go into trades or make their own business. Okay, show me that study, and I'll believe you. But until then, I have no reason to believe that's the case. Can you clarify your position on university degrees because tuition is $90K for some places and bullshit degrees are still offered? That's really
I'm gonna
simple, my
clobber
dude.
you. Let's go.
This isn't a question that's asked in good faith. You understand that, right? That's like saying, like, should I have sex with women? Well, why the fuck should I have sex with women when some of them might shove, like, shit up their vagina, and then when I fuck them, they have, like, remnants of stuff from their bedroom. They've got anti-penis condom traps and hypodermic needles that they've stuffed up there to trap my dick. Like, don't fuck those women then, you fucking retard. What the fuck kind of question is this? Can you clarify your position on university degrees because tuition is $90K for some places and bullshit degrees are still offered? Don't go to a place where the tuition is $90,000, dumb fuck, and don't get a bullshit degree, dumb fuck. Those are two. Why would you even ask the question? Well, like, what am I supposed to answer that with? Like, oh, well, shit, that is true. Some places are really expensive, and some degrees might not pay as much, so throw the whole thing out the window. Like, what am I supposed to say to that? Like,
Get wrecked, Gonzito.
okay, I don't know what this. Wow, Arcade Bishop, thanks for gifting subs. Why did you cut off when answering the RFK question? I don't know if he's going to be running all the way to the election. If he's going to take votes from anybody, though, it'd be from Trump, not from fucking Biden.
The demographics back then.
That would have been
Year zero.
Just about BC. It would have been a mix of Palestinians, Jews. Palestinians, Arabs, Jews, and Christians.
It was a mix of people in this area.
But Palestine.
And that changed over time.
Well, yes, but under.
They got along back then.
Yes. So.
Wasn't it? I don't know my ancient history. Wasn't it the year? Was it 70 BC or AD when like the whole Jewish kingdom fell and Rome like fucked them all up? They were all getting along back then. Is that what we're saying right now, or what? Like,
This is a common misconception. Okay, people think that Muslims, that Arabs and Jews have been feuding for centuries, when in reality.
Wait a minute. How can there be Christians before Jesus?
Well, we're talking
they were
about
like earlier. They just knew. They had a good feeling.
We're talking about like Jesus. Are you talking about before, like as Jesus was?
There's no way a baby can be born and all of a sudden there's a religion.
she's doing the racist thing, where she's assuming Arab and it's not racist. Bro, there's so much weird. I don't even know what the fuck I'm listening to. I don't even know what the fuck I'm listening to right now. Islam is. Was it like 500 or 600? When did Islam even start? I don't actually know. Let's look it up. No, I didn't. I don't need this in Hindi. What was the year this stupid shit fucking started? Was it 600? Okay, so Islam isn't here for quite a while. 610. Okay.
This is a common misconception. Okay, people think that
Also, why are Christians their own ethnic group? What is it? What is?
Muslims, that Arabs and Jews have been common.
They got along back then?
Yes. So this is a common misconception. Okay, people think that Muslims, that Arabs and Jews have been feuding for centuries, when in reality.
That Muslims, Arabs, and Jews. Okay.
Wait a minute. How can there be Christians before Jesus?
Well, we're talking
they were
about
like earlier. They just knew. They had a good feeling.
We're talking about like Jesus. Are you talking about before, like as Jesus was?
There's no way a baby can be born and all of a sudden there's a religion following this baby.
The wise men showed up.
That cannot be the case. That's not possible.
Fucking pay attention.
I am. I'm trying to figure it out.
But you're looking for a loophole, dumbass. Like it's like okay.
It's not a loophole. Like, obviously, Christianity didn't instantaneously start. I don't even know when Christianity. Probably what, like 200, 300 CE? Was it? It wasn't right after, right? Didn't it take a few hundred years? When did Christianity start to spread? The latter part of the 3rd century. So in like the 200s. Spread in the Germanic world during the latter part of the 3rd century, beginning among the Goths. Can it originate with I don't know when it like. I don't know if this is like in the Germanic world. But in this area, Christianity was already there. Christianity developed in the province of Judea out of Jewish tradition in the 1st century CE, spread throughout the Roman Empire, and eventually became its official religion. When did it become the official religion of the Roman Empire? When did Christianity official religion? It was 380 CE. I don't know. I guess the next few hundred years it starts to spread then?
Thank you for agreeing to train with me.
Max, why?
Okay.
We're talking about Jesus and you're getting angry. Show respect.
We gotta get back on track.
I'm trying to figure out the timeline.
Listen to the stuff about the Gaza.
No.
The stuff about that we agree with and we care about.
I want to know what the timeline of the area, because didn't you say we have to go back first before
What
we?
do you do with that information? Are you gonna crack some fucking code?
Do you want to go back, like, do you want to start thousands of years, or do you want to start,
I need some.
do you want to
Well, I
start
mean,
with what
0 is thousands of years. It's 2,000, right? I mean, that is thousands of years.
I think is the most relevant to this conversation, which is
So maybe all that doesn't even matter, because about what's happening.
1948. What?
Oh, kill me. I don't. Why am I listening to this? Why did you link me this? I gotta ask for it.
Year like
I know
1500.
1948.
I can say year 1500, the population was about 8% Jewish, 92%.
I need to clarify something right now too, because
Yeah.
I haven't read chat, but I'm sure there's people who've been saying it. I need to clarify something.
Arabs and Muslims aren't the same thing, or would she ever talk to you? Absolutely fucking not. No shot.
Zionist movement.
Stop. What is Zionist?
What's this bitch's name?
Okay.
It sounds like something from the
Zionism.
Matrix.
Zionism
Caroline
generally just
Quan.
means that you think that Jews should have their own country. Generally, that's like the broadest explanation. Let's see what she'll say. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I am so fucking confused by this stupid fucking. Okay, sorry. Oh.
Is it from the Matrix?
No, it's not from the Matrix.
Okay.
All right. So Zionism is a movement that was created to establish a Jewish state in Palestine through.
Not. I mean. It, okay. Not really, but okay.
To establish a Jewish state in Palestine through the means of displacement and dispossession of the indigenous Palestinians who lived there.
Okay, so we have like the most loaded negative possible framing of what Zionism is. Good start. Okay, that's good. So this also is enough moral justification then to hate every Zionist, which is basically kind of like 90% of Jews, probably. Like 70 to 90% of Jews is good. So that's good. Good foundation. Not anti-Semitic though, but okay, good foundation.
That is how the nation of Israel was founded in 1948 after they took 78% of historic Palestinian lands and
Historic Ottoman Empire lands or land that was run by the Brits. This is so. Why am I listening to this?
displaced over 750,000 Palestinians.
Okay,
so
this is
Zionism
a plan.
is a movement. This was the plan, yes.
Who came up
Oh,
with
this was the plan all along. Okay, yeah. How many people were listening to this dog shit fucking stream? Oh my fucking god, kill me.
Theodor Herzl was the father of modern Zionism.
Is he?
He's dead. So the first Zionist Congress was established in 1897, but these plans came to fruition. Like the first big part of the plan was carried out in 1948.
Not in the 1880s.
Fuck.
During the first Aliyah, not in the 1900s, and the second Aliyah, not when the Yeshuv was there, not when they were actually buying the lands. It was just in 48, it just like appeared. That's when everything happened, just in 48.
Fuck.
Big part of the plan was carried out in 1948. I know, I'm trying to keep it simple here.
I like how she says that, like she has so much more background information on this, and she's just trying to make it understandable to like the normie. She's just trying her best to like, I'm just trying to keep this simple for you, dude, okay?
I need to make something clear, and this is, I know you will say as well.
We need to understand the difference between Zionism and Judaism.
Wait, 1 second.
Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Melena, can I have a Coke? Zero. Coke Zero.
Melena, can you have a Coke Zero?
Thank you. I'm listening. Listen, I'm listening, but
Did they lie in the wiki article? Did they lie about what in the wiki article? Zionism movement that emerged in Europe in the 19th century was to enable the establishment of a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, a region roughly corresponding when Zionism first, that's where they settled on, but it didn't have to be in Palestine initially. Pretty sure they were considering other places before Palestine is the one that they finally settled on. A region roughly corresponding to the land of Israel in Jewish tradition. Following the establishment of the modern state of Israel, Zionism became an ideology that supports the development and protection of the state of Israel. Zionism initially emerged in Central and Eastern Europe as a national revival movement in the late 19th century, both in reaction to newer waves of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Haskalah, or Jewish enlightenment. Throughout the first decade of the Zionist movement, some Zionist figures, including Herzl, supported a Jewish state in places outside Palestine, such as Uganda, actually parts of British East Africa today, and Kenya, Argentina, Cyprus, Mesopotamia, Mozambique, and the Sinai Peninsula. Yeah. I think they were considering like several places before. It wasn't just started just to go to Palestine initially. Like there was a lot of debate initially over like where it was going to be. That's why I said like, I guess it's close enough, but
I have to be kind of silly because it's funny.
I know, but we can't conflate. We cannot conflate Jews with Zionists because Zionism is a very dangerous nationalist movement.
Dangerous nationalist movement. What is Palestine? What are Palestinians? Is that not a nationalist movement? Maybe that one's not dangerous, I guess.
Jews with Zionists because
Also, how many Jews? How many Jews? Well, let's see. Actually, let's check. Polling data, USA. How many Jews support? What would we even look for? Existence of Israel? I've lived in Israel, I've been there more than once.
No! Bullshit, dude.
Of all the Jewish people,
we're fighting with fucking wooden swords and you get to pull out fucking bombs and shit.
But 58% are very or somewhat attached.
Thank you for agreeing to train with me.
8 in 10 U.S. Jews say caring about Israel is an important or essential part of what being Jewish means to them. 8 in 10. Important but not essential, and then essential. Jeez. So that's like, what, 82%? So I guess most Jews are Zionists in her.
Zionism is a very dangerous nationalist movement. It's white supremacy.
Right. It's like
white supremacy. What? Remember when I said about for this conflict, it's nice because you can read like whatever the fuck you want into the conflict, basically.
Fact.
Nationalist movement.
This chick's pretty crazy.
Right. It's like Germans and you know what else.
Do you remember learning about Manifest Destiny in school?
Never heard. Wait, is that like the American Dream?
Close. It was when we were like, you know what God wants? God wants us to have a nation that stretches from the Atlantic coast to the Pacific coast.
Well, that sounds like a good
plan. That's our
plan.
land because God wants us to have it. That is the same kind of divine delusion that the Zionists are operating.
Yes,
God
and they
wants us to have a nation that stretches from the Atlantic coast to the Pacific coast.
Well, that sounds like a good plan.
Land.
Isn't that literally what the Palestinians say though when they say like from river to sea? Isn't that the manifest destiny? But
because God wants to have it. That is the same kind of divine delusion that the Zionists are operating.
Yes, and they co-opt aspects of Judaism.
also by divine delusion, remember that you absolutely cannot dig underneath any of that Temple Mount because the entire Arab world, the entire Muslim world would lose its fucking mind if you would actually discover any Jewish artifacts there, because for a lot of them, they believe that Jews were never in that place at all. And the fact that there might be evidence that a first temple or something existed beneath that would like destroy the collective Muslim mind. But, okay.
Judaism in order
to conflate Judaism with Zionism and say that all Jews are Zionists, which means all Jews believe in an ethno-state, stay with me, which means that Judaism is the only ethnicity, religion, you name it, in the nation of Israel.
What about the 2 million Arabs living there? Is that we're not gonna...
People are asking, do you realize that like Israel wasn't founded until 1948? Israel did not, as a nation,
wasn't that in the Bible? Wasn't that in the Bible though?
They did say 1948.
No, isn't that like an old school city, like or
No,
old school?
Jerusalem? Are you referring? Jerusalem has been what
Wait, what am I thinking
religiously has been a battle over the right.
So you're
to,
saying Israel did not exist
Yes.
until 1948?
Yes.
That word wasn't real before
There
that.
was no nation of Israel.
What was Israel? Is it like a,
What were the Israelites? What was that referring to? Why were the Jews there in 0 CE, BC, CE, BCE? What were they doing there at all?
Was Palestine.
Was it just an idea back then? For real.
For the right.
So you're
to,
saying Israel did not exist
Yes.
until 1948?
Yes.
That word wasn't real before
There
that.
was no nation of Israel.
What was Israel? Is it like
Israel
was
was Palestine.
Was it just an idea back then?
Israel was. Israel. Okay. Yes, he's thinking about. He's thinking about.
What's the word?
Jerusalem.
I don't know if this is offensive.
Jerusalem, which has always existed.
But in the Bible, isn't there a world called like Israelites?
Uh-oh. Well, Israelites, well, that's like Pedialyte, okay? That was just their diet back then. Uh-oh. How do we explain this one?
Israelites? Isn't that a term in the Bible?
Is it in relation to the kingdom of Israel? Is that, I think that
What is it?
in the Bible, but I could be very off.
Didn't you just learn this shit in Wiki like 2 months ago? I didn't know anything about the history that much of this region before October 7th. But I'm not on stream educating people about it. I'm sitting here reading and learning. What do you mean, you fucking retard? What's the comparison? Like, I don't understand the comparison in your mind. Like, imagine if somebody's like, hey, Destiny, can you explain precisely the technology of how, like, monitors work? And I go, no, I don't really know how they work. And then I watch somebody explaining it incorrectly, and then I make fun of them. And I'm like, why are you explaining all this shit incorrectly, this guy? And, like, you come up to me and it's like, well, don't you not know how monitors work? No, I don't, but I'm not making fun of somebody for not having the knowledge. I'm making fun of somebody for pretending they do and then educating tens of thousands of others on it. What?
I'm trying to like, I guess the clarification.
And then she's lying here, which is like, I'm just trying to make this simple for you. I'm trying not to get too bogged down. I'm trying not to get in the weeds. I'm trying not to make things too complicated.
Of Israel? Is that, I think that
What is it?
in the Bible, but I could be very off there.
I'm trying to like, I guess the clarification is Israel existing as like an
Like
actual
an
state, as
official,
statehood.
recognized country by the United Nations?
Yes, and it was.
Okay, for 1948?
I'm sorry, my knowledge of the Bible is. Chat, Israel and the Bible is different.
I actually know a little bit about the Bible.
Okay, well,
My mom taught me about it.
John 3:16.
That's Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Here. In all honesty, though, the Bible doesn't even matter here.
It never did.
But because what we're talking about lands here,
Yes.
right? We're talking about a minority population of
Yeah.
people, settlers, who moved in to these lands that had already been populated
Back from the dead.
by indigenous Palestinians and then took them.
Welcome back,
How are they
sir.
populated? Where did those people come from?
We're
It's
doing
like over
dojo fights.
1,000 years of history there. What happened?
Of like the kingdom of Israel as referenced in the Bible, founded like in like 50 BC, something like that, right? To lay claim to the kingdom of Israel as like an ancestral land to me is somewhat disingenuous. It would be similar to any like modern day like let's say like a Venetian citizen being like, I should be able to displace British people from London because this was part of like the Roman Empire or something.
Oh, what about natives in like Canada or natives in the United States? Are they also not allowed to do that, or are we only being like anti-white, like indigenous person here? Are we just shitting on the white indigenous people? Are we going to extend that to every indigenous person that wants land or a claim to land or wants some more territory or property or deals or tax breaks or funding or...
Old. How old do you think I am?
I'll be honest. Sometimes when you talk, my guy, it's just you gotta talk to me like Caroline talks to me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, you gotta break it down real slow for your boy here.
People are posting this in chat. Israelite
Yeah.
refers to the people whom the Hebrew Bible describes specifically as the direct descendants of any of the sons of the patriarch Jacob.
I'll be 36 this summer, but I very much appreciate that.
So it has nothing to do at all with the city, country,
with the
nation.
state of Israel. Right. We're trying to say that physically the state of Israel did not exist until 1948 because
It
that
has
is
nothing
when
to do with the.
He should ask, oh, well, when did the state of Palestine exist? Reach out to them for a convo. No, they don't want to talk about this shit. And this is like a 6-month-old thing anyway. I don't know why I got like this. It's just for me to get triggered.
I mean, their reasons for establishing Israel, they claim, are religious. They say that they have the right to that land.
That's absolutely not true. It was secular Zionism that started the nation of Israel. It wasn't for a religious reason. That's why they didn't go to Judea and Samaria, which are the historic lands of the Jew people. But instead, they started with Tel Aviv and Haifa and moved south from there.
Reasons for establishing Israel, they claim,
Yeah,
are
I'm
religious. They say
1988.
they have the right to that land.
But no one has the right
But
to land.
that's why we're saying that the Bible, it's
Here's the thing. There's
it
no
shouldn't even
thing-
be discussed here.
There's no such thing as like no one really owns land ever, which might be like a total divergence, but it's like who can defend land ultimately, but who
Exactly.
can stay there, which is why it's also kind of like that's like the Wild Fucking West. That's
Well,
anti-humanitarian.
that's why America pretty much owns the whole world, because we can just go take it.
That is a sobering reality in many ways. Yes.
And I don't agree.
Yeah, I mean, listen, every major empire is founded on colonialism, on colonizing.
So let's just get on. Let's just get on topic.
Okay, all right. So let's
Back when the USSR was a thing, indeed.
I can't, bro. I can't. Hold on. Give me like 3 sets I've been on that I think look good, real quick.
You just did.
I like the way that this one looked. And what are like the best sets that we've seen for podcast stuff? Oh, iced coffee, true.
Goddamn right, I got you.
Shut up, loser.
Oh, that's all of them? There we go. Okay, I got advanced.
Thank you for agreeing to train with me.
Why do the boy cast people?
Barbarossa.
I think it's because they do like a lot of anti-woke comedy.
Barbarossa.
Which I think is funny. I think most of their stuff is funny, but like it draws an audience of people that are very fragile and are very like just.
Barboso in Spanish means like cunning or devious, I think. But I don't know what Barbarossa means. In whatever language that is.
No. Well,
I was gonna say, if you
That is a fun fact, sir.
This is what I learned 25 minutes ago from Wake.
As a sergeant, you like do you train people or do you like lead people? Are you like intelligence or like combat or what?
Here now because you got fucked up in Germany and shit. Am I right?
Close enough, kind of.
Right. But people were already there, and they were like, "Yo, this house is now his house. You gotta get the fuck out." Which is honestly the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. Yeah.
I was trying to give you the
But that right there, no, I'm not trying to be funny.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, I'm listening to this until.
You got a lot of largest ever
I
here.
can't go much further. I'm just gonna get triggered the entire time. There's literally no point to watching this.
Here is why the Second Amendment.
All in one, yes. Lead, train, combat.
I'm a Boys Cast fan. I was laughing because Destiny has been on there before, but now it's a problem. I think before I went on,
I would have figured it was more specialized, but at least I sort of hit on all the points.
Okay, so
Congratulations to me.
I have a question. Yes. He said that's the most insane thing that he's ever heard, right? Isn't that how America was made?
Oh,
Booty melon.
and that is also been
We're not
history that we have
talking
denied.
about who's denied that.
We deny that.
By the way,
America
this is
denies
Button.
it.
She
Oh
says
my
hi.
God.
She licks her
God,
tummy too
fuck.
much, so she has a little melon cone.
Oh, absolutely.
Now,
and that has
we're
also
not,
been
we're not,
history
we're
that
not
we have
talking
denied.
about who's denied that.
That's cool.
The United States of America does not like to teach the real
Getting
history
melon.
of how the U.S. came to be, which was
Quite.
through the settler colonialism of indigenous.
Everyone knows about that.
Well, you gotta remember that, like, growing
So
up
I
in
remember I had a teacher when I was a kid. I don't know if he was
She's about to say the
like
biggest lie
just
she's ever told in her
misinformed
entire
or what, but I have this.
She's gonna say,
it was
when
either
I was in
son of a
school, we were
strawberry or
told
son of a
that
raspberry.
settlers came over and
He
had
said his
Thanksgiving in
name
Pocahontas and they all left willingly.
Milinkovich meant son of a raspberry. I think. Am I tripping? Did I just like make that up in my brain, or was he just completely wrong about his heritage and where his name came from?
and everybody got along.
Yeah.
And
I did learn that in 2nd grade, but then I think in 5th grade you have a paragraph or two on the Trail
Not
of Tears,
Milkovich,
and then I went to high school where you learn a
Malinkovich,
little bit more, but it's possible based on what she says about- she might have
Malinkovich,
flunked out of 3rd or 4th grade. Maybe
Malinkovich.
that's all she learned. That's possible, but
lived harmoniously.
Realize we gave them smallpox.
Reality is we fucking killed and displaced.
Realize we gave them smallpox.
Reality is we fucking killed and
did
displaced.
he say? Is he doing the meme where we gave it to them intentionally? God, fuck, please. 1 minute and 45 seconds left.
Displaced. So many of them. You want to know what? Okay.
Some really wealthy people who pay politicians to work for them in roundabout ways through super PACs and campaign donations.
Maybe that was it.
What?
so many of them. You want to know what? Okay.
Does that mean like son of a fruit of any
What
kind?
was his answer?
A
Super
berry?
PACs? Isn't curriculum done at an incredibly local level? Your school superintendent stuff is voted on like. I
He
don't
might
even
have
know
just
if
been
it's-
bullshitting
I don't
us
even know if
because
it's
we were like
citywide, or if it's like district
8
by
years old and would have thought it was funny.
Some really wealthy people.
There is no national curriculum in the United States. We don't have a federalized education system.
Who pay politicians to work for them in roundabout ways through super PACs and campaign donations.
So what is the solution here? Because if they're doing
No, we can't skip. We can't skip. We can't skip.
Okay.
vacation.
All right, how about we just fix this shit? All right.
There are state standards and district standards. Yeah, but the curriculum itself is not set by. The curriculum is not set nationally, and even the state doesn't set the curriculum. They might say that like the standard will be. Well, this is my understanding. I could be wrong. Link me if I'm wrong. The standard might be like you should be able to test out of or know this English or this math. Maybe these historical facts. There'll be like a standard there, but the curriculum is still done by the on a school by school basis.
Serbian name.
Is my understanding. I've never seen anything.
America had
contradict that.
involvement in Serbia in the 90s, I want to say.
What's the solution? Wait, are you even paying attention?
She had to go get your
What are you
phone 'cause
eating?
you missed a lot.
Are you eating broccoli?
Yeah, my brain doesn't work as fast as you guys have to translate things. Holy shit. Okay, sorry. Next.
Okay, so I think it's helpful if you ask more questions, or we can just try and keep.
But was I right with how? What do you call?
Wasn't the No Child Left Behind Act in a way deciding local curriculum to an extent? Okay, curriculum is like the lesson plan for the day. If there's a teacher coming around, curriculum is like today in class we're going to go over this. Tomorrow we're going to go over this. This is how I'm going to teach this, that, and that. That's your curriculum. The curriculum is going to be set. My guess is it's going to be by each school, maybe by each school district. But it'll be either per school or per school district is going to be where your curriculum is set. The state
A lot of
might
cringe
have,
shit we did, huh?
Like things that they ban or don't allow you to teach. I'm not aware of any state curriculum that exists right now. There might be. If someone wants to link me, maybe some states do state curriculum. There's definitely not a federal curriculum. There might be state standards, like you need to be able to pass this state test, or there might be standards federally for like students in high school should be able to pass this test. And I think No Child Left Behind tried to make it so if you didn't test as well for certain standards, that you would get more or less funding for your school. But I don't think that No Child Left Behind didn't dictate curriculum. But we can just check right now. Do any states have a set curriculum for elementary school? Let's check. K through 12 curriculum authority requirements.
Classic
and
America,
statutes in
baby.
these states. Background. State or local education officials develop K through 12 curriculum for classroom instruction that generally includes lessons and materials used in a particular course of study. Depending on the state, K through 12 curriculum may reflect or incorporate state content standards, educational learning, and achievement goals that state education officials either require or recommend that local schools satisfy in K through 12 instruction. K through 12 curriculum development in public schools varies across the 50 states. State-level entities such as
I feel like Putin has some pretty good reasons to be
school districts and local schools may play a role in
not a
improving
fan
K
of
through 12
NATO, huh?
curriculum. If a state-level entity is tasked with developing a K-12 curriculum, state standards or regulations may either require or recommend that local
Fuck
schools or
me.
districts use the state-developed curriculum in the classroom. Other states allow local schools or districts to develop their own K-12 curriculum. Okay, so I guess some states develop K-12 curriculum and might require it. I don't know how common that is or which one that is. Massachusetts has MCAS, which is required for a high
Yeah,
school
wasn't there
diploma.
some sort of
Test is not a curriculum. Tests are not curriculums.
there was like some sort of genocide going on, like
I think
supposedly.
Kind of lesson plan with curriculum. What is curriculum? My understanding is like a lesson plan is part of a curriculum. Curriculum. The subjects comprising a course of study in a school or college. An example of a curriculum. A school may use an accredited curriculum for language arts featuring numerous tools for delivering academic content, workbooks, presentation slides, activity suggestions, etc. However, a teacher may choose to customize their lessons plans based on their yeah, this is a curriculum. Lesson plan is how you teach it. Yeah, that is your curriculum. Like a lesson plan is part of your curriculum. Test is how a test can be part of a curriculum, not like a state test. No, I don't know if I agree with that. Splitting hairs again? Okay. I am not splitting hairs. This is an incredibly important concept that, especially once you have kids, you go to school meetings or whatever, you listen to shit parents feel incredibly strongly about. A standardized test is not curriculum. If you think they're the same, rope, okay? People have huge fights over what a curriculum is or isn't, and people are going to be more lax when it comes to tests or standards. For instance, a state might have a test where in 8th grade, if you want to graduate and say you've graduated, you need to be able to answer these questions on this test. But it's up to the school or the teachers, or if there's a state curriculum, I guess the state curriculum, if the state does a curriculum, to decide how are we going to teach these skills. Curriculum is like, what are the tools, the lesson plans, all the things that you use in the classroom to teach these skills that will hopefully allow you to pass the test. The test is not the curriculum. The test doesn't even really dictate what is in the curriculum. It's just, hopefully, by the end of the curriculum, you can pass the test. Aren't curriculums centered around tests? Generally, yes. Yeah, they will be because the teachers need to have their school to be accredited and they want to get funding. So generally a curriculum, the goal of a curriculum...
Virgin U.S. Civil War 2 side, Chad Slavic Civil War makes even the World Wars blush. Jesus Christ.
Test, but in reality, a curriculum is going to be designed around whatever the testing requirements of the state or your local entity are so that your students are passing the tests, right? But it's not the curriculum itself. That's why if you go to a school district and you say, hey, here are your standardized tests. Your students need to be able to pass them. Maybe 10% or 20% of the parents might be mad or 10% might be mad. But if you go to a school and say, hey, we've done your curriculum for you, here you go, 80% of parents and teachers are going to be outraged. It's a huge difference between dictating a curriculum and dictating a test, or saying you have to take a test.
No holding back.
Okay. Common destiny splitting hairs. I'm gonna smash my balls in a fucking vice. Sorry, anyway. The development of K-12 curriculum in public schools varies across 50 states. There are a variety of different entities responsible for developing curriculum, including state entities. Local entities such as school districts and local districts in 43 states have the authority to develop curriculum. Okay, so generally they are done on a local level. State-level entities such as state boards of education and state education agency leaders in the following 2 states have the authority to develop curriculum. So 2 states have state-level entities that do curriculum. And then both state-level entities and local entities in the following 5 states have some authority to develop curriculum. There you go.
All the people that were moved there in 1940.
27 factions and 12 foreign powers.
The ones that got pushed into Palestine.
Jeez.
Those are now, and happened since then, Palestinian refugees.
Damn, that was way closer.
Relegated to places like Gaza.
He's talking about the Jews that were displaced post World War II.
I'm gonna master one of these fucking.
Granted, Israel is a land by the.
Oh, okay.
What does diaspora mean?
Diaspora, like, okay, so when bad things happen, people go elsewhere.
You're talking about the Jewish people who then.
Diaspora. Wait, where did they all come from? Was it just Europe? Is that what he said? Was it just Europe where they came from?
Became citizens of Israel.
So that's what happened, right?
That's what happened. Yes.
So the Jewish people came from where?
Against all 12 factions?
Good question, Nick. He's the drunken master. It's Ethan again. Where did they come from?
So the Jewish people came from where to get to?
Well, they had actually been settling even before 1948, but it was not a lot of them. And by 1948, it was still a minority population who had come from mainly places like Europe because of the anti-Semitism that made life for them so hard in Christian white Europe. I mean, hello, the Holocaust, right? World War II.
In Christian white Europe. Thank God we clarified that. Those strong Christian Nazis in Christian white Europe, yes. Christian white settler colonial apartheid supported Europe, yes.
In talking about all of this, I've always
Nazis were Christian, Destiny. Get it right.
Has always existed. Jews have been a persecuted people for generations.
Just like my people.
But the problem is that they utilized that
Holy shit.
suffering, the Zionist movement did, as a way to justify.
Oh, the Holocaust industry. We're borrowing Finkelstein talking points. We're kind of meshing them together with Nazi talking points. Yes, those Jews and the way they leverage that fucking hollow meme against everybody. Oh, those Those sneaky sneakers.
Problem is
Yeah,
that
no
they
shit.
utilized that pain and that suffering the Zionist movement did as a way to justify moving into Palestine.
So
displacing
is-
the people who had lived there.
But why that area though?
American media says the reason that the Ukrainian war has lasted so long was because of corruption in the Russian army. Insofar as you are capable of answering, what's your take on that?
Well, the biblical ties, the ties to that being the land.
I'm being serious.
The Holy Land, its religious significance.
So it does have to do with the Bible.
But what I'm saying is,
Wait, but there weren't actually Jewish people there? It was all just like biblical shit?
Well, depends on.
as far as like, as far as supporting Palestine's liberation, and as far as talking about this from like 1948 and on, the Bible doesn't have to do with it in the sense that it's not important to, like, we're not weighing the Bible when talking about if Palestine should be free, like if Palestinians deserve the right to return home.
Is that our topic?
What is?
I thought you were just giving me a rundown of what's going on.
I think the best way to probably frame it is in the last few hundred years, when you're talking about like how.
Okay, so let's fast forward to modern day. Tell me what's going on exactly like it is, because I know she doesn't know, and I have a little bit of an idea just judging by the Twitter.
Okay, so this was done on October 15th, by the way. Nice. She got all the marching orders within a week after October 7th. Good job. What a good little soldier. What a good little tanky fuck. Nice. Okay. So what exactly is going on right now? Well, okay, hold on. Let's see if we can do this. Okay, we're playing bingo. We're gonna say Hamas represents an oppressed people / an oppressed people engaged in armed resistance. We're gonna have something. We're gonna have they definitely did bad things. I'm not denying that, but the IDF has done far.
Yeah, that
worse
actually
and
sounds
for
like
far longer.
probably the most like based
and now
take
Israel is engaging
that I've heard
in
on it.
collective punishment
Everybody over here in the West wants to just say, yeah, Ukraine is full of like a bunch of super like freedom, peace-loving, freedom-fighting people, and Russia is a bunch of fucking gay-hating, liberty-hating, freedom-hating, corrupt, communist, dictatorship-led, sheep-following,
okay, so let's just
subhuman fucks.
So we've talked about 1948,
And it's just
right?
like, you can't,
This is what we refer to, what
you can't expect us to really just like
because of what happened to Palestinians.
buy that hook, line, and sinker, can you?
200 and
It's
some
like
villages that were just
laying it on a little thick there, don't you think,
forcing
pal?
them to relocate to places like Gaza and the West Bank, which includes
Okay, apparently 1948 is now, but okay.
East Jerusalem. So after 1948, after the Nakba, Israel controlled, they took 78% of historic Palestinian land. That meant that there was only 22% that Israel had not yet officially claimed.
What year are we at?
1948.
God, Nick, please ask who had them, who took them. So did Palestine have the other land? Please ask it.
We're still here. We're gonna move on in a second.
So they took 78%.
They took 78%
So they
and
came in there
established the nation
and
of
took
Israel.
78% of the land,
Yes.
just like that.
Displacement was also gradual.
How? How is that possible?
Just like that? Yeah, how is that possible? What happened? Who did anybody else fight over that, or like?
The displacement of the people. It didn't like it wasn't like all at once. You all go here. I mean, it's a gradual reclamation of more and more reclamation. I say very hesitantly.
You don't like when people
Damn.
use old clips of yours, and justifiably, but why do
So
you
you think
do this to
what's his
someone
name?
else, unless her points are the
Fucking
exact same? One is her points are the exact same. And two,
Volodymyr.
I mean, like, I'm pretty sure I usually say like I don't fucking
Why
know.
can't
I'm
I
not sure about
remember
this,
his
I don't know about this,
name
whatever.
right
like,
now?
You see me like streaming and learning. Like I never presented myself as an expert on any of this. Like I opened the wiki and we did the reading for months on this. It's not like I pretended to know this. I'm not fucking educated
Zelensky.
on it. And
So you
also,
think
I'm also open to debate and
Zelensky's
arguing
just
with
like
people
a
about it as well,
puppet?
which I did with a lot of people. These people are never open to discussion.
A
of,
figurehead?
these topics with anybody else. So
It did seem kind of strange that like a fucking comedian and like TV show star guy is now this big like
Jesus. So this was just
war
like,
general.
Absolutely. This is what, like, yeah, every imperialist, settler, colonialist power has
imperialist, settler, colonialist power. We're not going to mention.
But
that all
I
the
mean,
other Arab
I'm not
states
gonna
that
lie,
went to war
it's
against the Israelis and
we're
nobody
cleaning
fought back.
house
We're not
over
gonna
here.
mention
All
that
of our
as the
military
Israelis
industrial
coming in.
complexes donating their old weapons to Ukraine, which like apparently builds us standing in the world for helping Ukraine while also giving our military industrial companies an excuse to like suckle on the government teat for more money to make newer weapons now. So it's very convenient for America to be in support of Ukraine right now.
This is skipping over now to 1967, okay? And of course there's stuff in between, but now we're at 1967.
And in 1967,
Yeah, what did I just say?
well, this is
I
the month.
just said it's kind of weird that he's a
1967,
fucking
we're gonna
TV
say
star, and that's
preemptive
his
war
claim
with
to
no
fame.
justification. Israel stole lands from Palestinians, occupied territories, even today. And then zero mention of any Arab aggression. Zero mention of Jordan/Egypt controlling West Bank or Gaza Strip. That's my guess. Let's see.
Israel is show him visuals and maps.
I saw the map with the four.
Yeah, can someone, hey chat or mods? I don't have my like shit saved that I've had throughout the week. So if you have some easy visuals,
You like slow mode?
it helps right now.
Can you zoom in on the chat? But I can't see it in the back here.
Do you want this or you want?
No, can you zoom in on the chat for Nick? Because you don't know.
I don't know how to zoom in on this.
It's gonna be the one map. It's gonna be the
No,
dog shit. I know what map it's gonna be. I should have put that on my bingo card. The map. We know what's coming. We know what it's gonna be.
It's also something that could be easily explained through the lens of Paulo as well.
Yeah, but
I'm not kidding. We could.
Okay,
I've seen this
here's a
map.
good info graph, okay?
Right?
I'll pull this up on screen as well.
Yes, the map. It's
It's
the
like
map.
Kevin Spacey from House of Cards becoming president of
This
the
is
United
actually a little bit
States.
better than the one that normally got passed on Twitter, though. To be
Like,
fair,
bruh.
because at least it says pre-British.
That is kind of funny.
Wait. Wait, I don't know what. Oh, the pre-British mandate Palestine. This is just showing where Jews live. So, okay, we're not really including any information about anything that's happened, but okay. I didn't put the map on my bingo card, no.
All right.
Yeah, I seen this one.
Oh, the better one. Yeah, go to the better one. Go to the more meme one.
Not this one. Saw the other one.
You saw the other one. Okay. So this was 1917. As you can see, this is the
Main character vibes indeed.
mandate over Palestine and ushered in the Zionist movement by giving them aid in taking over as they did in 1948. So here's 19.
So they didn't give them aid, to be clear, and Jews also bought most of the land that they settled on, to be clear, and they bought most of it before the British mandate, to be clear, and they bought it from Arab people that owned the land, to be clear, but okay.
48. Okay. The Zionist military forces expelled the 750,000 Palestinians and captured 78%.
No wonder I haven't been doing fucking any
1967
damage.
is the next big date in history.
Okay.
I'm
Israel
using the
took
wrong
the other 20%
fucking stance.
of the land and said we're going to take that as well because
I don't even know if I said preemptive war with no justification. I don't even know if I should get credit for that because what she said was so much more insane than that. Holy shit. Jesus. Christ. Okay, we get this one. Preemptive war, no justification. Oh, wait. Israel stole lands from Palestinians. Should I have that one? What did she say? She made it sound like Israel looked at the lands and was like, I want to take those. And that's where the 67...
1967. This is the next big date in history. Okay, Israel looked at the other 22% of the land and said, we're going to take that as well. Because the goal of Zionism, which again should not be conflated with Judaism, the goal of Zionism has been to have total ownership and sovereignty over historical Palestine.
I don't know what that word means.
Sovereignty?
Zionism?
Oh, she was downstairs.
Oh, you're downstairs.
It's like the Black Panthers.
No, it's...
In short, it's the...
Isn't it?
That,
That's what I got from
Does she even know there was a war in 67? Or does she think it was literally just... Did she have any idea? Or...
have a, like, divine right to
Oh, the
a
birthright
safe
thing. Yeah,
place.
okay.
Okay, kind of different, but sure. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get it.
it's a Jewish national movement that...
Wait, why is it not like the Black Panthers? Isn't Black Panthers
because,
separate?
Because
separate?
Zionism is basically the equivalent to white supremacy in that they...
Wait, what?
God damn. So close.
Zionism
All
is
right,
the
I
equivalent
haven't
to
been
white
paying
supremacy
attention. I
as
need
they
to
were
back
trying to
this up a
escape
little
Hitler,
bit.
Who was a Aryan supremacist, but in most of okay.
They believe they have domination over Palestinians.
So it's more like the Klan then?
It would be.
I'm so confused.
Zionism is like the KKK. True. Dog shit. Evocation.
Israel
Or against.
absolutely
Oh, like I never said.
It's like
controlled to refugee, forcing them to relocate because of what happened. So let's been ran.
Punish the so not
tell me what's is that
48
shit.
It doesn't look at photos.
And that's up
Oh, the Holocaust and
for
Yep,
generations.
just like my people.
But the
point, buddy. Oh,
displacing the people, thinking, hey,
Overfuck. Innocent, but punish. Those
quick. We're just 22. We're gonna
who flips it. Usually indicating. I mentioned the
refugees. Palestine, of course.
Vacation.
67 and Jerusalem are
just Israel coming in. I'm not fucking educating people on it. And also, I'm also open to debate and arguing with people about it as well, which I did with a lot of people. These people are never open to discussion of any of these topics with anybody else. So
Curious. Very curious.
Obviously, got more and more land until there was increasingly more hostility, more fascist impulses, sort of us versus them kind of idea. But yeah, they came in.
But yes, through war, through violence, through force.
So this was just like what America did.
Absolutely, this is what every imperialist, settler, colonialist.
Imperialist, settler, colonialist
power. We're not going to mention all the other Arab states that went to war against the Israelis. Nobody fought back. We're not going to mention any of that. It was literally just Israel coming in and.
Which was ever done. Okay, so now we have Palestinian refugees who have lost their homes, lost everything, and are living in have been forced into about 22% of their historical land. So that was Gaza, that was the West Bank, which includes East Jerusalem, and Jerusalem, which has been a big battle to claim as a capital for both Palestine and Israel because of its historical and religious significance. All right, so there were. This is skipping over now to 1967, okay? And of course, there's stuff in between. But now we're at 1967.
And in 1967, okay. Well, this is from modern. Okay. In 1967, we're gonna say preemptive war with no justification. Israel stole lands from Palestinians, occupied territories, even today. And then zero mention of any Arab nation. Zero mention of Jordan/Egypt.
And that's what
or Gaza Strip. That's my guess. Let's see.
Israel is show him visuals and maps.
And that's what the Nazis said about Poland as well.
Chat or mods. I don't have my shit saved that I've had throughout the week. So if you have some easy visuals.
You like slow mode?
It helps right now.
Can you zoom in on the chat? I can see it in the back here.
Do you want this or you want?
No, can you zoom in on the chat for Nick?
I don't know how to zoom in on this.
It's gonna be the one map. It's gonna be the dog shit. I know what map it's gonna be.
Links.
I should have put that on my bingo card. The map.
It doesn't matter what your fucking historical land was. If you got it taken off of you in a fucking war that you partook in, and part of your peace treaty
yes, the map
was to agree to give up Poland because you lost World War I.
Better than the one that normally got passed on Twitter, though.
It doesn't make it right for you to come and take it back and legally yours because you quote unquote didn't recognize the treaty you signed when you surrendered. It's all just.
Wait, I don't know what. Oh, the pre-British Mandate Palestine. This is just showing where Jews live. So, okay, we're not really including any information.
The Ottoman Empire got mandated to be split up by the British Empire when the Ottomans lost.
Oh, the better one. Yeah, go to the better one. Go to the more meme one.
You saw the other one. Okay. So this was
World War I.
As you can see, this is the pre-British mandate before British established a mandate over Palestine and ushered in the Zionist movement by giving them aid in taking over as they did in 1948. So here's 1948.
So they didn't give them aid, to be clear, and Jews also bought most of the land that they settled on, to be clear, and they bought most of it before the British Mandate, to be clear, and they bought it from Arab people that owned the land, to be clear, but okay.
48, okay. The Zionist military forces expelled the 750,000 Palestinians and captured 78% historic Palestine. 1967. This is the next big date in history. Okay?
Okay.
Israel looked at the other 22% of the land and said, we're going to take that as well because.
I don't even know.
Wait for it. I want to know what.
I said preemptive war with no justification.
What
I
did
don't even
she
know if
say?
I should get credit for that because what she said was so much more insane than that. Holy shit. Jesus. Cor-
Just a picture.
There's also something that could be easily explained through the lens of Polonism.
All right, fuck off.
Yeah, but
I'm not kidding. We could.
Okay,
I've seen this
here's a
map.
good infographic. Okay, and I'll pull this up on stream as well.
Yes, the map. It's the map. This is actually a little bit better than the one that normally got passed on Twitter, though. To be fair, it's a little bit better because at least it says pre-British mandate Palestine. Wait. Wait, I don't know what. Oh, the pre-British mandate Palestine. This is just showing where Jews live. Okay, we're not really including any information about anything that's happened, but okay. I didn't put the map on my bingo card, no.
All right.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Oh, the better one. Yeah, go to the better one. Go to the more meme one.
Not this one, so the other one.
You saw the other one. Okay. So this was 1917. As you can see, this is the pre-British mandate before British established a mandate over Palestine and ushered in the Zionist movement by giving them aid in taking over as they did in 1948. So here's 19.
So they didn't give them aid, to be clear. And Jews also bought most of the land that they settled on, to be clear. And they bought most of it
Yep.
before the British mandate, to be clear. And they bought it from Arab people that owned the land, to be clear. But okay.
48. Okay. The Zionist military forces expelled 750,000 Palestinians and captured 78% of historic Palestine. 1967. This is the next big date in history. Okay.
Okay.
Israel looked at the other 22% of the land and said, we're going to take that as well because.
I don't even know if I said preemptive war with no justification. I don't even know if I should get credit for that.
Yeah.
Because what she said was so much
She
more
said,
insane than that.
We're just going to look
Holy
at that and be
shit.
like, that's ours now. No. They literally
Jesus.
were staring at a war on like 6 fronts
Christ.
from a bunch of different Arab states around there, and they fought a
Preemptive
war, and
no justification.
the result of that was they took over more territory.
Oh wait.
They could go back to those
Israel stole
borders.
land
They
from
could give it
Palestinians.
back.
Should I have that one? What did she
Yeah,
say?
no.
She
This
made it sound
this
like
bitch
Israel
is
looked at the land and said, "I wanna
wilding
take
out.
those,"
All right,
and
I
that's
gotta pee.
67.
Give me a sec.
1967.
Stick with me, Russ.
Big date in history. Okay. Israel looked at the other 22% of the land and said, we're going to take that as well because
We're gonna take that. We're gonna take that. Duh. Like, what do you think? We're just gonna grab that up. That's so fucking stereotype. Wild. Yeah, you see that land there? We're gonna have that.
total ownership and sovereignty over historical Palestine.
I don't know what that word means.
Sovereignty?
Zionism?
Oh, she was down.
Oh, you're downstairs.
It's like the Black Panthers.
No, it's
in short, it's the
Isn't it?
that the
That's what I got from
Does she even know there was a war in '67, or does she think it was literally just? Did she have any idea, or?
have a like divine right to
Oh, the
a
birthright
state
thing.
that-
Yeah.
Okay, kind of different, but sure. Yeah. I think
Yeah,
you get it.
it's a Jewish national movement that.
Wait, why is it not like the Black Panthers? Isn't Black Panthers
because,
separate?
Because
separate?
Zionism is basically the equivalent to white supremacy in that they.
What? That's not an answer. Zionism is the equivalent to white supremacy, as they were trying to escape Hitler, who was a Aryan supremacist. But in most of okay.
They believe they have domination over Palestinians.
So it's more like the Klan then?
Shit lines up.
I'm so confused.
Zionism is like the KKK. True.
Because it sounded like it was more like
it's much more.
Checks out.
It's much more of the Klan than the Black Panther. The Black Panthers fought against white supremacy. They were, a radical group who fought against the oppression that Black people were under. So yeah, so Zionism is Jewish nationalism. It is fascism, and it is.
Zionism is
and
fascism.
Okay, fascism too. There we go.
What?
Wait, my mod in your chat needs my help.
There's another good way to look at it strictly by the numbers of citizens as well, especially if people bring the source into question. There's a great.
Oh, thank God. And now we've got the genius Brooks here to tell us that it's not a complicated topic at all. Because it's not. It's so simple. It's so simple. It's not complicated. Thank God.
You could go look up the Jewish population in Palestine by the years on the I think it's like the Jewish Virtual Library.
Are they watching Michael Brooks?
What was the event that started the first Intifada?
Yeah, Michael Brooks. It's so simple.
Was it the I know that it ended with the Oslo Accords. Did it start because of the war in Lebanon? First Intifada start. I think it was because of. I'm trying to think. Because peace with Egypt happened in '79. Palestinians kind of got shafted on that, and then I think it was in the '80s. I think it was after Lebanon War. Let's check. When did that Lebanon War end? Ended in '85. First Intifada began a couple years later. It might have just been general tensions and people upset that nothing was happening, I guess, maybe. Collective Palestinian frustration over Israel's military occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Yeah, I don't know if there was like an inciting moment for this. Like for the second Intifada, the failure of Camp David was probably like the inciting moment for setting that off.
Which is a massive displacement. And again, this is a source curated by
So in 1948, where did they spawn from? Like where did they just come in from? Like was it? You said it was the British.
Well, it was a.
Where did they spawn? Video games, man.
Existing displacement, so of the Jews that were persecuted through the Holocaust, right? So now there are a bunch of people there saying we don't feel safe, we don't feel good, yada yada yada. And the Brits were like, we know just the place. If that is more or less, does that make sense?
Oh, I get it.
Yeah. So they were collecting those who were displaced by that and essentially quarantining them.
Wasn't that crazy Israeli terrorist guy? Wasn't that in '95? I don't remember. Hebron massacre. Temple of the Hebron massacre. Fuck, what was it called? Why can't I find this? Was it the Temple of the Saints? Is that what it was called? Cave of the Patriarchs. Oh, that was it. It was 94. But this would have been after the First Intifada ended because the Oslo Accord #1 was already underway. This is in Hebron, right? Am I making this up? Or is it, maybe it's near Hebron?
Fuck!
That other one that kept popping up, though, is kind of funny. Not funny, I shouldn't
Cocky,
say that.
man.
But I'm pretty sure the Hebron massacre was, I think there were a bunch of, I'm parroting this and I should do more reading. Take what I'm saying here with a grain of salt. But I'm pretty sure, I think here, the Jewish people were starting to say to more and more of the Jews living in Palestine, like, hey guys, like you should probably come and live up here with us because we're kind of like Jewish and we're chill and we'll be like chill. And I think some of the Jews living in Hebron were like, hey, we understand that you guys are there, but like this is like everybody here is friends with each other. Jews and Palestinians all living together in harmony and happiness, so we don't really feel the need to move. And then they got massacred. They got omega fucked. That's a very short summary. I'm not sure if I am being very biased or I'm incorrect in that because I've only read short summaries of this. So maybe the actual event itself was more back and forth than that. So just take what I'm saying here with a grain of salt. But this was in 1929 for the Hebron massacre. Okay, sorry.
It had just as much to do.
Being at work with the stream in the background is the wave for me. Cool. Montages for all. Montages. Fuck me. How is Thing going to negatively hurt LeBron's legacy? He is my king. I would not want him to get hurt. Can you explain and not spread misinformation about my king? My bad.
With anti-Semitism.
Massacred by who? I thought by the Arabs living there. Am I making that up? That would change things significantly if that's not true. I thought it was by the local Arab population. At about 8:30 a.m. Saturday morning, the first attacks began. Launching against houses where Jews resided after a crowd of Arabs armed with staves, axes, and knives appeared in the streets. The first location to be attacked was a large Jewish residence on the main road. 2 young boys were immediately killed, and the mob entered the house and beat or stabbed the other occupants to death. Cafarata appeared on the scene, gave orders to his constables to fire on the crowd, and personally shot dead 2 of the attacking Arabs. While some dispersed, the rest managed to break through the pickets, shouting, "On to the ghetto!" But also, to be fair, some Arabs also sheltered Jews as well, so. It was Al Schindler's List. I'm sorry, that's not funny. By Arabs incited to violence by rumors that Jews are planning to seize control of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem.
Since it did anything else.
War was over. They didn't know where to go, and they're like, let's go there.
Yes.
Yes, and Jews had been settling in Palestine before 1948. It just was, it was a handful.
Okay, this might be a stupid question.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm genuinely... How do I ask this? I sound like a complete utter moron. But I have to know.
Sure.
So, the Jewish people in Israel, is it like the same sort of Jewish people that we have here? Is it the same thing, kind of?
God, it's such a good question. Are they all white Jews? Because technically, pretty sure the majority of the Jews living in Israel today are actually of... I need to learn all the Jew races or whatever, because I don't know all their racial classes or whatever. But I'm pretty sure most of them are descendants of Middle Eastern Jews now, because after all the big wars, all the Jews kind of like run to Israel because they're kind of scared in their own countries. Is it Mizrahi? Is that Sephardic, Mizrahi, whatever the fuck?
Do you mean like as far as
is it like
race and ethnicity?
No, is it just like,
or
is it like the same thing?
You know how in Islam you got Sunni Islam, you got Shia Islam, it's like 2 different things, or like and they kind of beef.
Because Americans and Brits are different, but we both speak English.
No, that's not the same. Shia and Sunni Islam does not refer to different ethnic groups, but okay. Predictions on her answer? I don't know. It's going to include white people, though, somehow.
Okay. So
yes, I understand what you're saying.
So
when you say most of them, does that mean 90 or 55%? I think it's like over 50%. I don't think it's like 90%, but I think over half of the Jewish people that live in Israel now are descendants of Middle Eastern Jews. Can we find that? Ethnic makeup of Jews in modern Israel. Is there a way we can find that? Oh, Jewish ethnic identity. Oh, maybe it's a plurality and not a majority. Israeli Jews are nearly evenly split between 2 Jewish ethnic identity groups, the Ashkenazim, 45%, and the Sephardim or Mizrahim. Is it Sephardim or Mizrahim? Ashkenazim? I don't know how to pronounce this, for 48%. These 2 ethnic groups retain some distinct religious practices and cultural traditions associated with their ancestral roots.
The same they're all in the same group, right?
Yes, but some of them are Zionist Jews, and some of them are anti-Zionist Jews. But yes,
if you go to Israel, you're never, or I've never been to Israel, but I've never in my life heard a Jew divide the Jews in Israel between Zionist and anti-Zionist. But okay, I admire the level of conviction here. I need this. Like, where's the comic, like the cucked destiny, like, well, it feels like, or I'm not entirely sure, or my level of conviction is low, or versus the Chad Caroline. What types of Jews live in Israel? Well, there's Zionist and anti-Zionist Jews. Well, you've got the Jewish Jews and the Goyim Jews. You've got the white supremacist Jews and the ones that are fighting for Gaza. Like,
won't we have those here in America too then? Some Zionist and
And, I mean, I guess we should clarify and say that there's Palestinian Jews. There are,
I want to kill myself. It's okay. When she says Palestinian Jews, she means like Arab Israelis. Or maybe you could say Palestinian Israelis. I've heard that before, but okay.
Black Jews. Like there are.
Wait, what?
There are. Judaism is not. Jews are not a monolith. Like
I thought it was hard to become Jewish. Your mom had to be Jewish. How can you? I'm so
But
confused.
it's also a belief. I mean, like you have. So there's like.
Could I become Jewish?
Yeah, you could convert.
You could convert to Judaism.
Listen, that might be one of those things they'll never really truly accept you.
Well, no.
Listen, I tried to become white back in high school, and they would not let me in the club. Okay.
She means Mizrahim when she says Palestinian Jews. Well, Mizrahim, Palestinian Jews are just Arabs that live there that are the descendants of the old Arabs that lived there, Palestinians, you could call them, or Canaanites or whatever, right? That are now Israeli citizens. But Mizrahim, I thought, refers to ethnically Jewish people. No? Like, Mizrahim is not... I don't like Mizrahim. Am I wrong on that? Mizrahim Jews, Wikipedia. Refers to Oriental Jews. Mizrahi almost exclusively applied to descendants of Jewish communities from the Middle East and North Africa, and this classification are descendants of Mashriki Jews, who also... Okay, yeah. Isn't she referring to Arab Israelis? Palestinian Jews are a really tiny group now. I mean, like, she's not, like, completely wrong to call them Palestinian Jews, but I'm going to rail on her on stuff like this, since she clearly is completely fucking retarded on all of this, so I'm not going to give her any charitability on any of it.
I thought it. I tried. They wouldn't let me in.
Black Israelites. Okay, so
you had a club for white people in your school?
Yeah.
It's called the school.
I wanna bring it back in.
Yeah, bring it
I'd
in.
like for us to watch this clip. This is one that I've
Who is this guy?
The different types of Jews are just a religious sect, right? Like, there's no DNA or anything, right? No. God, fuck. Don't fuck me up on this. So when you talk about, like, Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardic Jews, or Mizrahi Jews, you're talking about only ethnicity, I believe. You're only talking about ethnicity. But when you get into, like, if you're talking about, like, Orthodox Jews or Hasidic Jews or traditional, I don't know what they call the normal ones. Those are, like, religious distinctions. However, my guess is going to be different ethnic groups tend to be different types of Jewish people. So, like, for instance, I'm totally pulling this out of thin air, probably right, I'm guessing. Ashkenazi Jews are probably most likely going to be secular Jews, like non-religious ones. That'd be my guess. And the
Fuck.
That would be like how that would orient would be my guess. But you could probably go look up like which Jewish ethnicities tend to be which religion, and they probably correlate roughly. But they're technically different. Yeah, they're technically different, I think. Like, yeah, somebody said Mizrahim are more likely to be traditional Jews. Maybe, yeah.
Why should I care about his opinion?
This is Michael Brooks. Rest in peace. He was an amazing.
Rest in
He
peace.
was Jewish, and he was
He looks like Lionel Messi.
vehemently against Zionism, and he was against the actions of Israel, and he was pro-Palestinian. I think he had like a.
Is he an American?
How could they be Jewish and secular? Because Jewish is like broadly referring to an ethnicity or a nationality or a religion, but in this case it would be an ethnicity. You could be a Jew ethnically, but not be religiously Jewish.
An aneurysm to the back of the head.
Yes, aneurysm to the back of the head.
To the back of the head?
Oh. Not, so I'm just like repeating stuff.
Hang on, are you frazzled?
No, yes, I am a little frazzled. But
Am I frazzling you?
Blood clot, aneurysm. No, it's. Okay, so he works for the Majority Report. He works for the Young Turks.
Oh,
he's Jewish
Hassan.
American. Yes.
Does Hassan know him?
Hassan knew him, I believe. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Okay, so he is here, and he is talking about why he, as a Jewish person, for his Jewish values, believes in Palestinian liberation. Why, like, as a person who's a member of a persecuted group of people who lost.
Keep in mind that this type of Jew is going to be the ultra minority anywhere in the world. Most Jewish people are not going to agree with like the self-hating Jew archetype. It's like a minority Jew position, but not that I don't know if I should say self-hating. That's kind of Uncle Tommy, but this is not like a huge percentage of Jews.
You know, who had 6 million murdered during a Holocaust. Why he especially?
The secular Catholic kind of makes sense. No, because Catholic generally refers to specifically like a religious belief. Catholic isn't used like to describe an ethnicity.
A Jewish person does not support Israel in their apartheid regime against Palestine. Okay, so let's watch this. This is very powerful. And
Do you have to watch all 7 minutes?
yes, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it.
So my first question.
Dude, Michael Jackson's dead. I don't watch his videos.
We might need speakers.
Oh, here, wait.
Right next post.
Hey.
Okay, at 1:20, 1 hour 20, we cut this off. I can no more of this. Okay.
It's not funny.
What?
Give it a
I'm
little bit
trying to
longer.
tell you, Lynn, just no. You said such a stupid thing. Just because someone's dead doesn't mean you have to watch all their videos. Like, I will watch it, but
No,
like,
but
that's not a good reason.
He is a very.
did.
They have to have people like memeing on it.
Who's memeing on it? It's a 7-minute video. I didn't watch the whole thing.
That's a lot of minutes.
All right, let's test the sound.
It says on your Twitter that you're Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio, it says I'm Jewish.
No, but like in your tweets. I just don't want to be wrong.
I have Jewish background.
Okay.
I think it's,
Okay. So, as someone with a Jewish background,
Yes.
how do you feel about Bernie's plan for Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Okay. Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate on. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel but also to the? Have you been to? But have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza? You went to Gaza. Okay, but not to Gaza. Well, I know people who've gone to Gaza. You could definitely go to Gaza. So for me, my politics are built on a base of, economic justice and actually really like anti-racism. In some ways, that's distinct from some of the sort of woke stuff in a way. But
Well, we said
when
woke 3 years ago.
I was already, look, I grew up, I was pretty connected to left politics, so I always knew growing up about the travesty that was the human rights situation. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela said, South Africa is going to not be properly free until the Palestinians are free. In 2006, I believe, I read a piece by a guy named Tony Judt in the New York Review of Books, who was a really important Jewish scholar, and he just said, like, the argument was that, like, literally this is childish. Like, the idea that you have an ethno-state or a religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social, economic equity and civil society, it doesn't work.
It's such a white American. It's so funny. Like Nazis and tankies have the same view when it comes to like race stuff. Like, oh, Israel, ethno-state, bad. And it's like, I mean, like, I'm sympathetic towards the view, but you understand that every single other state in the region, and arguably, depending on how you want to define ethnicity, every state in the world is kind of an ethno-state. But definitely the states in the region are all ethno-states. Like, none of these states are going to accept, like 20 million Brits moving into the state. Like, they're all going to want to maintain, and some of these states are explicitly theocratic states as well. Like, they literally have the religion built right into the fucking governing body, or
no matter how justified.
or literally like oppress like other ethnic minorities, in the country. Saddam Hussein did this a ton in Iraq. It happens a lot in Yemen.
Any type of broad-based social, economic equity and civil society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified, right?
Also, ethno-state usually refers to, when you're using ethno-state, you're loading this a lot too, and you're referring to not just immigration policy. Usually you're referring to discrimination against certain ethnicities within your state as well. And country of Israel, every Arab Israeli should enjoy more or less the same rights as every Jewish Israeli, like the rights in the books or whatever, are basically all the same. They are in government, they are in the Knesset, they have parties. Like,
of course there's justification because of Jewish history. There's justification for Kurdistan because of Kurdish reality. There's justification for Pakistan. It's notable that Israel and Pakistan are both disasters. Israel not in the sense of, look, if you're a European Jewish background, you have a nice life there. If you're not, you are, even inside 67 borders, not a fully equal citizen. And the situation in the West Bank is, it is literally Jim Crow-like, and Gaza is, it's just an atrocity. So that's not something that anybody can reasonably ask me to support. And I understand, there's some actions from some Palestinian groups that,
Can you define ethno-state? How do you say that every country can be ethno-state based on how ethno-state is defined? It depends on what your definition of ethnicity is, which I've seen people fight over a lot of different types of things. But there's going to be like some general character of a country that you're probably going to be defending as part of your immigration policy. And you have a right as a country to determine what your immigration policy should be, even in the United States, as part of our immigration policy that we know now from our research, right? When we take in immigrants from other countries, we make sure that more than 7% of a particular country doesn't represent that year's total legal immigration, because we don't want to like completely and totally have like one country of people like coming over and like completely dominating the new like ethnic character of the United States. But it depends, again, you have to be careful too for how you use ethnicity. Nazis or far-right people and tankies or far-left people use ethnicity like in a very childlike way. So for Nazis or like far-right conservatives, when they talk about ethnicity, they just mean like white people. Because they think that because they've probably never left the U.S. before, they think that like every white European person is more or less like identifies as the same ethnically. Like a guy in Sweden, a guy in Russia, and a guy in Greece, as long as he hasn't been outside for too long, are going to look at each other and be like, "Oh, bro, we're all white," and basically like vibe on that ethnic background. But yeah, I mean, like generally, there's going to be through your immigration policy, you're going to have like a certain number of people that come to your country. There's going to be some type of like shared common values, and then a type of people in a country with some shared values is arguably like an ethnic group. This gets kind of hairy when you're in places like the United States, where their countries don't have like a default ethnic group, except our indigenous people who don't comprise a huge percentage of the United States. But
you can condemn. In fact, those have not even really been in any way seriously in place since like 2003. And when we talk about, look, and the apartheid word specifically is both used by people who were crucial in ending apartheid in South Africa, like Desmond Tutu or Ronnie Kasrils, who served as intelligence minister under Mbeki, who I've interviewed. And the other main people who use the apartheid word are Ace Olmert and David Barada.
so then the same goes towards brown people. Well, I don't think that brown people, even in the United States, don't generally consider themselves brown people either, unless you're like a young college student. Like I'm like pretty sure it'll be a joke. Like a Mexican will make fun of you, or a Mexican American will make fun of you if you mix them up for like a Puerto Rican or Venezuelan or somebody else from South America that you just call them all Mexican. You're like, oh, they're all Hispanic. It's all the same shit or whatever, right? Like people generally will, but white people do this a lot. We're just like, oh, brown and white and black. Or young people in college will do this when they think of stupid fucking acronyms like BIPOC, and they want to just group all of the colored people together against like the white people or whatever.
So it is what it is, and I don't support second-class citizenship and occupation and sieges for anybody. Not really that.
Are you not concerned about the binary between either condemning Israel entirely, being like also a stance that a lot of like very strong and notorious anti-Semitic people agree
I can't focus. Can you throw your toenail? That's so gross. Like, I don't want to hear it anymore. I hear it. Just stop. Just throw it away. Hands in hand. Okay. Focus.
Jesus.
Please throw it away.
It's not a toenail. It's my big thumb. No.
I hear it. I hear it better than the. I'm sorry. I can't.
Why are you gonna call me out in front of Caroline?
No, I'm trying to listen to what this dude is saying, and then I hear the nail flicking around.
Okay, get rid of it.
Oh my god.
Now.
It's in the couch.
No, to never go to that couch. Bro, you will never go to that couch.
Sorry.
Bro, there's no way.
Jews came to Israel where they were not a majority, then established an ethno-state. That is not something that happened anywhere else within the last century, as far as I'm aware. Well, so the big ethnic state for Jewish people kind of came about as a result of the war that happened in 47 and 48, right? Because prior to that, Jewish people were willing to accept a huge chunk of Arabs living in their lands, right? In 47, the Jews agreed to have 45% of their population be comprised of Arabs. I mean, so like you can call it an ethno-state if you want, but I mean it's not. I don't really think that's what most people mean when they say that. Also, in terms of it happening in other places, I mean, you had the whole Armenian genocide. You had huge population transfers between, I think it was India and Pakistan. You had huge population transfers between Greece and Turkey. You had, I think there were other, you had a lot of Germans after World War II moving back to Germany outside of lands that they had lived in during the war, or before the war sometimes. So, I mean, like, this happened a lot. It wasn't just in Israel. This is the only place it's ever happened. Were those okay? The population transfer between Greece and Turkey, I think most people consider that was generally okay. Between India and Pakistan, I think a lot of people died, but I think people probably thought that it was better for them to move than not, is my understanding. As far as German people leaving where they lived, I mean, ideally they wouldn't have gotten killed staying there. I don't know what the actual push factors were for German people after World War II in the places they were in, though. But do you consider them okay? Like me personally, I don't care that much. I think it's weird that people have like crazy, attachments to, like if there was a huge fucking war, like if Mexico invaded this place, I would have no problem going north. I wouldn't stay here. I would just leave. I'd say, fuck this. Even if I lived here for 30 years, I'd just say fuck it and leave. I'd go north. Fuck that. But I mean, like, the world was also a way different place in terms of like people moving around and displacement of people and people moving after wars and shit. Like that happened a lot.
You threw it on the couch.
You got rid of it.
Oh,
You got it out.
All right, are we ready?
Yeah.
The next part coming up is I mean, it's all.
Would Mexico then be in the wrong? If they invaded the United States for no reason, I would say that, yeah, it's probably not good. You shouldn't invade countries for no reason. Willing to give up your country says a lot about you, especially if you're pro-immigration. What the fuck are you talking about?
Fuck.
You type 2 diabetic fuckhead. But like, you don't even know what country you live in right now. You probably are in the United States and don't believe like in fucking democracy. So you're not even one to talk about a country. What do you mean? There was a fucking war or some shit, I'd fight. But I'm saying that the land was already conquered. I'm not gonna sit here and fucking die because it's occupied by some other people that want to fucking kill me. I would just leave. We're not talking about defending a country now. We're talking about the borders are already set. Rope.
With versus like, you know, seeing this as more
Remember
of
the
a
full screen.
complex issue where it is wrong what's going on and that there's also a way to do this that Israel still exists and is supported.
So it's not a complex issue. That's the difference. Super simple. There's one group that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East, backed by the United States. It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship, period. And just as like a thought experiment, IDW people, if we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank and Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open-air prison in what, Jewish Gaza, which they bombed with white phosphorus, they killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine, they had an embargo that blocked food, that electricity wasn't running, that there was over 48% unemployment rate, life expectancy and malnutrition statistics are horrifying. One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical Arabic-Palestinian state said we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jewish area where there was a little bit more autonomy, but there was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods, they terrorized them with rocks, the security forces broke children's bones, and they couldn't drive their own roads. We'd all have no problem understanding what that was. So there's nothing complex about it. The second part of your question, it's a pure asymmetry relationship, and the question is rights or not. So that's it. It's not complicated. The second part of your question, at this point, there's always going to be crackpots.
Yeah, I mean, what about Jews that were kicked out of the West Bank or East Jerusalem, or who cares? I don't care. All right. Get me the fuck out of here. We're good. You wasted my time on this. I don't know why the fuck I watched any of this. Kill me. Holy shit, fuck that. I just clicked the thing. I don't trust you in Israel-Palestine unless you can 100% the Sporkle quiz. Bro, I opened that shit. I don't know any of that. What the fuck is this? Who led the Israelites out of Egypt? Oh, wait. Are we...
Moses.
I don't think that's real, but okay. Name... Wait, is this just biblical things? No, okay. Name given to Israel by the Roman Empire. Oh, fuck me. It's Palestine's the answer to something. Oh, it was Palestine. Okay, yeah, okay. All right, okay. First monotheistic faith founded by the Jewish people. The second monotheistic faith... Judaism. This group ruled over the majority of Southwest Asia and Turkey from 1517 to 1917. The Ottomans. Name of the Jewish leader that founded Jerusalem. Oh, fuck. Peter that's Catholicism. David? Oh, okay. King, okay. Name of the Jewish leader that built the first temple. Who built the temple?
Solomon?
I don't know that. There's no shot. Name of the group of people that have been put in...
Either Solomon or David.
Relocation camps in the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and Golan Heights in Israel. Relocation camps. Palestinians? Okay. A nation of people without a land to occupy. Legally, refugees? Refugee? A nation of people... Stateless people? A nation of people without a land to legally occupy. Kurdish people? Stateless refugees. It's not with two. A nation of people without a land. I don't fucking know, bro. The most abundant natural resource in Southwest Asia. That's like the Middle East, right? Oil. Group formed in the 1960s to help regain the land for Palestinian Arabs. The PLO. Jews' holiest site in Jerusalem is would it be Temple Mount, or would it be, is it Western Wall? Okay. The holiest site in Jerusalem for Muslims is the Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? Oh no. Agua Aqsa Mosque. Fuck me. I don't. I don't know how to spell it. The holiest site in Jerusalem for Muslims. It is that mosque, right? It's Al-Aqsa, right? The movement create to gain support a Jewish homeland in Palestine. Nazism. Okay, country directly to the east of Israel. Jordan. Directly to the north is Lebanon or Syria?
Syria.
Okay. Northeast is Syria. Type of government of lands controlled by Muslims. Oh fuck, what's it called? It's not the Umar, it's the this thing. The Caliphate? Is it? No. The type of government. No. The holiest city of Islam. Oh my god, I call it the cube in the box so much I forgot the name of the city. With the Kaaba. Mecca. The organization that created Israel through a resolution.
The Peel Commission?
Country that controlled Palestine after World War II. I think that's supposed to be after World War I, because technically the answer is Israel, but I think they're probably looking for Britain. War in which Israel took over the Sinai Peninsula, Gaza Strip. That's the 6-Day War. Okay, 6-Day War. The 1970 document by the British was viewed by Arabs and Jews as promising a national for the Jews. That's the Balfour Declaration. Site of agreement where Jews and Palestinians agreed to mutually recognize each other. Oslo? Okay. Egyptian president closed the Straits of Tiran to Israeli shipping, causing the 6-Day War. It's a little reductionist, but it's Abdel. War that was begun when Egypt and Syria surprised Israel on the Jewish Day of Atonement. Okay, never mind. This was easier than I thought it would be. Israeli opposition leader that visited the Haram Ash-Sharif, which caused Palestinian riots. It was Sharon? Ariel Sharon? Palestinian Authority president that died 2004. Is Yasser Arafat? Okay. Name of the Jewish leader that built the first temple. Okay, let's just think of Jewish names. Was his name Eli? David, Michael, Mike, is that a Christian name? Name of the Jewish leader that built the first. Ezekiel. A nation of people without a land to legally occupy. Can I say nomads? No. Nomadic, nomad, stateless. Okay. The holiest site in Jerusalem for Muslims. Type of government of lands controlled by Muslims. I don't know. Fuck. I'm not gonna get any of these. I don't think I know any. Name of the Jewish leader that built the first temple. Job. More Jewish names. Hold on. Gnome something? Nope. Nation of people that are land legally occupied. Holiest site in Jerusalem. Okay, I give up. Alright, I'm done. Oh, Solomon. Was that it? Fuck! Oh, fuck me. What was the nation of people without land to legally occupy? What the fuck is that? Jews? No. Oh, diaspora. Would you call a diaspora a nation of people? No.
Yeah.
Caliphate wasn't the answer to this. For a type of government of lands controlled by Muslims. You can hit give up? Oh. Stateless nation. I've never heard this term in my life. Dome of the Rock is the holiest site in Jerusalem for Muslims. Oh, fuck. Dome of the Rock. And theocracy is a type of government. Oh, come on. Seriously? Is Dome of the Rock the name for the entire Temple Mount? Or was it the Dome of the Rock was built on the Temple Mount and the Al-Aqsa Mosque is on the Dome of the Rock? Or is the Dome of the Rock in the Al-Aqsa Mosque? Or it might be next to it. Dome of the Rock is an Islamic shrine at the center of the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound. Okay. It's this thing. Okay, so the mosque is next to this thing. This is where he flew up to heaven or whatever, right? On the horse. Do more Sporkle quizzes? Bro, fuck that. Anytime I get anything wrong, I get clipped and shipped. Let's get 15. Okay, we'll do this one. And then no more links. I got a bunch of links open, and then we got to do work today. We got to work today, guys. Okay. Albania versus Moldova. They've got 2.9. Well, who the fuck lives in Moldova? Lower. Fuck! Okay, hold on. Starting now. All right. Here we go. Cyprus versus Uzbekistan. Okay, Uzbekistan, that's a lot of land. Boom, there we go. We're going for 15 right here, okay? Bangladesh. Sounds like high population, but small piece of land. 34 million people, lower. Fuck! Oh my god, hold on. Oh my god. Population of 170 million people? What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Bangladesh size versus Israel. Bangladesh is 7 times bigger than Israel. What is the population of Israel? Like 10 million? Israel population, 9.5. I guess it's not that crazy, actually. Whatever. Jesus. Fuck. Okay, now for real. I knew that, actually. I was just fucking with you guys. Okay, trying for real. Okay, Indonesia, way higher. Boom. Somalia, 280 million. Come on, not even close. Way lower. Eritrea, more than Somalia? No way, that's a tiny-ass country. Boom, easy. Kiribati, that's an island. Get me out of here, easy. Philippines, way higher. Next one is Ecuador, way lower. Namibia, well, African, way higher. Whoa! Okay, we're done with this. Fuck this. Okay, more things for Caroline. Don't know why I clicked that. Fuck this. Don't know where I have this open. Don't care.
Thank you for agreeing to train with me.
Okay, what the fuck is this, Goros? The fuck is this? Final Fantasy VII bring Arts Cloud Strife. Why was I even link this? Don't care.
I've got plenty of fight left.
Oh, for your bookshelf. Do I want figurines down there?
في التبشير أنت المسؤول عن السر لا تضغط على أي شيء يا إله لحظة الحقيقة عندما تكون جاهزا اضغط على واحد أنا متوتر أوه ذهب
Jesus Christ. Remember, like, back in 2016 when the right said neo-Nazis barely existed? Okay. And then my last link. Oof. Oh shit, boys. On the Anything Else podcast, format paywall structure from Dan. Oh shit, boys. Okay. I'm gonna come back and we'll read this.
Oh shit, boys. Fuck, I need to fucking remember that. Fuck, you only hit me with that.
I'll fight sober today. No concessions. No holding back. You hear?
No! God damn it.
How you guys feeling about that redesign?
One move! One fucking move! How do you one-shot me like that? That's so goddamn ridiculous. Quit dropping goddamn fire bombs.
Withix, the DGG redesign. Refresh your big screen. Take a look. Everybody should refresh right now. If you haven't refreshed, you need to refresh.
Plenty of fight left.
You all refreshed. You're trapped now forever.
Expect this to be a clean fight.
I just got a message. Somebody knows what I'm here to do. Somebody saw what I'm here to do.
more training. My victory is assured.
Fuck.
I'll fight sober today. No concessions.
I would talk to you guys. There is a war being waged in my DMs right now, so I can't say anything.
I'm clearly no match for you. No holding back. You hear?
Fuck you, bro. Fuck you. Just let me fucking heal. Fucking bum.
Thank you for agreeing to train with me. I've got plenty of fight left.
Fuck.
It's no use. What a shame. I expect this to be a clean fight.
Okay, I'm being paid for my silence, okay? So the only thing I have to say to you guys is patreon.com/JSDLK, discord.gg/JSDLK, okay? Come join the community, come hang out, catch the streams. Starts usually about an hour before Destiny ends, depending on when he ends, okay? Love all of you guys. Oh, youtube.com/@JSTLK live. Every time I see a Nopers, I just think of a new social media to plug. Twitter.com/JSTLK_. Kick.com/JSTLK. Okay. I love you guys. We'll see you. I'm going to come back after he reads this post. So we'll let him read the post, and then we'll be back.
Guess this means I could use more training. My victory is assured.
Hold on. I should actually stay for a little bit and talk to you guys, right? You prefer that? What post? I believe he's about to read a post from Dan. Hark Dan Saltman. Play the song? Oh, I should figure out doing that, shouldn't I? I need to get virtual audio cables set up so I can play stuff through my microphone. Absolutely.
Are you just hanging out here?
Yeah, well, I was gonna leave and then people were like angel thumping when I left, so I came back to spite them.
Why are you so? Oh my god! Why are you so peppy? Okay. You gonna talk about stuff, or you just literally just chilling out your stuff?
You got a Kari. Say rape? You just want me to kill Destiny's monetization? It scared Wolfgang away. He's got PTSD after last night. Jader. That can't be a real Jader. Jader's here. Then he left. Oh, yeah, we did get a subreddit too. Somebody was just reminding me. What do you think about the fact that Israel's incestuous marriage rate is 50 times higher than Israel's? I don't know how to interpret that statistic, Mr. New Account. Thank you for that. You gonna talk about the war? No. I want to talk about anything else.
No holding back. You hear?
Israel's incestuous marriage rate is 50 times higher than Alabama's. Was Alabama's high? I know it's a meme, but was it actually high? Do you ever appear on anything else IRL? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I know, Tony. That's why I can answer so easily. Thoughtless, I didn't come on to promote my shit. I came on to talk about something specific.
There we go. That's master.
Would you wear a Q mask? I don't think so. We need more e-girls. Maybe true.
Damn right.
You a groiper? No, I am not. And I've like stopped even memeing in that direction, even though I find it funny, because it's just not productive.
Fine show you put on. One day we may have to see which one of us is stronger, eh?
I think, are you talking about Scott, Dakaro Kaide? Was that Scott with the paper bag on his head? I forget. Why do you sound like an AI? I don't know. Name one strong disagreement you have with Destiny. Probably the one I originally came on to argue about, which was the lack of productivity for like polygamous relationships. Any kind of poly relationship, monogamy is just better. It's just goated. Be a pretty significant one.
Alright, I gotta go brush my teeth
You rename yourself
first.
that I didn't. Nothing to do with my name at all.
Y'all hang tight.
Just a meme from other people. Roll, no I don't.
Your feedback, don't want your criticism. Don't
Tag Destiny 20,000 times in like.
Alright. Alright, everybody chill out. I'm here.
A year and a half.
Thanks for waiting for me.
Can I say hard R's in your Discord? No, you cannot break the TOS in my Discord. The Discord TOS are the rules in my Discord. When you touch your enemy printed undies, do you call that petting or just Darius? What?
Batman.
YouTube chat is based.
Batman.
Wow.
This guy tried to get me to say a slur.
Batman.
Vaticus Vibesimus. Tried to get me to say a hard R. Don't like it. Okay, you gotta read this article first, and then I'll be back. Bye-bye.
Be careful.
Okay. We're back. Sorry, I gotta do the whole fucking water pick shit. Old motherfuckers and their gums, right?
You ready for the threads on Reddit about the redesign? Redesigns always take like a week to settle. I'm probably just spam removing every single thread that comes up, and then if I'm in a bad mood, I'll just start banning for it. But redesigns always take a while for logo shifting and all that. So if you're thinking about posting, you literally shouldn't even waste your time. There's like a 50% chance it just gets removed. There's a 50% chance you get a 6-month ban. So good luck. Don't want your feedback. Don't want your criticism. Don't want any thoughts whatsoever. Just want to let it settle for a week. Somebody gifted 50 subs. Who did it? Feels like a replay when you moved away from the Destin 4 logo. Yeah, I mean, new users have no idea what they want for UX, UI, or design at all. So usually you have to like change something, let it sit for a while, and then see what happens. But yeah, I think like about a week will. It's good to settle in.
Batman.
All right.
Like I said.
On the Anything Else podcast, format paywalls structure from Dan.
What are you doing, pal?
Preamble. There's now been several threads looking to discuss how anything else should or shouldn't be ran when it comes to both the structure. Oh, this is from Dan himself. Should or shouldn't be ran when it comes to both the structure of the show as well as the monetization mechanisms. The point of this thread is to consolidate all the criticism in one spot where I answer questions, explain how things are moving forward, and draw some lines in the sand. First and foremost, Steven has given me great latitude to run the show how I see fit. Everything below is almost universally my idea or decision. With that said, let's get on to it. 1. Paywall. Charging for things you used to get for free is shitty, I agree. For the past 4 episodes, we have taken a relatively simple model. The VODs are for Patreon subs only. People complained because we used to get access to Destiny for these 3 hours for free, and now we don't if we can't catch him live. That's a fair argument. I don't want Steve's reputation to be maligned, I think he means, by any of this. So I suggested to him the following change, which we are going to be implementing moving forward. Destiny normally stops streaming at 9 p.m. Anything else was streamed from 6 to 9, meaning we took up an existing time slot that Destiny would have been streaming on, and you would have had full access to the VOD. Moving forward, anything else will be streamed from 7 to 10. The first 2 hours of anything else will have the full VOD released for free. The last 1 hour of the show, which to be crystal clear, would never have existed otherwise, will be Patreon exclusive. In addition, the entire 3-hour show will be streamed live for free. The cuts that go to YouTube will continue to be edited versions August makes, which may or may not contain content from the last hour. I feel the proposed change is above reproach. This is bonus content that you already know the quality and character of from the existing 2-hour segment. Critiques such as, I can't believe you're trying to sell this before you have the most polished podcast ever, have no bearing because we show you exactly what you're getting in the first 2 hours, and this is an additional hour of content that would not otherwise exist. To dumb this down, We have given you the normally allotted free 2 pieces of fruit and are asking, do you want one more for $5? This is, of course, in addition to the various other perks that come with the Patreon support, flares, call-ins, behind-the-scenes footage, etc. content. There's a lot to cover here. I'm not putting my head in the sand of feedback, and do not try to implement suggestions that make sense. Oh, and do try to implement suggestions that make sense. I think one constant that you will find with both myself and Destiny is that we both hate having to do work. If this show requires us to do an exhausting list of chores before we show up, it gets annoying and makes neither of us want to do it. Even something as simple as both of us having to watch a video before a stream can be annoying when other things are going on, i.e., I have to watch this Dr. Mike video before the podcast or Dan's going to kill me. I hate that. I don't want to do that type of shit unless it's fun. Making me and Steve blow 1K on some random stock and seeing who is more right after a month is fun. That's something we will want to do. Doing viewer call-ins / voicemails is fun. Being forced to read / watch / study something sucks. Desi and myself have a good relationship. We've been friends for nearly a decade, and obviously we argue like an old married couple. It's rare that when we are on a call together, there's dead silence and nothing to talk about. Even when that is the case, we make it funny. I think that moving forward, I will continue to keep the show strongly unstructured. We may introduce some segments like the stock meme, but in general, we will come into every show blind and riffing with a set of topics that August gives to us. We might go over every topic in depth, or we might spend the entire 3 hours arguing about homeopathic medicine. That's a flexibility I'm not willing to give up. Guests. I am undecided on how I want to handle this. The show with YMS went great, and all 3 of us enjoyed it. Some people will undoubtedly be upset because we didn't go in depth on X, or you cut him off, or I can't believe you asked him about Band of Brothers 18 times. The show is not Bridges or a Lex Friedman interview. Those things above will not only keep happening, but I want to do them even more now. If we get 50 Cent on the show, I would spend the entirety of it asking him about his life before fame, being in a gang, and doing wild shit. We might spend a full 30 minutes talking about how it feels to get shot and asking him his preference in bulletproof vests, so that's not changing. It's also undetermined how often we will bring on guests in the future and who they may be. Sure, it's fun to bring on a celebrity or some Twitch person we all know. It's also fun to have a show where both me and Steve bring our kids who are the same age. We might also just not do guests very often. Also, I don't want to bring on people just for the sake of bringing them on. Some of it might be a casualty of circumstance. For instance, YMS is already in town for Bridges, so it was easy to get him on for AE. From nothing something. I want to restate this one more time, as this is now structured. This is better content with an additional hour of bonus content. The show is not cucking a Shapiro debate or a Fresh and Fit appearance. If the show disappeared tomorrow, there would not be another show taking its spot. It would be 2 hours of Israel-Palestine Wikipedia research, maybe some GeoGuessr. You do not have to watch the show if you hate the format, me or the guests, or Destiny, but that would be weird. You can do literally anything else. Dank memes, shit criticism, anti-fan behavior. I take feedback seriously and act on it. However, the following is not feedback. You're a moron. Destiny's so fucking boring when he's on a podcast. I can't believe how bad the audio is. I expect you to pay for this. This guest sucks. Anything else would be better. Dan is cringe as usual. You may not be a moron. I think the sun glare got a bit worse since these are examples of good criticism. Summary, we are 4 episodes in. I think it's doing fantastic. I'm having a blast with Destiny. We have 500 plus Patreon subs so far. The format, flavor, smell, and direction of the show are being decided as we go. Nothing is set in stone, except that we alone will decide the direction of the show, and it will be for our enjoyment first and foremost. As it stands, I look forward to every Wednesday right now. Having an absolute blast, and I think that with the exception of a small minority, it's been super well received. Please don't take anything I said here as no criticism allowed. Just realize that we don't know what we are doing yet, and that's part of the fun. PhDs in podcastology who want to write a 13-page post on why we are fucking up should instead just drink bleach. This isn't trying to be whatever you're selling. Wow. What a post. Can you not close if there's no like baby comments? Can you not minimize a thing anymore? It's in the empty space. This doesn't do anything. Oh wait, oh up here, I see.
There we go.
I don't know what to say. Yeah, I guess we'll see how it goes. Do something. I'm reading comments.
What did you think about that?
Well, that sure is a Reddit post.
It is a Reddit post. Did you see Dan on my stream?
Nope.
Some of his like criticisms of some of the criticisms. You didn't see any of it?
Nope.
I think people just basically trying to tell him how to run stuff, how to do things differently, and a lot of weird like money grubbing jokes. I think he was concerned that people in the community don't remember him or don't know him from before, and so they think he's me, that he's just here for a payday.
Okay.
You share any of those concerns? You think about that at all? How like your friends, how they're interpreted and seen in your community?
Yeah, I mean, I would consider that. I don't think that's the thing that's at play here, though. In terms of not remembering Dan from the past or whatever, I don't think that's necessarily a thing at play.
You disagree on that? You don't think that contributes to them significantly, being angry at him? Being angry at the podcast?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so what do you think do you think the anger was justified then?
I mean, people are always justified in their feelings. The problem is people never have a sense of, people never have a, like a measured take. So like if somebody's irritated about something, it's literally the worst fucking thing in the world, and they're gonna like type like their mom just got raped in front of their eyes, and they have to like give the most exaggerated like emotional response ever to it, instead of like, oh hey, like this maybe could change, or we'll see what happens going forward, or whatever like that. I think it's kind of a crazy thing. Yeah, but I can understand why people don't like some things. I mean, I think, but what's that? Do you have a more particular question?
Oh, I think probably one suggestion, one thing I would say is probably if you guys are going forward with changes or how you're monetizing things, coming out with new content, it'd be good to get on the same page before you like actually start doing the things. So you paywall stuff, and then you go on stream and you say, I have no idea why we're paywalling any of this. It probably hangs like Dan or August, or could Erudite potentially out to dry.
Maybe.
Like specifically with your fan base. Like I would say when the stuff gets paywalled and then you go, yeah, I got no idea why it's paywalled like that, I feel like that does lead to the exact response that happened.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if that's my problem though.
It wasn't your problem. I don't think anybody was mad at you.
Well, it is my problem because it's things that I'm associated with people are being like really mad about. But like technically, if I've handed something over to other people to work on, and then there's like a hugely negative response to something, people are asking me about it, and I'm like, well, I'm not entirely sure why. I don't know if that's like a bullet that I'm like willing to bite. Like, I did sign off on this, and I do appreciate the paywall, and fuck all of you. Like, I don't know if I want to eat the bullet on that. Like, it wasn't necessarily my decision. I mean, obviously, at the end of the day, I have complete control over everything. I can say like, oh, well, let's like change that or that. But yeah, I mean, I think it's important to understand that it wasn't necessarily my call on some of these things. But I mean, again, I can change it, but
okay. Yeah, I wonder, like, how do you balance that, I guess? Because probably a huge part of you streaming is you're just very honest with your audience all the time. And then in this case, yeah, I don't know how you would fix that necessarily, or if you need to fix that. That, like, you disagree, but you let the other podcast function as a democracy. You get outvoted, and you go on your show, and you say, like, I disagree with that. I don't know. Like, that, it feels like it hangs them out to dry, but maybe they just need to get better, or you just need to ignore responses or police it.
I mean,
better.
like it does. You keep saying hangs them out to dry, but it's like it's also their decisions. Like it's not like I'm like shirking or like pushing this off to somebody else. I mean, I think the biggest issue is I don't know if there's no fix for this. I don't think this is a my community thing. It's just an internet thing. Is that like people just can't give like measured takes on anything. I think that if people would just fucking give like a measured take, I don't think it would be as big of a deal. But it's annoying that like anytime somebody has something that they don't like, it's instantly like the most dramatic, most fucking insane, most fucking unhinged critique or feedback ever. And it's not like, bro, just like calm the fuck down. I think that's a very annoying aspect of most of the community feedback, that people seem incapable of just saying like, hey, like this thing could change or this would be better here, versus it's like a sea of like, I can't believe this like disgusting, horrible fucking shit. Like, what the fuck were they even thinking about? I was like, holy shit. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a little unhinged.
So let's say it was only you. Let's say you had nobody else on stream with you. You owned 100% of the podcast.
Mhm.
How would you run your monetization? Like, what's your ideal strategy there?
I don't know. We're going over it. When it comes to monetizing content, I think there are three big things that you have to take into account. One is you can't make stuff that was previously available free behind a paywall. Generally, people are going to be not receptive well to that. That's the first thing. The second thing is whatever goes behind a paywall, I think needs to be of incredibly high quality, because there's a lot of free stuff that's really good available on the internet. And then I think the third thing is that there has to be like a good value add for why you're paying for something. So, like, access to talent, or I don't know, some type of thing that you're getting for paying for a particular thing. And I feel like right now, for where my shows are at, I don't know if any of those three conditions are being met right now. So that's why I'm generally in favor of just like doing stuff, and then once there's like a really solid formula that's been iterated on, then you kind of like branch out a bit and then you paywall it. I feel like that's a better direction, in my opinion.
Sure. So I heard argument 2 yesterday quite a few times, or maybe the day before. I forget when Dan was on, but I heard the argument 2 there, that there's better stuff all over the internet. So if you have to paywall, it has to be great. I think maybe this mixes in 3. I don't know what you meant by access to talent, but I do think
like
that
a
number
subscriber Discord where you talk to people, or viewer call-ins, like stuff like that. Yeah.
That's typically what people are paying for, is more access to you. Like, their relationship with you is what they're paying for. Does that make you uncomfortable that they're just maybe like they have some parasocial relationship with you and that's driving them wanting to purchase it? Does that make you uncomfortable? Or
No, that's why you purchase literally any
quality. Well, okay, because I'm saying that probably makes it better than most content on the internet for them, right? Is like they consume most of their content out of.
Yeah, but I want to make sure from my standards that there's like a good value add there. I like, just being in a Discord with me, I don't think is enough. I think there needs to be something more there in my mind. And that's not even like the most important thing. Like I think like some retard in my chat just said, how do you defend your DGG subscriber fee in that context? You're not like paywalled behind anything if you're not a sub on me. And I'm pretty honest on my website that when you subscribe, I'm pretty sure it literally just says like you get like hugs. Like there's nothing. You don't get anything for subbing in my you don't really get anything for subbing except for like a username. Destiny will call you buddy, a firm handshake. Like, I'm not promising you anything here that's not, yeah.
Sure. So I guess probably you have a really strong inclination of leaning away from paywalling anything. That seems pretty clear. I just wasn't sure if you were, the value add thing, that's something, so I have started running a Patreon too, and it's basically only like, hey, I'm doing like specific calls after my stream. Like, I'll just jump into Discord and like hang out with people for a little bit after the stream, and that feels weird to me. In that, I think sometimes.
Wait, say that last thing again.
Parasociality. People will just jump in the Discord with me and maybe like a couple orbiters, and that's like what they pay for. So like, there's a parasociality aspect there that feels a little weird.
Oh, wait, just as a real quick thing, I don't care at all about parasocial. That's not a bad word to me. That's a meaningless word. I super don't give a fuck. It doesn't mean anything. That's like power dynamics when I hear that. So, yeah.
Sure. I wasn't sure if that was what you were concerned about, because to me, I think like the value add is basically entirely that. And so
yeah, that's fine. I don't think that's necessarily a bad value add. I just don't think that that's there right now for this. And right now, there's stuff that's like being paywalled, like behind a paywall. like you can't watch like a full VOD or something, which is pretty unique for my stuff. I don't think before these two shows, I don't think I've ever had content like that before. So I feel like it needs to be of very, very high quality, or there needs to be like a huge value add there or something for people to pay for it.
Okay. And so that's really the big thing, is you just want the content not to be paywalled. You're fine with paywalling anything else. Like you make you could make like new content or something totally different, but the core content you just are basically usually against paywalling that.
I mean, like generally, but not necessarily always. It just depends. But like extra bonus content being paywalled, I think is like totally fine. Like me and Dan go to the shooting range or something as part of this would be maybe an interesting to paywall. But then it's also weird because would that be like part of my normal stream that I'm now paywalling, or is that part of that show that we're now paywalling? I don't know. I have to think about something like that. But I think in general, also my goal is always like just reach and eyes. Like I just want more eyes on something. I want more reach with something, and usually paywalling things is like a way to kill something in the crib. I think if you paywall it like really aggressively in the beginning.
Okay. Dan, what do you think?
I think this is a pretty good compromise. It's an extra hour that would never exist otherwise, and people know exactly what they're getting, and they're choosing to buy it. And it's like not even like your example of like, hey, listen, when you buy tier 2 or tier 3, I literally say it's nothing. Yeah, when people go and do this, we're literally saying, hey, it's just the same shit. It's another hour, and if they want to, that's fine. I think that's like you could still watch it free live. I think we might even do something like eventually after like 2 weeks or something like that, putting it onto YouTube or something. So it's really like only the more diehard fans that really want to see it and watch it now and support it are going to be the people that it affects. And like those people are probably already watching live anyways. So I don't know. I think it's fine. I think this is like the perfect compromise across the board where, you know, none of your morals or internal guidelines are being crossed, because this is literally something that would not exist otherwise. And they know exactly what they're getting because we give away most of it for free. And there's multiple ways.
Thank you for
to watch
coming
it for
back,
free
bro.
anyways, on top of that, even if you didn't agree
I'm
with that
almost
part,
about to
it's
get
just,
master.
it's hard to segment everything else off that, being like,
Come
yeah, but I
on, don't
really
fuck
like
this
charging for
up.
stuff that's not really polished. Well, I mean, we charge for tier 1 and it's nothing. It does nothing. This gets you something that's better
On this series
every
of
day, I would
guys.
say, right?
Let's go. That must be master. That might even be 8,000 points.
You actually get something out of your tier 1 sub then.
Well, I mean, you get distinguished, and probably pretty sure
Oh, okay.
Kick is going to be
It's
going away
master,
shortly,
though.
so that's even more of a benefit. But when you say shit like that, J-Stock, it makes me want to fucking stream over your time so I can hurt you financially as well, homie.
I don't. Can you stay up as late as I stay up?
No, I can't.
I feel like you have a life. I'm protected by my lack of a life, okay?
That is a fun fact.
Anyways.
I'm having fun with that.
I think this is the best compromise. I mean, look, in an ideal world, yeah, it would be great to make everything free.
Jesus Christ.
And lollipops and rainbows and all that other shit. But as I said, I want to be able to do interesting shit in the future. I want to not lose money doing this. And if interesting shit is like, as I said, like, you know, flying in a guest or something, I want to make sure there's money to do it. Like, I think that's realistic and fair, and only the most diehard, like, let's be honest, me in general is fan service already. Like, nobody outside of DGG knows who I am anyways. So, yeah.
Wow. Any other questions,
Yeah.
Justical?
Well, no, you're supposed to be arguing with things I've said there, because like I said different things, I guess. But
Oh.
I mean,
I feel like on my brain, I just feel like everything. It just, for me, just publishing everything for free and making it all accessible, so anybody can click a playlist and watch everything is just like the easiest way to go about it.
we do have different, like motivations of that, right? Like you get 100% profit of maximum views, and that affects you specifically. Not that you do it for that reason. I'll just say there is different alignment on that front, right?
Sure, but it's not even I mean, I would just split the ad
Like
revenue.
you get
then.
your-
I would still rather just split the ad revenue than paywall anything. Like that would be an easy solution for that. I just feel like paywalling early new stuff is just like that's a huge. It just feels like a huge gamble to me, I guess.
Well, actually, I think it's the other way around. One of the things you told me before is like, hey, it feels really shitty to paywall stuff that used to be for free. And now you're like, oh, let's make it free and then we can paywall it later. It's like the opposite of what you said.
Well,
Like,
the
at
thing
least
that you
here
would
we're
paywall
being-
later would be some other extra content around it, not just making.
I mean, this is extra content. This hour would not exist otherwise. It is literally the definition of extra content.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Are there?
There's no possibly. It is an extra hour that would not exist otherwise.
Okay. Are there any podcasts that lock like the entire show or any part of the show behind a paywall? Like, does that exist?
Why do I care what other people do? We can make a new format and a new.
Well, because we live in an industry where we have like competitors and other people that are like roughly occupying a similar space doing similar things.
What's your opinion on the
From when I looked before, is that they do a bonus show.
the idea that 50 million Soviets were killed by Stalin?
That's not going to work for us. I already know it. One, because we both like streaming to a live audience. It kind of, and you can't really do that if it's live. Someone's just going to fucking repost it. Like no one would pay for that if it was live. So that's what most people do. They do a bonus episode, and that means we have to do another episode once a month, which I don't even know if
supposedly it's 50 were killed by Stalin over the course of his
like
reign, as it were.
To do would be just to get Destiny to commit. If he's going to commit a bunch of other time to do like extra content, then maybe you could go back to unpaywalling all the stuff, but then he'd have to commit to doing it, right?
Yeah, but I don't even know if I want to do it. Then it becomes a chore. Like here, this is easy. It's Wednesdays, we show up and we shitpost for 3 hours, and it's simple. And people who want to support it can do it, and those who don't can still watch it for free. There's very, very little downside for viewers here. Yeah.
I mean, it was over the course.
Yeah, I mean, I also don't mind working a little.
How many?
Because I mean, it is.
How many were killed in the Holodomor?
I mean, yeah. If you want to like working for a little bit more money for like a separate Patreon, I think it makes sense. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to like have it feel like a job personally.
Well, I mean, well, I kind of is, right?
Not really. I don't feel like it's a job at all. I love it.
Dan, you can't keep saying that, okay? You can't keep poo-pooing work and then expect people to not be upset when you're asking to paywall the content.
No, I can, because I've given very clear. J-Stock, I don't need the advice on this. I absolutely can, because there's costs that go into the show. There's a studio cost. There's the cost of if we start doing guests and flying that type of shit in. It is not all fucking candy and rainbows. And also, if I am producing good content, and so is Steve, and people like it enough that it does grow into a champagne socialist type of podcast like Hassan has, where it's doing 100K a month, then yeah, that's great. And Kane, you're wrong. It is part of my cost. So you shouldn't be. I'm just addressing Kane there. I'm responsible for those costs as well. So yeah, that's it. Also, I don't have to explain myself. I have a great time doing it. And if you don't like it, watch it for free. There you go. The ultimate own. Pay nothing on the neighbor's Wi-Fi. That's how you get it.
Okay, I got a question here as well, Dan. Could you really consider it bonus content? I understand you're saying.
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. You can, because it wouldn't exist otherwise.
Consider it bonus content when it's like you fighting like an old married couple, right? You've done this.
Yeah,
for 10
and
years.
people know exactly what they're getting, and they want to pay for it. Yes, it's not like, I wonder what's in this last hour. I wonder if it's gonna be rapidly different, or not rapidly, whatever. Is it going to be different than what's in the last 2 hours? No, it's going to be the same shit.
Damn.
They know what they're getting.
No, a lot of people.
And they're choosing to pay.
Here, let me see what Google says.
They are choosing to pay. The people who see it are choosing to pay. I'm just saying the people who can't see it, who are like longtime Destiny fans, who are used to Destiny not paywalling any of his content.
Can you give me an example? I want to know who can't, who's not going to be able to do this. Because, as I said, we're probably going to release it for free on YouTube after like some period of time. So who is this affecting?
Well, the free, we have to keep careful on that. The release for free after a period of time doesn't matter, because nobody's going to want to watch a show like this like a week late. If we were doing like a podcast around like particular topics,
let me see what
required some
Google
level of analysis
says.
that weren't topical or like socially relevant, then maybe like a history podcast you could release it a week later. But nobody's going to want to hear about like commentary about a particular topical thing a week after it's happened, or even like days after it's happened. I don't think they'll already hear it on my stream or through Twitter or some other thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could get that for sure. That's definitely a thing. I mean, we're gonna try and make the. I know August is setting up the iTunes or the Apple Play, or not Apple Play, the the iTunes and Spotify integration stuff is going. But yeah, I like how it's laid out. I think it's working. I think that we're having really good growth on the Patreon. Would people prefer not to pay? Yeah, no shit. I'm not retarded. I understand that people would prefer not to pay. And
Yeah, I got a source right here that says
I don't care, I guess.
probably 61,911,000 people, 54 million of them citizens, have been murdered by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. I guess it wasn't all.
It's not. It's not different. Does that answer your question?
Intentional starving of about 5
No,
million
sorry, it is
Ukrainian
different. It happens-
peasants
it
in
happens-
32
yeah,
to
it happens from 9 to 10
33.
PM, where there normally wouldn't be a stream. Does that help you?
No, because it's the same content. You have the
No,
same
it wouldn't. No,
topic list,
the
you're
content at
continuing
9
on.
to 10. The content at 9 to 10 is nothing. That's a black screen.
Let me ask you this: if it's 9 o'clock precisely, and you're on a
Mhm.
topic, you guys are heating up, are you gonna paywall the last half of that topic?
Figure
I don't know how we're
1.1.
gonna do the splits exactly at that point, like of when we split the VOD or something. But yeah.
Okay. Well, I would be concerned about that, right? That you guys are
Well,
just gonna like cut a topic or cuck a topic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the alternative is that we would end the stream
At the
that
beginning
time.
of
So
World
really,
War
it's
One,
all
the Russian
upside,
Empire
isn't it?
had about 180 million people.
I've never seen Destiny end a stream.
In
when there's,
World
like, a
War
heated,
One,
fun
some
topic.
4.5 million inhabitants
You are
died.
retarded because that's happened thousands of times. Where he's like telling people in a fucking
Soviet
debate,
Union
"All right, I
established in
can't
the
deal with this. I'm
20s.
sorry, I
It
gotta
had
go
a
to the gym."
population
So you're
of
just lying.
140
when he's,
million.
like,
No,
3 hours
because it's,
over or
what you've just
something,
said is indefendable.
In World War
This is
II,
the end of the
Soviet
stream.
Union lost
You've
some
just said something
25
that is, like,
million.
It doesn't matter. You can like try and do the misspeak shit. You're just lying to try and
So
make
if
your
Stalin
point, thinking I'm
had
not gonna
killed
call you out
100
on it.
million
What
people,
you
the
just
Soviet
said
Union
is
could absolutely
definitively
not have
not
a
true,
population on
happens
at
all the time.
160
He's
at the end
known
of
for
World
it,
War II.
and you've just tried to say the opposite.
Wait, I feel like hold on. He's known for going way late, like way over, doing really long streams. Especially.
You don't think there's been a
remember the Miss
tremendous
Driller?
amount of times where he says, "I can't
Super
deal with
long
this. I
streams.
have to go to the gym. This is fucking like that happens so often. You're trying to
Yeah.
gaslight
In the
me.
middle of content, not in the middle of content.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
I guess
guessing
we're gonna
you're
have to agree to
probably way
disagree
closer
on
to
that factor.
correct. Did Stalin really kill 60 million people?
I'm just telling you that when there's real content going on, like real great content, and they're not just circling the drain, I've never seen this guy shut off his stream.
Only if you wanted
Okay.
to. Here's the
I don't know what
math.
to tell you. All right, so the idea that you're going after here is that every day from 9 to 10 moving forward, he would have, or sorry, every Wednesday, he would be streaming anyways.
What I'm saying is that if you guys are on a really like a heater topic, okay,
Okay.
and you guys hit 9 o'clock, I'm asking.
You know what I'm
think
gonna do?
you're
I'm gonna
keep
save the heated topics for right after 9. Don't worry, I'll have nice, easy segues at 9 p.m. All boring shit before then right at 9, we'll move into the real shit.
Yeah.
That's when me and Lycan will start debating Israel versus Palestine.
No, that's
right
a
at
bunch of dog
9:02.
shit.
Yeah. Well, I feel like you can't say that because you're gonna do the whole like the show's flexible, right? So you're not planning it out. You don't have it sectioned out. I don't think you know when the content's gonna be coming, what topics are gonna hit before you get into them.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I'll set myself a timer. I guess I can do that.
You're just not gonna commit until it gets to the paid part of the podcast.
Well, you're making me want to do that right now, to be honest.
Well, listen. I'm helping you out, Dan.
Yeah,
Okay? I don't know if
I
you
actually
dislike you.
A lot
all
of
the
people
time.
say that they were intentionally
I'm
starved
trying to help you. I'm like, "Yeah, so you can
in the Holodomor,
Let me
but
explain something.
yeah,
Jason,
I mean
I don't need your
that's
help.
pretty rough
You
to
can go look at the
prove.
thread. It's universally positive. You're the one who needs help here on this situation, okay? When you come in here, it's
Right.
nothing but Pepe mods and fucking this guy again. And when I speak, it's angel thumbs. Please don't help me with whatever you're
Just
trying
why
to
it's
do.
wild
Yeah, there
that
was-
chat is 50-50 right now because everybody hates me.
Everyone hates spending money. I
One source
understand
said by 59 there were only 22 million, but yeah, I don't know.
They hate spending
Silly.
money. I'm saying they hate me.
Silly question on my part. I'm not gonna lie. I really just
That phrase typed in DGG chat before.
I'm gonna have to
Yeah, I
trust
know,
you
it's
on
almost
it
like
because
it's
I have
something to pay
absolutely
someone
no
not want to do it. I don't know what to tell you.
no idea what source I would trust.
That's all I'm trying to do. I'm
But
just trying to help
the
you out.
propaganda and the scare
Because I'm
tactics
scared that
over
you're
here
pushing the
in
community
the
to
United States have always said that communism is responsible for
Just say that you're working hard.
upwards of 50 million deaths, and a lot of them are attributed to Stalin.
No, not working hard, having a fantastic time. Doesn't seem like work at all, and I enjoy every second of it, and I look forward to it every week. And if it starts to turn more into work, so I'm not gonna like that either.
Sure, like my primary contention here, my primary problem is that clearly.
Yeah, no,
Destiny
I
doesn't
wasn't
do this.
ever saying it was a genocide.
Well,
Agreed.
why am I
He
getting
wants to
dragged
do-
into
he
this?
wants to have
Yeah, why are
everything-
you
he wants
dragging
to have
it?
everything.
Do you
Why am I
think,
getting
do you
dragged
think
into
that
this?
we already
Sorry,
agreed that we
Dan
were
said,
doing this.
Dan said everything's universally positive. And
I'm only saying
it's
that
universally positive in that
there
thread.
were
One, after
either
everybody got
intentional or
with Destiny not
we're
necessarily being
taught that there are
How many bands do you
there
think
were
have
either
happened?
intentional
There's been, like, 10 people,
starvings
and all of them pretty
or
much universally
that
said shit
people
about being a greedy Jew.
Well, I got a
basically
really long
kept
Twitter message from the Moon King guy who didn't
kept
say
the food
anything
for
about
themselves
Jews.
and
Super
allowed them by
I feel,
convenience
and,
to die.
Those who don't can still watch it for free. There's very, very little downside for
But yeah,
viewers here.
I don't disbelieve you in any way.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
sound
I mean,
like you
I
have
also
the
don't
right
mind
of it.
looking a little bit more too, if it's because I mean it is if we're doing like separate pay revenue generation. I mean, yeah, if you want to like it's like working for a little bit more money for like a separate Patreon, I think it makes sense. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
It's just
I don't
interesting.
wanna,
You've
like,
got
have it feel like a job, personally.
you've got all of
Well,
these
I mean, well, it kind of is, right?
Not
really
really.
interesting
I
little
don't feel like
facts
it's a job at all. I love
on
it.
You can't keep saying that, okay?
how many Russians died here and there and in
No,
what
I-
war and stuff like that. So I just
No,
I kind of
I
wanted
can,
to
because I feel like
disabuse
it's
myself of
J-Stock, I don't
that
need the advice on this. I absolutely
Western
can't, 'cause there's
propaganda.
costs that go into the show. There's a studio cost. There's the cost of if we start doing guests and flying that type of shit in. It is not all fucking candy and rainbows. And also, if I am producing,
You definitely
content,
win
so
the
is Steve, and people like it enough that it does
most
grow
informative
into,
chatter of the fucking
champagne
month
socialist
award,
type
though.
of podcast
That's
like
fucking
Hassan has, where it's doing 100K a month.
really
then, yeah, that's great. And Kane, you're wrong.
illuminating
It is part of my cost.
some of these
So
facts.
you shouldn't be. I'm just addressing Kane there. I'm responsible for those costs as well. So, yeah, that's it. Also, I don't have to explain myself. I have a great time doing it, and if you don't like it, watch it for free. There you go. The ultimate own. Pay nothing on the neighbor's Wi-Fi. That's how you get it.
Okay, I got a question here as well, Dan. Could you really consider it bonus content? I understand you're saying the
Yes, you
extra
can.
would-
Yeah, you can. You can, because it wouldn't
Can you
exist
consider
otherwise.
it bonus content when it's like
Yep.
you fighting like an old married couple, right? You've done this.
Yeah,
for 10
and
years.
people
like,
people
biggest
know
game in the world.
exactly what they're getting, and they want to pay for it. Yes, it's not like, I wonder what's in this last hour. I wonder if it's going to be rapidly different, or not rapidly, whatever. Is it going to be different than what's in the last 2 hours? No, it's going to be the same shit. They know what they're getting exactly, and they're choosing to pay, and it wouldn't exist otherwise.
They are choosing to pay. The people who see it are choosing to pay. I'm just saying the people who can't see it, who are like longtime Destiny fans, who are used to Destiny not paywalling any of his content.
Can you give me an
Yeah,
example? I wanna
no,
know
that
who
that
can,
sounds like
who's not gonna be able to do
a
this, because as I
very
said, we're probably going to release it for free on YouTube
like
after like some period of time. So who
obviously
does-
it's
Free, we have to be
estimations.
careful on that. The release for free after a period of time.
Obviously it's estimation, but it doesn't sound like you're like
If we were doing like a podcast
shilling for anybody when that sounds like you're trying as hard as you can to speak facts.
Socially relevant, then maybe.
And I
like a history
appreciate
podcast
that.
You release it a week later, but nobody's gonna want to hear about like commentary about a particular topical thing a week after it's happened, or even like days after it's happened. I don't think.
You
Or
wouldn't
like,
believe
you're on
how
my streams or
tired
through Twitter or
some of
something.
us in America get of hearing the fucking. I'm by no means a fucking like communist sympathizer. I'm a democratic socialist at best with a much higher
integration stuff is going.
emphasis on the democratic
Yeah,
part.
I like how it's laid
Like
out.
I feel like there
I
should
think
be
it's
social
working.
safety
I think that
nets
we're
that
having
are much
really good growth
stronger,
on Patreon.
but
When
I
people
still
prefer
believe
not
that
to
markets
pay,
and
yeah, no shit.
capitalism
I'm not retarded. I understand that people
are
prefer not
the
to pay.
the best way to innovate and compete.
And I don't care. I guess. Really?
Okay, Dave.
Okay, I haven't heard like I understand all of those
Yeah.
arguments. I just haven't heard why like necessarily.
Yeah, man, share whatever you want to share, dude.
Yeah,
that's the only thing
it's
I
not.
need to
It's not different. Does that answer your question?
I'm completely open to
It does.
Oh
but
no,
then
wait,
we're-
sorry.
whatever.
Sorry, it is
I'm just
different. It
chilling
happens-
here
it
playing
happens-
video
yeah,
games,
it happens from 9 to 10
seeing
PM,
who stops
where I
by.
normally wouldn't be a stream. Does that help you?
No, because it's the same content. You have
No,
the same
it wouldn't. No,
topic
the
list.
content
You
at
know,
9 to 10. The content at 9 to 10 is nothing. That's a black screen.
Let me ask you this: if it's 9 o'clock precisely, and you're on a
Mm-hmm.
topic, you guys are heating up, are you gonna paywall the last half of that topic?
I don't know how we're gonna do the splits exactly at that point. Like when we
Right.
split the bot. or
Exactly.
something, but-
There's always going to be people who are born in a better quote unquote spawn point, and people who have more, whether it's like monetary and
The
or
alternative is that we would end the
like
stream at that time. So really, it's all
even if you could
upside, isn't it?
even if you could completely equitably split all of the quantitative things,
You are
people are
retarded,
always
because
going to
that's
be
happened
jealous
thousands of times, whereas,
of
like,
the
telling people
qualitative
in a fucking
things.
debate, all right, I can't deal with this. I'm
Like
sorry, I gotta go
your
to the
neighbor's
gym."
always going to
So
have a
you're
hotter
just
wife
lying.
than you do.
When he's like
No,
Your
it's
neighbor's
what-
always
what
going to
you
have
just said is
smarter kids than you have,
This is the end of the
and
stream. You've just said something that is
hierarchy
It
is
doesn't matter. You can like try
an
and do the misspeak shit.
unavoidable.
You're just lying to try and make your point and thinking I'm not going to call you out on it. What you've just said is definitively not true.
I want to hear what
Happens
he's
all the
saying
time.
here,
He's
but I'm
known
also
for it,
fucking
and you've just
trying
tried
to
say
spit.
the opposite.
Fucking yeah, there's always going to be hierarchies. There's no way to not have leaders.
Yeah, I mean, I could get that for sure. That's definitely a thing. I mean, we're gonna
Right.
try and make the. I know
There's
August is setting up the
like
iTunes
disaster
or
is
the
going
Apple
to
Play-
strike.
well, not Apple Play. The
through Twitter or some other thing.
What's in the last 2 hours? No, it's gonna be the same shit. They know what they're getting. Exactly, and they're choosing to pay, and it wouldn't exist otherwise.
They are choosing to pay. The people who see it are choosing to pay. I'm just saying the people who can't see it, who are like longtime Destiny fans, who are used to Destiny not paywalling any of his content.
Can you give me an example? I want to know who can't, who's not gonna be able to do this, because as I said, we're probably gonna release it for free on YouTube after like some period of time. So who is this affecting?
Well, the free we have to
I
keep
wanna-
careful on that. The release for free after a period of time doesn't matter because nobody's gonna want to watch a show like this like a week late. If we were doing like a podcast around like particular topics, like that required some level of analysis that weren't topical or like socially relevant, then maybe like a history podcast you could release it a week later. But nobody's gonna want to hear about like commentary about a particular topical thing a week after it's happened, or even like days after it's happened. I don't think they'll already hear it on my stream or through Twitter or some other thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could get that for sure. That's definitely a thing. I mean, we're gonna try and make the. I know August is setting up the iTunes or the Apple Play, or not Apple Play. The was it the iTunes and Spotify integration stuff is going. But yeah, I like how it's laid out. I think it's working. I think that we're having really good growth on the Patreon. Would people prefer not to pay? Yeah, no shit. I'm not retarded. I understand that people prefer not to pay. And I don't care, I guess. Really?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, World War II was
like I understand
a
all of those
disaster
arguments. I just haven't heard why
for the
necessarily
Soviets.
such
I've heard.
powers, like, different. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's the only thing
it's
I
not.
can think of.
Yeah, it's not. It's not different. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Oh
but
no,
then
wait,
we're
sorry,
back
it
to
is different.
paywall
It
and the
happens.
same
It happens from it happens from 9 to 10 p.m. where there normally wouldn't be a stream. Does that help you?
No, because it's the same content. You have
No,
the same
it wouldn't. No,
topic list,
the
you're
content at
continuing
9
on.
to 10. The content at 9 to 10 is nothing. That's a black screen.
Let me ask you this: if it's 9 o'clock precisely, and you're on a topic, you guys are heating up, are you gonna paywall the last half of that topic?
I don't know how we're gonna do the splits exactly at that point, like of when we split the bot or something. But yeah.
Okay. Well, I would be concerned about that, right? That you guys are
Well,
just gonna like cut a topic or cut the topic.
Yeah. Well, the alternative is that we would end the stream at that time. So really, it's all upside, isn't it?
I've never seen Destiny end a stream when there's like a heated, fun topic.
Jesus fuck.
Well, you are retarded.
It's a lot of
'cause
people,
that's
dude.
happened thousands of times where he's like telling people in a fucking debate, "All right, I can't deal with this. I'm sorry, I got to go to the gym." So you're just lying.
When he's like 3
No,
hours
because it's,
over or
what you've
something,
just
sure.
said is indefendable. This is the end of a stream. You've just said something that is.
But
it doesn't matter. You can like try and do the misspeak shit. You're just lying to try and make your point and thinking I'm not going to call you out on it. What you've just said is definitively not true. Happens all the time. He's known for it, and you've just tried to say the opposite.
Wait, I feel like, hold on, he's known for going way late, like way over, doing really long streams, especially.
You don't think there's been a tremendous amount of times where he says, "I can't
Super
deal with
long
this. I
streams.
have to go to the gym. This is fucking like that happens so often."
Yeah,
You're
no kidding.
actually-
We had it
you're trying to
easy.
gaslight me.
Comparatively easy.
Okay.
Obviously, there were
I
a
guess
lot
we're
of
gonna
people
have
who
to
got
agree to disagree on that
their
factor.
lives taken and maimed and shit like that.
I'm
But
just
yeah,
telling you,
no.
when
In
there's real content going
comparison,
on, like
it
real
is
great content, and they're not just circling the drain.
minuscule.
I've never seen this guy shut off his stream.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you. All right. So the idea that you're going after here is that every day from 9 to 10 moving forward, he would have, or sorry, every Wednesday, he would be streaming anyways.
What I'm saying is that if you guys are on a really like a heater topic, okay, and you guys hit 9 o'clock, I'm asking.
You know what I'm gonna
think
do?
you're
I'm gonna save the heated topics for right after 9. Don't worry, I'll have nice, easy segues at 9 p.m. All boring shit before then right at 9, we'll move into the real shit. That's when me and Lycan will start debating Israel versus Palestine, right at 9:02.
Yeah. Well, I feel like you can't say that because you're gonna do the whole like the show's flexible, right? So you're not planning it out.
We
You're
only
not
lost-
setting it out. I don't think you know when the content's gonna be coming, what topics are gonna hit before you get into them.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I'll set myself a timer. I guess I
Yeah,
can
that's
do that.
fucking absolutely gnarly.
You're just not gonna commit until it gets to the paid part of the podcast.
Well, you're making me want to do that right now, to be honest.
Well, listen, I'm helping you out, Dan. Okay, I don't know
I
if you're.
don't- I actually
dislike you, but all the comments
not-
about not wanting to work, not wanting to put that much effort in, I'm trying to help you. I'm like, get Destiny to commit to more stuff.
Let me
I
explain
make everybody
something.
love you.
J-Stock, I don't need your help. You can go look at the thread. It's universally positive. You're the one who needs help here on this situation, okay? When you come in here, it's nothing but Pepe mods and fucking this
Fire
guy
away.
again. And when I speak, it's angel thumbs. Please don't
Which is-
help me with whatever you're
Which is
trying
why
to
it's
do.
wild that chat is 50-50 right now, because everybody hates me.
Everyone hates spending money. I understand that.
Wait, they hate spending money. I'm saying they hate me. And somehow they're all saying, oh, J-Stock is right. I've literally never seen that phrase typed in DGG chat before.
Yeah,
J-Stock
I
is
know.
right.
It's almost like if you get someone to pay someone, they'll not want to do it. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I'm trying to help you out. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to help you out.
Okay, thanks
Because
for
I'm
the help.
scared that you're pushing the community to dislike you. I'm just saying, listen. Just say that you're working hard. Just say that you're working hard. You're putting all of your effort into this, and you're happy to do it because you love it.
No, not working hard, having a fantastic time. Doesn't seem like work at all.
Right,
And,
12 names in 1 minute.
I enjoy every second of it, and I look forward to it every week. And if it starts to turn more into work, so I'm not gonna like that either.
Sure. Like my primary contention here, my primary problem is that clearly Destiny doesn't agree
Jesus.
with this.
Well,
Agreed.
why am I
He
getting
wants to
dragged
do-
into
he
this?
wants to have
Yeah,
everything.
why are you
He wants to
dragging
have
it?
everything.
Do you
Why am
think,
I getting
do you
dragged
think
into
that
this?
I
12
we already
times
agreed that we were
Dan said,
doing this.
Dan said everything's
12
universally
times
positive,
60 is
and I'm saying that it's
600,
universally positive in that thread.
10,
One, after everybody
720,
got banned for disagreeing before,
720
and two,
times
with Destiny not necessarily
24.
being in agreement with what's going on in that.
How many bans
that,
do you think have
thread.
happened? There's been like 10 people, and all of them pretty
Like
much universally said shit about being a greedy Jew.
15,000 a day,
Well, I got a
15
really long Twitter message from
times
that Endgame guy who
3.5
didn't
is
say anything about Jews and was like
Five-
super apologetic.
I feel pretty clearly that what we're talking about here in this case is quite
yeah, it's like
specifically bonus
5.7 million a year for
that wouldn't
4
exist
years.
otherwise. And I don't know why we're still coming back to like,
Jesus.
what's the benefit of this? What's not the benefit of this? This is something that would be dead stream otherwise. Also, I don't know why I'm debating with this with you. I've already worked this out with Destiny. This is already done. It's not up for debate. It's not like we're working out the terms of how this goes one way or the other here. This is done. This is the end of it.
Well, I think you're debating it with me because I'm concerned that Destiny's gonna not be happy with this, and he's not
No.
willing to debate it because you guys are best friends.
Destiny is more than willing to tell me to go fuck myself, and he's done it plenty of times when we came up with this already.
To be clear, I think what we're doing is I'm pretty sure we're gonna run with this for like a month or so, and we'll see how we feel after a revisit.
Yep.
Okay, I just listen. I just want
Mhm.
everybody to love Dan.
It
That's
does
all I
not
want.
seem that
I want
way.
everybody to love Dan. I'm literally. Why do you think I'm here fighting you? If you're against me, everybody's gonna love you. I'm pulling people to your side. by just taking the opposite position.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think so, but that's fine. At the end of the day, Destiny is the main draw. He can pretty much dictate whatever he wants to do. That's fine. I'm certainly not going to lose money doing this if I'm paying for a portion of the studio and we're flying in guests. I don't think it's going to get to that point. I'm not really too worried about that. I think we've already kind of surpassed the point of where that's an issue, and I still enjoy it right now. Hopefully that stays continuing to be the case. And yeah, as long as that stays the case, I mean, I'm gonna be happy doing it. I like going on stream and doing it, and I like it not being work, and those are important things to me. I did
one more question for you. Just, do you care if the community likes you?
Yeah, of course.
Dude, leave me alone.
So in my mind right now, you're basically gambling with the community liking you. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Over like a couple $1,000, which
That's
to me, as
that's
far as
pretty
I understand,
gnarly.
is like pocket change to you.
Okay, first of all, I've said this to you. Well, I don't
Like,
know if I said it to you. I'm not
just
gonna
the fact
lose
that we
money
killed
to do a
100,000
show every
people
month.
with one
I have a
fucking
contract
bomb
in front of me to pay for a portion of the studio.
twice.
If we're bringing on guests,
Like,
they're gonna want to be paid
how do
for.
you
I'm not
like?
gonna lose
How do you
money
do it
to create
twice?
content
How do
for
you
people.
drop 2 nuclear bombs? It's like,
does that click for you?
did one not
I mean,
do
that
it?
clicks for me, but I'm saying
Yeah,
that
you
probably-
say that
listen,
clicks for me,
that
but
could be your principle. Then you're more concerned about losing money than losing goodwill in the community, which is crazy to me because I feel like you have so much money.
how do you? Wow, this is. I feel like the Jew stalker thing is actually coming to be unironic at this point.
Dan, you owned like a
I-
massive data center in New York. It has nothing to do with your ethnicity. It has to do with
Okay.
the fact that you are actually like a wealthy person.
Yes, and you don't stay wealthy fucking spending money to entertain people. I don't understand. What are you saying? Are you suggesting that I go out of pocket on this?
I'm saying that probably the longest duration you could possibly be out of pocket for this is like a month, and you could just be willing to burn that money. Startups burn the money all the time, right?
Mhm.
Startups burn money all the time. You could be willing to burn money for a little bit, okay? Like how much? What are your costs like? Like how much do you pay for the studio each month?
I mean, really? It's none of your business on any of this. It's not going to be a Corantos type thing where you get to like get up in the shit and do it. It's not up for fucking debate. He may have wanted to run the shit like that. I sure as shit fucking don't. And yeah.
Okay, I just listen. I want everybody to love Dan. I feel like if Dan was willing to say, okay, you know what, we're thinking about it. We'll take it under advisement and think about unpaywalling the podcast. I feel like Dan would
So, a
win the
few
community
things.
over.
One-
You would make more money in the next 3 months than you'll make with this strategy. I feel like the only thing you could possibly lose here, it's like you're basically prioritizing. I don't know. I think probably upper bound $5,000 a month. That's what the apartment costs, right? Over $5,000 a month. You want to take like the bad will from this?
I want to have fun and not lose money doing it, and yeah, that's what I think will be enjoyable to me. And yeah, I don't think that's like so wrong to do. And I think we're creating stuff that wouldn't exist otherwise. And yeah, I feel fine with it. I'm not sure I buy the all I want to do is increase your goodwill type of thing. I see that it feels like you're trying to use this as a pushing off point to change the optics of yourself. And yeah, I don't know. It's like a little slimy.
I don't listen. I shit on chat enough that it's not going to matter for me at all. And I think you're
no,
no
I
matter
think
what
you're
happens here,
exactly
you're gonna be here for a long time.
That's exactly what you're trying to do right now, and I don't know why you're trying to gaslight me. It's like
Yeah.
the most retarded thing I've heard in my life.
I'm not trying to gaslight you at all.
You're here because you want chat to love me more. I just want to hear it. Say it one more time so I can hear
I'm
it.
here because I'm here because I'm concerned that you are probably taking your most powerful thing, the goodwill of the community, and risking it for a very low amount of money.
I'm
for what
pretty
your
sure
costs could possibly
I'm not risking very much. I think that it's going to be fine, honestly. Maybe for you, if you charge money, all of a sudden.
Well,
nobody
who are you? It sounds like you're almost blaming the West for that,
That's almost certainly the case.
as opposed to the Nazis. Am I wrong in that?
Okay. Well, people seem to like paying for what we have. I think it's fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if they don't want to pay for it, they actually don't have to.
Do you think that's something I'm arguing here?
No,
That's, like,
I think you're in here.
going on.
I think that you're in here right now under false pretenses, trying to stir shit, and that's fine. As a veteran shit stirrer, goes with the territory. That's fine. But I'm not changing anything of what I said. I don't want it to be work. I don't feel like it is work
Fuck
right now.
off.
I
Are
like
you
that,
kidding me?
And I want you to pay for it.
Quit this
And
cheap
yeah,
ass move.
Those are all things.
Max,
Those
just
are
a
all things that are true.
hypothetical here.
Yeah, I want to get paid. Have fun.
$3,000 a month. If you could pay
Mhm.
$3,000 a month to have uniform love across all of the Destiny universe, would you do that?
If I had to buy my love, I don't think it's real love. You know.
You could. That's not answering the question, though.
I just know it is. Like if you have to buy your love, no, I wouldn't do it. Why would I spend $5,000 to have more people like me? That seems retarded.
3,000. Wait, you don't think it's valuable to have people like you?
Do I have like a social channel that I'm trying to promote?
Yes. It's the Anything Else podcast.
Okay. I don't have like a Twitch stream where I go and I'm soliciting personal donations. My content exists solely as a Andy Richter to his Conan. That's it. And I'm happy with that. And I'm not trying to do a step off piece and start my own shit or do something else. So
Okay. I get what you're saying. I feel like you're not really engaging with what I'm asking.
because I think you're bad faith, and I don't believe what you're saying, and I think once again that you're doing this. I don't know why, trying to somehow improve your public image. It's like wild to me.
I'm literally just because it hadn't clicked for me that like this could be such a clear problem, like such a clear money versus like goodwill of the community.
Just to be clear, this is the guy who charges money for people to be able to ask a question or something on your stream, or like pick people on, kick people off. Like this is you don't get it.
Wait, I've basically never done. The only time I've come close to doing the pay to kick people off thing was with Kelly one time when I said I was going to do a segment solo if I got donations.
Okay.
Otherwise,
I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm happy with exactly everything that I've
Is
said
it shaming
of
the
how it
common
is.
people?
And
I don't feel like
piss
any.
off some people
I
when
don't
they
feel
charge
like
money,
anybody in
but the amount of people
America
that this affects is so
dislikes
minor,
like specific
and they're all gonna
Russian
be people that
people
probably
at
wanna see the
all.
content pretty aggressively.
Like,
so
you don't really
like fan
see,
service, honestly,
like
that wouldn't
except
exist
for the
otherwise.
like stereotypical like depictions of like tattooed Russian gangsters in like action movies or something,
I don't think you get concerned.
or
I think that you're saying you get concerned,
the
but really you're like,
the
how can I somehow
fact that
twist this to be my benefit? And
the
it's really
guy
fucking
in
scummy.
Rocky, what was it, Rocky 4, was like on steroids, the I must break you guy. Like,
No.
other than those like
you're
depictions in
asking
Hollywood,
leading
which I'll
questions,
give you that for
saying shit
sure.
that's not true.
I don't feel like
Wait,
I don't
what
feel
wasn't
like Americans dislike
So
the
to
common
start,
people
that,
of
like, Destiny
Russia
never
at
ever
all.
would like end his stream in the middle of something. Like that was the first one that comes off the top of the head.
Okay, most of the time, the entire time I've
Well, I'll
watched
give you
something
that
popping,
for
right,
sure.
he's gonna keep streaming.
But the media is
Mr.
not
Stuff,
our common people
all of the
either.
Mr. Girl Lab stuff that was going on, like stuff's popping off. There's major content. He will not kill his stream because he's an entertainer, right? He entertains people.
I'd venture to say most of us hate our media as much
I
as
don't know.
you
I
hate
don't know
our
what to tell you.
media. And it's a love-hate thing
What else? So
because
is that the only thing I've been dishonest about?
fucking
I don't know if I want to have like a fucking debate with you
We-
about how I'm gonna do
we
a
dislike
podcast with Steve. That's really not.
we
your say.
dislike
Like,
how
if
much
Steve
they
and me,
like control the
decide that
narrative,
we're not gonna do a
but
paywall,
they
and it's gonna
entertain
be
us.
wide
Like
open or
the
something, then
the
that will be
Hollywood
case, and that will
movie
happen, and it will
machine
be
is
completely
like
not based
one of the
on
greatest forms of
how much you
entertainment
want
the world has
community
ever
to
seen.
like me, for instance. I'm fine with the community not liking me or not talking to me. I was gone for a year. That's okay.
Yeah, sure. Drop the link.
Yeah, but if we want to do cool shit, it costs money, and yeah, I don't want to go out of pocket for it. And that's fine. And I think those are reasonable takes.
I don't think it's crazy to not want to go out of pocket. I just think that probably you have such a huge user base, especially when Destiny's doing exclusive content like
Give me a
for your
second to kill this guy.
that like the prospect of you going out of pocket can't even
To
possibly.
be clear, it's not my
more than
podcast. This isn't a podcast that's being hosted on like YouTube.com/Dan. This is Destiny's podcast.
Okay. Can I ask you really quickly? Were you guys on the same page when you made the post?
What's that?
I said, were you guys on the same page when you made the post? When you made the post. Were you guys like, had you agreed that, yeah, we're definitely not paywalling?
I mean, we talked about it before it went up. I mean, I feel differently about it, but I said, fuck it, we can run this for like a month or so, and we'll see how it turns out, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, to be clear, to throw Steven under the bus, I do think it.
I see a red door and I want it painted black. I'm confused.
The U.S.
Match starting in 60 seconds. Yeah. It looks like that legendary thing in World War I where they just like met and celebrated Christmas for one day and then they all fucked off to each side and started gassing and murdering and barbed wiring and bayoneting each other again. I don't feel like we actually went head to head with you guys in Syria. I feel like we funded the Mujahideen to like fight against the Russians, right? Yes, duh. Duh.
It was fucked. I didn't even know that you said that. Where you're like, oh, I had no idea that we're
Going on, like, stuff's popping off, there's major content, he will not kill his stream. Because he's an entertainer, right? He entertains people.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, but what else? So is that the only thing I've been dishonest about?
Dishonest.
I don't know if I want to have like a fucking debate with you about how I'm gonna do a podcast with Steve. That's really not your say. Like if Steve and me decide that
Steve and
not gonna
I
do a paywall and it's gonna be wide open or something, then that will be the case and that will happen. And it will be completely not based on how much you want the community to like me, for instance. I'm fine with the community not liking me or not talking to me. I was gone for a year. That's
yeah, for
okay.
sure.
Yeah, but if we want to do cool stuff, it costs money, and yeah, I don't want to go out of pocket for it. That's fine. And I think those are reasonable takes.
I don't think it's crazy to not want to go out of pocket. I just think that probably you have such a huge user base, especially when Destiny's doing exclusive content like for your podcast, that like the prospect of you going out of pocket can't even possibly.
To be clear, it's not my podcast. This isn't a podcast that's being hosted on like youtube.com/Dan.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, you mentioned you were in Syria.
Okay. Can I ask you really quickly? Were you guys on the same page when you made the post?
I just feel like
I said, were you guys on the same page?
The fact that the Americans feel like they need to have a fucking
were you guys like, had you
standing army and bases and shit in so many places
I mean, I feel
in the world is just disgusting.
Turns out, I guess. Yeah.
Like 800 billion.
Also, to be clear,
we spend like the GDP of like so many countries combined just to have the American military.
Go fucking delist VODs now, and you did it. So
Wait,
of course you fucking know.
hold up.
No, you.
Hold up.
Now
I
we're
don't
going
believe.
both ways.
I don't believe I said I had no idea
Yeah?
we're paywalling shit. I believe what I said. I
Hope
don't
you're
know
all
why
right,
we're
brother.
paywalling
That
stuff.
sucks.
That's a
That's
big difference between
fucking.
the two.
That's
Okay,
gnarly.
then that's more, I guess, defensible. But I mean, you did know why we're paywalling stuff, right? It's to get Patreon subs.
No, that's no.
Okay.
No, hold on. When you say like, why are you paywalling something? The answer is not to make money. Obviously, the answer is like, the question is, what are you paywalling it for? What are they accessing if they pay for the paywall? That's the question.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. I feel, like I said, I think it's good content.
Come on.
I have fun doing it. This whole thing makes it feel way much less like fun. I'll say that much. This like.
Yeah, but also, I mean, I think also true. But like, if people are watching it, and they're like in the middle of a VOD, and it just gets cut off, and like, oh fuck, it's paywalled. I can't watch the end of this conversation. Like, there's probably people that feel that way too, right?
Well, I mean, we don't have to delete VODs for an hour. That's fine. Doesn't have to happen instantly. What other edge case objection should we handle?
Well, it wouldn't be. It's just anybody that's not watching live and doesn't want to pay is kind of cucked. So VOD frogs that wake up, especially in Europe, you wake up and you can't watch the VOD from last night because it's paywalled. Or
Well, I mean, I guess what we're saying though is that this wouldn't happen. There wouldn't be a third hour, right? Otherwise.
Well, sure, there's a different formula going forward, but I was saying for the prior stuff.
Yeah. So moving forward, there shouldn't be like an issue with that because this is something that wouldn't exist otherwise, right?
Holy
yeah.
fuck.
But that also, I feel like that's just.
And you're all right? That's
It's still the
fucking.
same format. It's still the same podcast. Is in the same.
I
place,
mean,
happening
at the same time, it's unlucky.
He goes over his end time all the time, right?
That sounds like you.
That's my issue. Is he goes over his end time all
You
the
keep
time.
Most
okay,
people
just, I
would
don't
be
know how long you
dead.
Watch me for it. I think that used to
Right?
be super true, but over
You
the
must
past
be a
year,
fucking
I've been
tough
a lot more strict
motherfucker,
on the
bro.
non-fuck thing, to be fair. Before, when you, because the examples you brought up, like Lab and Mr. Girl and everything, that was true. I was going over a lot then. But I think over the past like year to year and a half, I've been pretty strict on like trying to kill it at 9, except for some
To be fair,
exceptions.
for the past 6 months, you've been cutting Wikipedia at the perfect time. Okay, I'm saying when there's content popping off, anybody want to give me an example of content absolutely popping off and Destiny killing the stream?
I guess usually I go late when I'm doing like the Alex podcast shows or whatever, or I'm trying to think of what else gets scheduled late.
Dan, you said I lied about it. You want to give me an example of Destiny cutting the stream when content's popping off?
I don't have an example for the negative or the positive right now. Only
You
that I
kill
know that
heavy
it's been the
machine
case in the
guns?
past. Not having an
Fuck
example. is
yeah, I
not,
got
like,
master.
It's not like saying anything just because I don't remember every piece of drama.
How do you
where he's like,
mean
"That's
in
it, I
Russia
can't
you
deal with
kill
this shit,
heavy
I'm fucking
machine
leaving."
guns?
It means nothing. I mean, I guess someone in chat can probably come up with an example. I'll leave it to them as always.
Yeah. So, for me,
This is gonna be
So
impossible.
I'm on your page in terms of my content. I can paywall stuff, and that's like my community. It's off on its own area. For
Right.
me, I just feel like you're potentially cutting
Follow
off
you
so many
so far?
people by not. You could be 100% right. Let's say, for example, let's say you are 100% right, and this is the most optimal model. This is the best you could possibly do. I think just the loss of goodwill versus the amount of money you'd lose if you didn't do it in the very short term is like nothing. Like that is such an easy trade to make every single day of the week.
I'm happy that you're willing to make that choice for me of, you know, which contracts I should sign for what and how much money I should lose for it. But I think I'll make that decision myself.
The opposite means Funi? I
Such
don't
a
know what
fucking
that.
wild thing of all the people to be arguing about this.
I think you like. I'm saying you are correct. Like, but you're. Let's say you're just cutting off like all of Europe from that last hour for like $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month.
So Russian kills the heavy
think,
machine gun. The
do you think
opposite
that
means.
could possibly
What
be
does
not
the
working,
opposite
or-
means?
Well, I mean, I'm under
Funi
the,
mean?
I'm
I don't
under
know
the
what you.
thing
I
that
don't know
if-
what you
if
mean.
People enjoy the fan service that much that they shouldn't have a problem paying. I don't think there's a problem with paying to support content that you enjoy personally.
There is no problem with it. I'm just
Right,
saying.
You're just
content
gonna
that
use the
probably
same
wouldn't exist
moves?
otherwise. Community, if you're not trained for it, right?
I don't understand. Like this is. I've told you this is shit that wouldn't happen otherwise. And you're saying like. I don't know, man. This is like the wildest shit ever. This fucking argument of going out of pocket to do the show. Actually, I don't even have to do it. I'm just not going to do that. So it's not an issue for me. I enjoy what's happening. I don't want that to change. I don't want it to turn into a fucking job. When we did startups, that was
Bullshit.
fine. There was a lot of memes that happened as a result of startups and everything like that. It was very structured and it was a huge amount of fucking work, and it sucked at the end of the day. It was too much work, too much effort, and that whole thing was unpaywalled.
Funny sounds cute.
I think we just
I
did
got
all
you.
that for free completely. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, there was some stuff there, but
Just another question that I would have is when you
I
started Tiny Chat,
like
when you started Redacted,
furiously
did you
hate
spend any months
both
in
of
Reddit?
these guys who are arguing right now, so I'm like
what does that have to do with this?
superiorly entertained by.
That if you're starting a new venture, you might eat a few months of losses
Do you
to
think-
get it up and running?
This is not a venture. This is literally a fucking, like, me and him having a good time, hanging out, talking about whatever bullshit is going on, and flying in funny people to be on the show. That's what this is. Do you think this is going to turn into Hassan's $90,000 a month thing?
I think it absolutely could. I think you guys have
Okay, well,
fantastic
I think
rapport, and you
you're
incorporate other
delusional.
guests really well. Okay.
You're delusional. Yeah. I don't know. People in chat saying this is going to turn into 90K. You guys are fucking a little bit delusional, but I mean, we'll see. That'll be good.
I also feel like that's your hope is to
Nuclear bomb
so I
aren't
feel
the
like if you're hoping to turn it into
Oh,
aren't
I'd hope to turn
hydrogen
into a
bombs like
$1 billion a month? Just the amount of ass
Damn.
that I would get would be great.
SAR Bomba? I mean, I'm guessing that means
So
the
when I
King
first
bomb.
started hearing about this, Dan, I thought this was people against Dan, and I thought because that's what you saw it as, right? But as I read more of the posts, I really think it's a lot more people fighting the concept than fighting Dan. I think the people love Dan.
36,000
I'm not
times
really
more
too
powerful
concerned.
than
Last
Fat
night-
Man.
I'm
That
just
would
saying
like
my concern is that
literally
you might-
fucking
You've
just
made- yeah, I know,
that would
you've
blow
made
a
this very
hole
honest and true concern
in
to
the
me
surface
several
of the
times now.
world that would look like a
Previous thread
fucking.
that was up was with the previous format. The new format
That
that we
would be
have, as I
visible
said
from
before,
outer
I think is
space.
above reproach. I think that is uncriticizable what we're talking about doing.
Right, right.
And as such,
But like
I
hydrogen
feel fine with it.
bombs are technically
As I said,
nuclear
there's
bombs,
stuff
right?
that wouldn't exist. The third hour, you know, if you're watching the VOD, I mean, we're talking about very edge cases here of people that are going to get affected by this. So,
I think like it's basically all of Europe, right?
so you think that people in Europe who are going to start watching the show at 1 a.m., that they're going to be upset that it doesn't end at 2 instead of 3? Or sorry, 3 instead of 4?
Yeah, I'm just saying that a bunch of
Yeah,
people
that's
probably
retarded.
missed
That's
it when
retarded. They're already missing the whole thing anyways.
I mean, yeah, they were gonna miss. Yeah.
Okay,
that's
well,
what I'm
you know,
saying.
I mean, what do we,
Like,
or we just get always switch continents here based on the fucking timing? I don't understand.
Well, no, it's the people who would it would be in the middle of the morning or whatever for them.
Okay, I mean, yeah, you might not be able to watch it. That's why there's a $5
Fuck.
option like this if you want to go and see it and do it. that way.
Thermonuclear.
Okay, I mean, but to me, I just don't think that's worth it. But yeah,
Okay,
mean,
that's cool.
It's realistically, it's probably not going to matter because if your only barrier here is that you have to not pay out of pocket for any amount of time, you're going to hit that within like 6 weeks anyway.
Yeah, but hey, maybe we'll get to the Hassan level. That'd be great, right?
No, I'm saying in 6 weeks you just remove the paywall because you won't be burning money anymore.
Oh no, I'm gonna double the paywall once it starts going well. We're gonna crank it up to double.
Okay, I feel like you're.
Wait.
All right. I don't know where else we can go from here. I feel like you're
I
fighting
want
a
this thing to.
concept
Y'all
I-
actually
listen, I'll be honest
tested
with you, I
that
want this
bomb?
thing to be huge, and I think it will be huge. So, you know, but that's just me, you know, smelling my own farts because I have a good time and I enjoy it. So.
Jesus Christ. I feel like it should be just straight up like
Okay.
against international
anything
law
else?
to even test that
Like
big
I
of a
said,
nuclear
man,
bomb.
I just trust me. All of the positive feedback on that thread after banning everybody who had neutral feedback from before, which by the way I support. No bad targets on that subreddit. They're all terrible people. But I'm just
Gotcha.
saying, if you think that's the broad basis of response from the community, I think you might be deluding yourself a little bit. And I think probably if you're doing this potentially risking the goodwill for like anything under $5,000 in terms of costs, I think that's insane.
Okay. Well, Opinion noted.
Wait, do you disagree with that? That for
I
under
am not going to
$5,000
answer the
burning
same
this goodwill
question.
would be bad?
I've already answered this question like fucking 10 times from you. You
haven't
keep
engaged
asking the
with
same question.
You just keep saying I wouldn't pay for love. I'm just asking, if you were burning this much goodwill for like $5,000, that would be crazy, right?
Sorry, if I'm burning goodwill for $5,000, I don't think I'm burning
To
goodwill.
save yourself $5,000. If
No, I
you
don't
were.
think I'm burning goodwill.
Okay, let's just say if you were, hypothetically.
I don't know. I don't know how to put a fucking dollar amount on it because I'm not a streamer and I don't have like a YouTube channel where I'm trying to get people subscribed to. So it's hard for me to say how
What I
much
mean when
give
I
a
say
shit.
you're not actually engaging with the question.
Because it doesn't make sense on that front. The goodwill of a community is like earned by who you are and what you do.
Jesus
not, like,
Christ.
By
It's
I'm
kind of
trying
not
to be
cool.
I'm not trying to be obtuse by it.
Okay. All right. I can't ask the question another time, so if you're not going to answer it, then I'm probably just going to have to go.
The question of how much is it worth my goodwill, I fundamentally disagree that the fact that we charge for a portion of this podcast means that all of a sudden I'm going to turn into you. I don't agree. So, I mean, we'll see. That's fine. Hey, I've been on both sides of it before, so.
Not with a community this size, but I'm just telling you that probably there's a dollar value there, and if it's under like 2,500, $5,000, it's so not worth it. But
okay, well,
you disagree. You think saving like $2,500 to implement this, that's worth it. That's a
I mean,
good trade.
if you want to pay all the extra
Soviets
costs, we can
be
do that,
speed
too.
running.
I'll still do the paywall, but I mean, you can help pay for stuff.
Okay. Well, you've been. Hold
So
on.
do you think?
Well, now you just changed.
Do you
your
think the Soviet Union should
I know,
be?
I'm trying to make fun of you right
Do you
now.
think there should be a reunion?
costs, or that's what it's for, right?
See, now what you're trying to do is you're trying to trap me and make me look greedy. I'm doing the podcast so I can have it be bigger than Hassan's. I'm going to make $200K a month, and it's going to be amazing. And yeah, that's the goal. There we go.
I'm just asking you to remain consistent. That's all.
You're just. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was being inconsistent in this conversation where I said that I didn't want to work and charge the maximum amount of money I can to get that. That's all right. I'll be more clear with my goals moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Do you think there should be a Soviet reunion?
Say one more time before you go that you just want DGG to like me.
Soviet
please.
onion.
They're
You
gonna
got,
like
y'all
me.
got all those
I know, but can you just
onion-shaped domes anyway already.
The main reason I'm here, I just want to save Dan's reputation. Okay, I want
You
to
just
help
want them to
Dan
like me.
identify what the real problem is here, what the real trade-off he's making is. Because I don't think it's a smart one.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're the expert, so I'm gonna take that under advisement.
Okay.
Anything
Again,
else?
I just want to make it. I just want to make
I
it clear.
don't
think
need.
this is an argument
I'm
worth
crystal
having for
clear.
$2,500.
Trust me.
That's
I
my
am
point.
crystal
I
clear.
don't think it's an
I am
argument worth
so
having
clear.
for $2,500. That's just,
I am
that's my only
so
point.
clear. Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am crystal clear on all of it
All right.
right now. Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
What the fuck?
Good luck. I love you guys. I know it'll be successful no matter what. So we'll talk to you guys later. Bye bye.
Wow, dramatic.
Much more so than it needed to be, but that's okay. I have. I've been on the other side of these conversations with the, where me and someone else going at it, and you're there silently enjoying the free content. That's fine. That's the perks of the job. I get it.
All right. Well, anything else we need to go over?
You don't get to do
United
the
States of
anything else with me.
America. That's funny. So me and my girlfriend are pescatarian. We only eat fish and like Beyond Burgers and stuff.
Does that mean there's something else we need to go over?
And veggies and stuff like that.
don't know.
So she
What
got
else do you
this
want to
gift
go
card to a really fancy steakhouse,
stuff.
a
what I
pretty
got
fucking
planned for
big
the
gift
rest of the
card to a fancy steakhouse that's like a
what?
chain. It's called
Immigration
Ruth
shit?
Chris.
Immigration stuff.
And it was my dad's birthday
Like super finish
last
my
month, so we
timeline
gave
thing.
it to
Is
them,
that how
my
I
parents,
finish this?
because they
Israel-Palestine timeline is
they
gonna be
eat
the
steak.
template for my
And we made our own card for them, and I wrote because my dad.
Are you going to be publishing this to a webpage or what?
I'm gonna just publish
the
them on my
food.
notes, but
Yeah,
Nothing like
So,
super
but like
formal.
we made our
But
own.
it's already kind of published online on my taking thing.
We made our own card, and tell me if you get the joke.
The
It-
timeline shit.
It's
Is
pretty
no one's done
basic,
this
but
before at all?
we wrote in the card.
Palestine somewhere? No.
I said,
You're not making
"Am
use of
I
any of it whatsoever?"
moo
Anyway, I'm not
staken
making use of any of it.
steak,
Like, I mean,
or
you're not
is
looking
it
at their
your
timeline and just
beef
kind of
day?"
Putting that down. I see you're like going through Wikipedia back and forth and doing it.
How about it?
I don't trust
I mean,
anybody
it was
else.
my
I
dad,
feel like I have
so
a decent understanding of all the
dad
major events that
jokes
have happened and how I want
are
it organized, what I
obligatory.
think is important. Like, I feel like I have a good enough understanding of all that. I wouldn't trust anybody else's organization of the.
Yeah, exactly. Am I moo
more
staken,
to
or
fill it
is
out
it your
in the future,
beef
but
day?
Unless you have a suggestion for like, oh, try this timeline or look at this person's timeline.
No, I don't. But have you ever seen like the XKCD? They did like the timeline thing that you can kind of move through it, and it's like I don't want to say like animated, but like a almost like a video type of thing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Nope. Is it like a parallax thing or something, or what do you mean?
Like a good example. Let me see if I can find one of it. But it's kind of like, or like the New York Times, they did the thing where you like as you scroll. You must have seen these, like the interactive.
Yeah, isn't that like parallax? Or am I?
Is that parallax? I thought parallax was another effect.
Isn't parallax where as you scroll down, it keeps scrolling and some things move faster than others, essentially? And going from top to bottom, the background will stick for a while and you keep scrolling and then the background moves as the text moves or whatever. Isn't that like a parallax web design?
I'm Googling it right now. I feel like I should know this, but I don't.
Me and my girlfriend got a domestic partnership recently. So like, neither one of us really believes in getting married, but we've been together for 9 years, so we figured we could make it official.
Yeah, so kind of, basically kind of
we
like
filled
that,
out
yeah,
some
but it's the-
paperwork and sent it to the government.
I think that would be pretty good.
Yeah?
Wait, why?
Congratulations, man.
Why?
When's your anniversary?
Yeah.
Because then you can kind of create a mini site on the Israel-Palestine conflict that's not just some kind of hard to digest notes, but something that people can, that fucking idiots can go and click and go through it and understand what's going on.
Oh
And,
yeah, that's what I'm sorry, I don't know if you've seen the timeline thing. There was another plugin for timelines before, but that sucks. But I'm just working on it at Canvas now. So like this would be I think this is fairly accessible. So it's literally just a line with all the dates, and then like prime ministers are in
Of course,
blue, leaders of nearby countries are in yellow, the year is in purple, and then like red is for wars, orange is for minor conflict, green is peace deals, blue are like resolutions or notes or stuff like that. Like I think this is fairly accessible. I don't think it has to be more. Got a key here and everything, so.
I feel like there's a way you can increase the design. What's the word I want to use for this? Just make
Probably
it
a
more
more
like user friendly.
Well, there's
Like,
probably a more
taking it
sophisticated.
out of Obsidian.
Yes,
basically.
there is a more sophisticated
Yeah.
way that you can do it, but I don't. That would require that's like a whole project in and of itself. I don't have time for all that shit. Fuck that. Fuck that. But yeah, if you want to make something custom or whatever, yeah, you could always create something more sophisticated.
You know what it reminds me of is the
That's what's
like
up.
the how deep is the Mariana Trench type thing.
Congratulations early, 10th of June.
Like if you imagine you did
I
one
got
of
a
those
fucking
like, kind of
colonoscopy
going through the
appointment for
history of the
fucking
Israel-Palestine
10th of
conflict,
June.
and it is like a parallax thing. And as you scroll through, and you could add some like images and video and shit like that, I think that would be fucking sick.
Yeah, but I don't know if I want. I don't. This is like for my own reference, and for anybody else that's watched me or like is very familiar with the history, wants to do a reference. This isn't like a beginner's guide to, because there's a lot more critical editing decisions that have to be made. Of
course.
To what I include and what I don't include.
I feel like we're already best friends, man.
I feel like going
I've learned less from some friends in our entire friendship than I have in this first
with
real
this
conversation
and
that
turn it
we've
into
had today.
An interactive mini site that would be like, because you think about, here's the whole thing. Like I'm working on one of these things.
You
now
showed
for
up
Dad,
yesterday for a
and it's
little
like,
while,
It seems stupid and cringe.
but
like,
I
all the
feel like
dad
this
do I
is
really
the
have to
first
do
chance
this?
we've
But
had to like actually chat.
realistically speaking, you can create a very shareable piece of content.
Your written English is
nature of
really
it being
good.
a
Do you
standalone
speak it
And by the nature of it being very
pretty well as
simple
well?
for normies, the reach of what you do is
Forever.
exponentially increased. Right? This is complicated. this entire thing here, I'm not even sure what I'm looking at, but you could turn it into something.
What's going on?
Yeah,
that-
I know. I understand.
Yeah,
You're repeating.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
I'm not doing that. That's you're talking about like weeks
Yeah,
or
but
months
we
of
could
like.
you could get someone to do that. That wouldn't have to be you.
It would depend on what they were going to make. If there's any editing happening whatsoever, like any truncating of events or any choosing what to keep in or what to keep out, I would have to be personally involved in almost every step because I don't trust anybody else to do it at this point. Not for
Oh
this.
fuck!
And it's just so much work. But listen, there's.
But look how much fucking work you
Holy
put into
shit.
it now. It just kind of. I mean,
Yeah, but it's like for me to reference if any of this comes up in the future. and
A
it's something to build
veritable
off of, if I want to,
polyglot
it's
on
work,
our
but it's like for
hands
my own
here,
brain.
ladies
then
and
for anybody
gentlemen.
else that is like if you're very knowledgeable about what's happened, then you could also refer to this and either critique it or reference it or whatever.
You know what could be fucking wild though if you think about it. If you did create like a mini site, I know that sounds silly to say.
Hang
to say
out for
mini site
30
and also
seconds. I
referencing
just gotta
the
go
Israel-Palestine
pee.
conflict. But if you put together.
Thanks for chilling, by the way, man. It's been fun having some company. I got a couple of people who usually just like keep me on in the background, not actively chatting. So it's been really nice to have some conversation back and forth, you know. So holy, yeah, that's a polyglot right there, buddy. Hang out for just a sec. I'm gonna go pee. Forgot I had to swap the laundry over too, god damn it. God damn it, Bobby, I thought I told you.
A mini site on Israel-Palestine, it could actually be like a more digestible version of the entire
Hell
Wikipedia
yeah, man.
article. Like, because now you have so much shit in there.
So you know
like,
6
it would
languages?
actually be sick. Like, the stuff that matters is in there.
Or
the
5
bullshit
languages?
is taken out. There's no politics to it at all. Because I think that you have done a decent job of saying where Israel fucked up, where it hasn't fucked up. That would be sick. It would be fucking sick.
I mean, I've considered what you're talking about, but at that point, as cringe as it sounds, I'd probably be closer to just like wanting to write a book on it, like a pop history book, basically. Like here's like the conflict in a nutshell in 100 years that goes over like,
Mr.
both sides without being
Worldwide.
fucking unhinged. And then I don't know if there'd be a website or something, or at that point I'd just make like a YouTube video going over it or something.
Dan has entrepreneur brain about this shit. You can even make it free. Doesn't matter. I mean, it should be free, right? That's like just basic knowledge of the shit. You only paywall the last, like, you know, after October 7th, because that's recent. Everything before that is still free.
Wow, true. Base.
Yeah. Well, that took a long
True
time
and
to get the WoW 2
based.
out of me, but that's fine.
Gigapilled.
Do you want to tell me about my goodwill if I do that or something, or?
No, I think
No?
Jessica got all that out of the way.
Okay. I still think it should be J stock and not Gisticle. There's no L in there.
Wait, isn't there literally an L in there? Gisticle.
Just Tolk.
Is that an I?
Isn't that more J stock than Gisticle? The L is not at the end, right?
I mean, it could be J stock if you want. Listen, you can call him whatever you want to call him. I like calling him Gisticle.
Okay.
That's my. There's a lot of history behind that name now.
The first
It's
Chechen
J-stock.
War.
You had one letter, it's J stock. How you can't make it be Gisticle though? It's not possible.
Anything's possible if you shitpost hard enough.
Okay.
Fun fact, the US hasn't won a war since World War II. Because technically Korea was an armistice. We completely fucked up Vietnam.
Did you guys get any of the window treatment shit for the glare? I was just looking at this. I mentioned that before.
No, but I don't even know. I'm not sure what that's even going to end up looking like.
I mean, the
flying
Gulf.
Aberdeen on the 28th.
We
and
didn't
we're gonna
kill
spend, like,
Saddam
2 or 3
in the
days,
first Gulf War.
Potentially recasting the entire studio, rebuilding the auto chain from scratch.
Iraq and fucking
Do you think-
Afghanistan were
when you say
complete
rebuilding
fucking
the audio
failures.
chain, like, do you think like there's like hardware configuration? Like it's just the microphones going directly into the ADEM, right?
Audio chain would refer to from microphone to final audio output, so it includes software as well. But something is too complicated right now. Something is not working. Like I feel like it should be pretty easy. We have 3 mics and a podcast, and I don't know how there's like so much crazy memery going on with everything. I feel like it shouldn't. Whatever's happening is too complicated. So I'll probably just fucking either format the computer or just like unplug everything and then start from scratch and start reinstalling stuff to see what makes it work simply.
So this is literally the audio echo issue when we get too loud. And then how long does it last? Like, will it keep lasting, or is it only when we're loud that it does it and then it goes away instantly?
I think it lasts only for a little bit, but my theory, like I said, is I think it's because the software compressor is kicking on, which is causing a processing delay in just one of the microphones, which is why the echo is so perfect, and it only happens when you're loud. That's my guess.
Okay, interesting. Will we get arms for the mics, or do you want to keep them desk mounted?
No, desk mounted is horrible. But,
Fuck.
I have the arms down there. I'll probably find somebody needs to find somebody to drill into the table. I'll call like a.
Oh, that isn't. Sorry, that is another thing. 2 comments at once I bring up, but I feel like every other podcast does do that, like acoustic shit on the walls. Is that like not? You don't think it's needed?
No, actually, I think in this apartment, I think that the walls are pretty soundproof. Like we don't hear much from other people, and the room itself is not too echoey. Like I don't know if it's because of the furniture we have in or the room itself, but I think the room is treated pretty decently. But I mean, it wouldn't hurt to add it too, depending on what the final setup looks like. But,
Yeah,
What the actual fuck is this guy doing
Some
to
of the
me?
views are weird. Like one camera angle has like a just pure blackness behind it. The other one, like I think the view that was on you for the last time, it's like a doctor's office. And then I don't know. Using the outside view is cool, but also it seems
Bro.
to fuck us also because it starts during the daytime and then it goes towards the nighttime, and I don't know. It just there's nothing to see basically.
Yeah, I don't
think-
know what that is
yeah.
going to end up looking like. We'll see. I might just use the window for lighting and not have it in a shot at all. It
Yeah,
just depends
exactly.
on-
I feel like it could still look good without it. Basically, it would be the thought. And what do you call like those portable?
Yeah, isn't
walls
there
or whatever?
where isn't
Like,
that where
you would use
Putin
those,
got
I
his
guess?
like
dividers?
Yeah, like the divider walls.
bad
I don't know, it
reputation?
just- right now, it feels like it's set up. But fuck, the other problem is whatever we do, then that's also set up specifically for bridges also.
Or for any other show. Yeah, whatever works has to work for every show that's in there. Yeah. But it shouldn't be that big of an issue. It'll all be solved by the end of the month. He'll come in and we'll go through everything from top to bottom. So it's
If you do, but listen, not to toot my own horn, by the way. If you do need any construction shit done, I have I have a fuck ton of tools. I can do any of that shit that you need. Just let me know. Like if you're like, I want to mount monitor arms here. I have all the shit to do stuff like that. That's not a problem.
well, come build a hole in the center of the desk then.
Is that literally all you need? Is a hole in the center of the desk?
That's what we're waiting for to put those arms in. Yeah.
How big of a hole?
Whatever the arm mounting things need to fit in. I don't know the measurements off the top of my head, but I have to make
Okay,
sure that the
yeah.
arms go in, and then I have to make sure that because it's what's the name for the? Is it like treated plasterboard? There's a name. There's a 3.
I don't doubt it.
MDF?
Yeah. What's that? Particle board.
My
Something.
family's not known.
It's
I think my
basically shit that, like,
grandfather
gets wet,
fought in
like,
the
falls
Second
apart,
World
but it's
War,
like
and that's about it.
something density. Who the fuck knows? MDF is what it's called. I forget what it stands for. But yeah, it's like all basically compressed fucking wood shit. Medium density fiberboard. That
Something
sounds
like
good.
that. Yeah. So whatever gets drilled into there, we have to make sure that the that it can support whatever goes in, basically. Yeah.
That's not an issue. What you do is you drill in, and then you have to put, I don't want to say a treatment, but like an epoxy on the where you would see like the MDF shit on the inside, all of that type of shit, so that doesn't ever have an issue in the future with it like flaking out. It kind of holds it in place, the epoxy, and that'll solve the problem. So we can do that. That's no big deal. Yeah, hey, you know what else? That's fucking premium Patreon behind the scenes content also right there. Oh my god.
That would
Just
indeed.
coming up with stuff.
Yeah, be premium behind the scenes content. Yeah.
Well, you know, at the very least, Steve, at least I know that you have my back with all these issues, and that you're going to very strongly defend all this stuff. So that at least makes me feel pretty warm and cozy at the end of the day.
Well, I'm glad you at least have that feeling. That's good.
I know that is a good feeling to have. So
It's a good
all
feeling
right.
to have. Yeah.
All right, I will catch you later. Man, I'm gonna have to go check my Goodwill after this, but I hope I'm still alright. If not, for the few chatters out there that I lost it to, I'm sorry. I will work diligently, I promise, to get it back in other ways.
Yeah.
Give me a second chance. I'm sorry. Okay.
Vladimir
All right, later.
Putin.
Cheers.
Be careful.
Is it Putin or Putin?
Jesus Christ.
It's Putin, right? Yeah, you definitely are.
Man.
you're definitely 10 years younger than me, and I feel like your father and grandfather must have had kids at a younger age than my father and grandfather did. I feel like they were each in their 30s when they had me and my mom.
All right.
Yeah, so there's no y. It's just Putin, not
Justified, guy
Putin.
in red,
I
Trump
hate it
is
when
the
people
GS
say
half-brother.
Putin, like
Fuck is this?
pew. It's yeah.
Spamming this shit over multiple subs with some made-up story attached. Guy in red truck is my GF's half-brother. Red truck was apparently following the homeowner and his partner for unknown reasons for many miles before this incident. Seems clear-cut, but want the opinion of the DGG Edge lawyers. It's a
Fuck
car
me.
that is pulling in front of a house in like the driveway.
Yeah.
Guy's getting out of the driver's seat.
That's why my grandfather was in a B-52 bomber in World War II, and your grandfather was in the Vietnam
And the
War.
car just runs up and crashes into him, I
Solid
guess.
fucking 20-year difference there.
And then the guy takes out his gun and starts shooting. The guy climbing out of the truck seems to be naked. I have no fucking idea what the fuck I'm watching here. Okay. He has a salmon shirt. Oh, okay.
Damn it. What the fucking hell is going on?
Okay. If you were here for fun, the fun ends now. We're reading more about lay immigration. Let's see. Does federal law restrict unauthorized immigrants' access to state public benefits? We read through this. Furthermore, the state laws that nothing in it is to be construed as addressing eligibility for basic education. Okay, we did this. Okay. Can unauthorized immigrants receive work authorization? Generally, unauthorized immigrants are not eligible for work authorization. In some cases, individuals with certain statuses on or pending applications may be eligible for work authorization. DACA recipients may apply for work authorization from DHS. TPS recipients are granted work authorization by virtue of their status. For DED, eligibility for work authorization depends on the terms the president specifies in each DED designation. Asylum applicants may apply for work authorization 150 days after filing an application for asylum. As of 2021, certain EU visa applicants and qualifying relatives, including those who may be unauthorized with pending petitions, may receive work authorization. What would this go under? Eligibility for federal and state aid. This random fact should probably be its own thing. Unauthorized. Would this go under eligibility for federal and state aid?
Holy shit. Yeah.
Legal immigrants generally are not eligible to apply for work authorization. Some cases are exceptions to this. such as DACA, TPS, TED, or asylum-seeking immigrants.
His
after
wife
50
didn't like him very much.
days
Well, you can't please everybody, am I right?
Filing for asylum. Are unauthorized immigrants eligible for student aid and or in-state tuition? Unauthorized immigrants are not eligible for federal student aid. They may be eligible for state financial aid, college financial aid, or private scholarships based on the rules of the relevant entities. Unauthorized immigrants may be eligible for in-state tuition in some states based on state-specific policies. Are not eligible for federal student aid. Some states or local areas may provide student aid based on their local rules. What the fuck does this do? Oh. What is this heart shit in YouTube chat? If I click this thing, I don't even know. I don't care. Are unauthorized immigrants eligible for driver's licenses and real IDs? In general, issuance of and eligibility requirements for driver's licenses are matters of state law and policy. As of September 2021, unauthorized immigrants are able to get driver's licenses in 16 states. As of 2021, illegal immigrants are eligible for driver's licenses in 16 states. DC and...
Yeah. I can see that you're pretty single-minded about this people dying thing, huh?
The Real ID Act established minimum security standards for state-issued driver's licenses and identification cards required for certain federal purposes, such as boarding domestic flights and accessing certain federal facilities. This includes evidence that the individual has lawful status in the United States. Thus, unauthorized immigrants are not eligible for real IDs. States may still issue identification cards or driver's licenses that are non-compliant with real ID, but those IDs may not be used for specified federal purposes. Legal immigrants should not be able to apply for, or should not be able to be granted a real ID due to federal requirements of citizenship verification or status verification. Seems like state laws and federal laws don't correlate much, and states seem incentivized to choose their own adventure. Yeah, I mean, that's the system that we live under in the United States, yeah.
Dream job? I was a musician for a long time. That was before it fucked up my hands. Fuck me. Yeah, I played guitar. Playing acoustic guitar for 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. These three fingertips are like I have nerve damage in them to the point where it's like if I roll over it,
our residents are lawful permanent residents.
it feels like
allowed to
hitting
vote
your
in
funny
US
bone.
elections.
So when I can't, like, I can play the guitar still, but it's like I can't play it for as long.
I don't think they can.
And so yeah, I wish I could fucking go back and play more
cannot vote.
of an electric guitar like this with an acoustic pickup, and it wouldn't have been so like shitty on my hands. But yeah, no,
Unauthorized immigrants eligible to serve in the U.S. military. Wait, hold on.
I sing and write songs,
criminal
or
penalties
I
for
used to
non-citizens
sing
who vote in
and
federal
write songs.
elections. Let's see, work authorization. Voting and military service. Only U.S. citizens are allowed to vote in federal elections. Non-citizens
You know
may
what?
vote in non-federal elections.
I'm feeling froggy,
as
bro. Let's
authorized
fucking do
by
it.
states
I'll
and
play you a song.
localities.
I'll play you a little tune. I tried this the other day. If I put the mic out a little bit from my face, and sort of point it down at the guitar. Don't tell Mom I'm in Chechnya. That's funny. Alright, check this out. It's called Lion and the Lady. I had a hand in mine next to me, but at the moment that hand's a ball. Pretty woman put a hex on me, saying now the sky's gonna fall. But she don't know she'll be the next to be crying like a porcelain doll. This pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. And if only my loneliness loving me, yeah, then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, whoa, how I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So damn it, woman, quit testing me in that simmering southern drawl. I let the woman get the best of me, now she thinking she could save us all. So lion lady lay in ecstasy, taking shelter from your own squaw. This pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. My wall. My wall. And I know and I do believe that it's bad, that I cannot leave this bed. I cannot escape this hell. So die we might as well. But no, I know you I do defy. No lie that I could tell. So now I've got to try to find my soul and sail. If only my loneliness loving me, yeah. Then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, whoa, how I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, whoa, no, no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Can you hear the guitar and the voice all right? Hell yeah. Alright then, one more. Alright, this one's a little more poppy, a little more sad. This is called Mayday. September 3rd and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. Thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. Take it easy, man. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. My baby's got something of an August way, yeah. At the end of the summer she gon' plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. October 3rd and she hasn't yet called. It seems after all we were never starting nothing that would ever last past the fall. Hurts after all, hurts after all. But now as I fall, oh, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. My baby's got something of an August way, yeah. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her, but I still remember her. And I'm singing, whoa, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. My baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. till I end up seeing. I cannot see you at the end until I bend my beat. No, I'll not be round the bend. So for now and time being, apologies I send. For in the mirror now I'm freeing that in me that was your friend. So farewell for now, my friend. Have a care that now need not be the end. And however unfair the weather now, I swear somehow together we'll be again. Though we be divided, forgo not my dividend. I leave now taking stock for to store my love to lend. It wasn't you that I derided, seek no more to offend. So count on me then like the clock, and know I'll catch up with you in the end. So farewell for now, my friend. Have a care that now need not be the end. And however unfair the weather now, I swear somehow together we'll be again. For if now you cannot free me, I cannot be your friend. 'Cause if now I cannot be me, a fearful future I pretend. 'Cause unless I end up seeing, I'll never see the end. And until I bend my being, no, I'll never be round the bend. So farewell for now, my friend. Have a care that now need not be the end. And however unfair the weather now, I swear somehow together we'll be again. However unfair the weather now, I swear somehow together we'll be again. And I'll see you in the end. Baby, now I know I loved you like a funny story of a favorite pastime. Remember when you came and sat here at my side for the time I ever really sang my mind. Later left you for dead, no. Upon return, nobody did I find. Lost my head, left you behind. How I wish I could have turned back that time. Whoa. But today I'd say could be a good day. The sun on ocean waves that make the spray that hurtles to my face without hurt to fill the space between me and the golden rays that splay upon this place of ever-cleansing slate and ever-shifting sands, and yet ever uplifting hand. Baby, now I know I love you more than I ever even could have hoped to last time. Remember when I told you now I walk a lonely road, you couldn't even read the signs. Afraid to leave me for dead, no, but upon return still nobody did you find. Lost my head, left you behind. How I wish I could turn back the time. Whoa, but today I'd say could be a good day. The sun on ocean waves that make the spray that hurtles to my face without her to fill the space between me and the golden rain. Let's play upon this place of ever-cleansing slates and ever-shifting sand and yet ever-uplifting hand. I fell up out of love. I don't know how I came back down, 'cause I felt like I'd lost gravity without you around. I don't know if I am stuck or how to get around this ever-growing cavity where once my heart was found. No, no, but today I'd say, yeah, today I'd say, yeah, today I'd say, yeah, today I'd say, today I say it could be, just 'cause the way I say it could be, how to change the way it would be, and you finally understood me. Could I have been a parking lot attendant? And could I have been a millionaire in Bel Air? And could I have been lost late at night in Fort Lauderdale? And could I have been anyone other than me? And could I have been anyone other than me? And could I have been anyone? He stands, touches hair, his shoes untied, tongue gaping stare. Could I have been a magnet for money? Could I have been anyone other than me in the night? 23 and so tired of life, such a shame to throw it all away. But the images grow darker still. Could I have been anyone other than me in the night? Look up at the sky, my mouth is open wide. They can taste what's the use in worrying. What's the use in hurrying? Turn and turn, we almost can become dizzy. I am who I am, who I am. Well, who am I? Requesting some enlightenment. Could I have been dancing Nancy? I could have been anyone other than myself. Oh. And could I have been anyone other than me in the night? Sing and dance, la la la, hey, la la la, hey, la la la. Sing and dance, I'll play for you tonight, the thrill of it all. And dark clouds may hang on me sometimes, but I'll work it out when I look up at the sky. My mouth is open wide, they can taste what's the use in worrying. What's the use in hurrying? Turn and turn, we almost can become dizzy. Alright, that'll do it. Back to the video games. If that's alright with everybody. Ah, yes. Oh,
Rainey's not
rise
winning,
with
depending
me,
on the season, it'd
Ronin,
be
sir. Or Ronin, ma'am, I suppose. Needed a little bit of a breather on that
Unauthorized
anyway.
immigrants eligible to serve in
That's
the U.S.
getting pretty
military. In
fucking
general, unauthorized
frustrating.
immigrants may not enlist in the U.S. Armed Forces. By law, enlistment is open to U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, non-citizen nationals, e.g. individuals born in American Samoa and Swains Island, and persons from Micronesia, the Marshall Islands, and Palau. Service secretaries within the armed forces are statutorily authorized to enlist a limited number of other persons who possess critical skills or expertise deemed vital to the national interest. From 2008 to 2016, the military accessions vital to the national interest program permitted the enlistment of certain non-citizens whose medical skills and language expertise were deemed vital to the national interest. However, the Department of Defense required those enlistees to have lawful presence. Eligible populations included asylees, refugees, non-immigrants, those with TPS and DACA beneficiaries. The MAVNI program was suspended in 2016 following the DOD's establishment of new security screening requirements. Immigrants are not generally allowed to serve in the military. Economic characteristics. Let's see. Work, voting, random facts, border security, Ellis Island, economics, immigration. This is probably going to go under still illegal immigration, I guess. Because measures of immigration status are generally not available in major government survey data, it's difficult to disaggregate the economic impact of unauthorized immigrants from the economic impact of immigrants more generally. Such estimates are more widely available for the foreign-born population. Where possible in this section, CRS has the Congressional Research. What does that stand for? Service, sorry. Has included estimates related to the unauthorized population specifically. In other cases, information is limited to the foreign-born population broadly. At what rate do unauthorized immigrants participate in the labor force? The labor force participation rate is the proportion of individuals ages 16 and older in the civilian labor force who are employed or are unemployed and actively seeking work. The foreign-born tend to have higher rates of labor force participation compared with those born in the U.S. This trend has long been documented by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. BLS reported that in 2021, the foreign-born labor force participation rate was 64.7%. Legal immigrants tend to participate in the labor force at higher rates than natives. In 2021, the BLS reported that foreign-born, that's not illegal immigrants though. Hold on, let's be clear here. The foreign-born tend to have higher rates of labor. Okay. Foreign-born population the foreign-born population tend to participate in the labor force at higher rates than natives. In 2021, the BLS reported that the foreign-born labor force participation rate was 64.7% compared to 61% for the native-born. Does that include retirees, as it's just 16 plus, which will heavily skew US born down? Yeah, that's why I think people don't generally use labor force participation rate. Usually you'll use the U3, which includes, or doesn't include, like, people not seeking work. So, like, old people, retired people. Let's see.
Let's have ourselves some fun.
Oh, wait, no, wait, I'm sorry. Labor force participation does include actively seeking work. So it wouldn't include retired people. Labor force participation rate. Does the labor force participation rate Does that equal any of the U measurements for unemployment? Or not at all?
Don't hold back, you hear?
Maybe not. Labor force participation is particularly high among foreign-born men. In 2021, 76.8% of foreign-born men participated in labor force, compared with 65.8% of native-born men. Foreign-born women, conversely, have lower rates of labor force participation than native-born women, 53.4% and 56.6% respectively. Unauthorized immigrants specifically participate in the labor force at higher rates than the foreign-born population broadly and the native-born population. In 2019, estimates of unauthorized immigrants' labor force participation range from 69% to 77%. Jesus, okay. So this would come under economics.
No, it's nice to spar once in a while.
Illegal immigrants have higher labor force participation rates than native or foreign-born immigrants or foreign-born populations, with 2019 estimates ranging from 69% to 77%. Unauthorized immigrant men tend to have even higher labor force participation rates. In which industries do unauthorized immigrants work? Unauthorized immigrants are highly concentrated in certain industries, including agriculture, construction, leisure/hospitality, services, and manufacturing. Immigrants tend to work in certain industries, such as agriculture, construction, leisure/hospitality, services, and manufacturing. An analysis of 2016 data, for example, found that unauthorized immigrants comprised 5% of the total civilian labor force, but 15% of the agricultural industry, 13% of the construction industry, and 8% of the leisure/hospitality industry. Certain occupations within those industries also have particularly high concentrations of unauthorized workers. For example, the Department of Labor survey of U.S. farm workers in fiscal year 2019 to 2020 found that 44% of hired crop workers were unauthorized. Jesus.
Fuck you.
Do unauthorized immigrants impact the wages of U.S.-born workers? A 2017 summary report by the National Academics of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine states that empirical evidence on the wage impacts of foreign-born workers reveals one sobering reality. Wage and employment impacts created by flows of foreign-born workers into labor markets are complex and difficult to measure. Because of data limitations, few studies have examined the impacts of unauthorized immigrants, specifically on the wages of U.S.-born workers. Empirical studies of wage impacts instead tend to focus on other foreign-born worker subgroups, especially education or skill level. Unauthorized workers are generally assumed to be concentrated in unskilled jobs. The NASM report's review of the literature explains the centrality of worker complementarity versus worker substitution, complementarity versus worker substitution with regard to the impacts of newly arrived immigrants. For cases in which immigrants and natives specialize in different occupational activities, i.e. worker complementarity, wage gains and job creation become likely outcomes when new arrivals compete with those already in the labor force. For example, if unskilled immigrants and native-born teenagers or earlier immigrants are applying for the same fast food, restaurant jobs, wages and job opportunities for the latter may be negatively impacted, at least in the short run. In general, the NASM report finds that among low-skilled workers, foreign-born workers' negative impacts on the wages of U.S.-born workers tend to be more pronounced in the short run and are very small over periods of more than 10 years. The groups that were most likely to experience wage declines associated with new immigrant arrivals to the low-skilled labor market were previous cohorts of immigrants and native-born individuals lacking a high school diploma. 2017 by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, measuring illegal immigrant impact on wages is difficult. Wages are negatively impacted, most likely concentrated on low-skilled jobs where illegal immigrants are competing directly with natives or recent immigrants, especially among with no job skills and only some high school education. What fiscal impacts do unauthorized immigrants have on federal, state, and local governments? Research on fiscal impacts generally considers the differences between public expenditures on the benefits and services immigrants receive and the tax revenues they contribute, e.g. via income taxes. The NASM report contends that fiscal impacts generally reveal themselves over several years because an individual's contributions and program expenditures change across the course of his or her life. NASM's analysis finds that among the foreign-born, fiscal impacts are generally positive at the federal level and negative at state and local levels. For example, state and local governments assume most costs of public education. The analysis also finds that foreign and native-born persons similarly matched on characteristics like age and education will likely have about the same fiscal impact. That foreign and native-born persons similarly matched on characteristics. Okay. Similar to the wage impacts described above, data limitations make it difficult to isolate public expenditures and tax contributions for unauthorized immigrants specifically. Nevertheless, immigration status is likely an important determinant of fiscal impact. As described previously, see the eligibility for certain federal and state benefits section. Unauthorized immigrants are ineligible for most public benefits. However, states may not deny children a free public education because of their immigration status. In considering the economic characteristics of unauthorized immigrants, NASM states that because unauthorized immigrants tend to be younger than other foreign-born groups and therefore more likely to be in the labor market, and because they're ineligible for many public benefits, they may have a more positive fiscal impact at the federal level compared with other immigrant groups. However, they also note that unauthorized immigrants tend to have lower earnings than other foreign-born groups and may therefore have lower tax contributions. Here's a question. For a state, are you obligated to provide education if a person has no address? Wouldn't you need an address for that? The address is probably the shelter. Because I wonder how, like, shouldn't school always be paid for with property taxes? I don't know how to understand how you can consume, like, education resources without paying into it somewhat if you need an address for it, unless they lie about the address, I guess. Overconsume is a word, but underconsume isn't? Are unauthorized immigrants required to pay federal taxes? Unauthorized immigrants may be required to pay federal taxes, e.g. if they work in the United States. However, quantifying their contribution is difficult, as unauthorized immigrants generally do not have a special designation under tax law and do not provide information as to whether they are lawfully present on federal tax documents, such as the federal income tax return. Hence, the IRS does not have official estimates of the federal taxes paid by unlawfully present non-citizens in the United States or the tax benefits they claim. For federal tax purposes, unauthorized immigrants are treated like any other non-citizen and are categorized as either resident or non-resident aliens. This designation, which is for federal tax purposes only, is based on the time they reside in the United States and not their immigration status. It is neither an indication of the immigration status nor does it affect immigration status. Resident aliens are generally taxed in the same manner as U.S. citizens. Non-resident aliens are subject to different treatment, such as generally being taxed only on income from U.S. sources. In addition, by law, individuals must provide a unique identifying number when they file tax returns and other documents with the IRS. Generally, an individual's taxpayer identification number is his or her social security number. However, certain non-citizens are not eligible for SSNs, including unauthorized immigrants. Individuals who are not eligible to receive an SSN are required to use an individual taxpayer identification number, an ITIN, when filing their documents, such as tax returns with the IRS. ITINs are issued by the IRS and are for federal tax purposes only. Use of an ITIN does not necessarily mean an individual is unlawfully present. However, the IRS and the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration believe that a large proportion of ITIN filers are unlawfully present non-citizens working in the United States. Jesus. Harris and the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration believe that a large proportion of individual taxpayer identification number filers are illegal immigrants working in the U.S. Crime. Okay. Listen to the Heartbound OST in the background. It's free, is it? Oh, I finally got this stupid fucking thing. Spotify? I can listen to music on this stupid shit now. There you go. I need to actually, but I need to start like moving fucking music over here. So apparently there's no way to import your YouTube playlist. Let me use the restroom for 1 second. Am I edging or gooning? Always both simultaneously.
Put me in my place.
Don't hold back, you hear?
Okay. Is there a relationship between unauthorized immigrants and crime? Assessing the relationship between unauthorized immigration and crime is complicated by, among other challenges, data limitations and the inability to compare research studies that use different methods, evaluating different populations, cover different periods, and or ask different research questions. Let's see, crime. I probably want like crime of legal immigrants, huh? Nevertheless, ample research on immigration and crime consistently indicates that in general, immigrants have either no impact or a reductive impact on crime. This has been seen in individual studies, as well as studies that review bodies of literature on immigration and crime. Likewise, most empirical scholarship examining the relationship between unauthorized immigrants, specifically in crime, have similar findings. For example, studies have found that unauthorized immigration does not increase violent crime, and in some cases, it decreases such crime. Other studies show unauthorized immigration is associated with a reduction in drug arrests, drug overdoses, and driving under the influence. 79. I would have looked at this footnote. See Michael T. Light, Ty Miller, and Brian C. Kelly. Undocumented immigration, drug problems, and driving under the influence in the United States. This is from 2018. And this one's from 2017. Did we have the right sentence? This is 2017. This is 2017. Or no, published 2018, I think. To examine the influence of undocumented immigration in the United States on 4 different metrics of drug and alcohol problems: drug arrest, drug overdose fatalities, driving under the influence, and DUI deaths. We combine newly developed state-level estimates of the undocumented population between 1990 and 2014 from the Center for Migration Studies with arrest data from the Federal Bureau of Investigation Uniform Crime Reports and fatality information. We use fixed effect regression models to examine the longitudinal association between increased undocumented immigration and drug problems and drunk driving. Increased immigration was significantly associated with reductions in drug arrests, drug overdose deaths, and DUI arrests, net of other factors. There was no significant relationship between increased undocumented immigration and DUI deaths. Why? How does that? Can you explain that? Why would undocumented immigration be significantly associated with a reduction in drug arrests? Is it like if the population increased and the arrests remain the same, then there's a reduction in the rate? Or I don't understand this. Also, fuck me. Should I make a PubMed account as well?
Fuck. Hold on, I'm creating an account on this dog shit fucking research website. Just kidding, space. Okay. Illegal immigrants make a conscious effort to hunt down drug dealers to lower the rates so they can have a positive impact. Okay. True. Oh god, how cringe is this gonna be? No! I didn't mean to do that. Immigrants authorized and unauthorized are less likely to cause crime compared to native borns. Yeah, I'm just curious, when it's just like
significantly associated with a reduction of. I'm just curious if that means that, like, if you bring in 10 million illegals and none of them commit crime, is it because the population increases that the relative rates decrease? Is that what that means? That's all I'm curious about. Okay. This isn't gonna do anything weird for this, is it? Ugh, kind of. Nah, whatever. Well, fuck, hold on one second.
Cringe.
No, hopefully not. Okay. Okay. So I'm here with this thing. Actions, site, abstract figures, similar. If I wanted to see like the entire thing, what would I look for? Display options. PubMed? No. Save? Collections? Am I a fucking retard? What is he trying to do? I just want to read the study instead of just looking at the abstract. What do I click? Check my last comment. You really made me check. You're getting a 2-day for that one. Click the DOI link. DOI. This takes me to a whole ass other website. Full text. My God. $48-hour access, $12. Okay, this is actually, I do draw the line here. Never mind, fuck that. I'm never paying for their shit legally. Fuck that, that's ridiculous. Bro, come on. What? Sci-Have is dead? What do you mean? I just clicked this and it worked. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? What did you go to here to get this? Why could I not get this before? What's the difference? Like, this is PubMed. This is... NCBI, NLM, NIH.gov. Bro, kill me! What the fuck? Don't care. Whatever. Okay. I just googled it and clicked the first thing. Okay, well. Okay, undocumented immigration, drug problems, and driving under the influence in the United States. Increased undocumented immigration was significantly associated with reduction in drug arrests, drug overdose deaths, DUI arrests, and other factors. There was no significant relationship between increase. Okay, conclusions. Increase the prevalence. Okay, we're going to be associated with reduction of these public health concerns. Okay, methods. We combine newly developed state-level estimates of the undocumented population from 1990 to 2014. We use fixed effects regression models to examine the longitudinal association between
Fuck
increased
me,
undocumented
dude.
immigration
How'd I run
and
out of...
drunk problems and drunk driving. Okay, we used fixed effects regression models. What does that mean? You're looking at like just an increase in immigration, and then you are comparing that to the number of a particular crime or outcome or whatever. Fixed effect regression models. A fixed effects model is a statistical model in which the model parameters are fixed or non-random quantities. This is in contrast to random effects models and mixed models, in which all or some of the model parameters are random variables. In many applications, including econometrics and biostatistics, a fixed effects model refers to a regression model in which the group means are fixed, non-random, as opposed to a random effects model in which the group means are a random sample from a population. Okay. Generally, data can be grouped according to several observed factors. The group means could be modeled as fixed or random effects for each grouping. In a fixed effects model, each group mean is a group-specific fixed quantity. In a fixed effects model, each group mean is a group-specific fixed quantity. Longitudinal observations for the same subject. Fixed effects represent the subject-specific means. In panel data analysis, the term fixed effects estimator, also known as the within estimator, is used to provide an estimator for the coefficient regression model, including those fixed effects. One-time invariant subject changes. Okay. One day we'll take that stats course. Okay. Okay, we tested the contrasting hypotheses with data from multiple sources at the state level from 1990 to 2014. Data for DUI and drug arrest came to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Uniform Crime Reports, which compiles data from more than 1,800 or 18,000 law enforcement agencies representing 90% of the population of 2014. Let's see. Undocumented comes from two of the most reliable sources. In addition, we collected data on an array of socioeconomic, demographic, and criminal justice characteristics from the U.S. Census, the National Prisoner Statistics, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation police employment data. Dependent variables. These four dependent variables. We measured problems relating to drugs by using the rate of arrest for drug violations per 100,000 and the rate of an unintentional drug overdose deaths per 100,000. Okay, so it is a rate per population. We use two measures because arrests reflect a mixture of use and policing behavior. Overdose fatalities, by contrast, are unlikely to track changes in policing, thus markedly reflect the prevalence of heavy drug use. That's smart. Using the same logic, we measured alcohol-impaired driving by using the DUI arrest rate per 100,000 and the rate of fatalities involving drunk driving. Calculated rates for each dependent variable by using total population. However, results were unchanged when we calculated rates for the adult population, ages over 18, driving populations, ages over 16, or populations of legal drinking, age over 21. We logged all outcome measures to reduce positive skewness. Also using because of a small amount of missing data. Okay. Okay, drug arrest and the mean. Undocumented immigrants. Focal measures. Okay. Okay, so drug arrest is the number of people getting arrested for drug-related things. Is this per 100,000? That seems really, really, really low, right? Or... Summary statistics for state-level dependent and independent measures is in an examination of undocumented immigration and drug arrest, driving under the influence arrest, drug mortality arrest. No, DUI, okay. Not really? There's no way that drug arrests... Oh, it is. Okay, never mind. Per 100,000 population. It is. Damn, okay. I would assume more people get arrested for drugs. But I guess not, maybe. Okay. How many per 100K did you expect? For drug arrests? I don't know. Why did I expect at least like 1%? What would that be, 1,000 per 100K? 1% of people to get arrested for marijuana. Is that too much? I guess my estimate is just way too high. Yeah, I guess. Okay. So like when it says here, covariates, unemployment proportion of the population, 5.8. What does this mean? Does this mean that like, of people that got, is this like for the unemployed population, 5.8 per 100,000? I don't know what the fuck I'm reading, never mind. I don't understand how to read this chart at all. Okay, drug arrest. And then this is the mean. Wait, drug arrest mean, and then the standard deviations that it could vary by, so we don't care about the second number. Okay, so, wait, right? I have absolutely no idea how to fucking read any of this. I have no idea what the fuck I'm looking at. I'm completely lost and retarded. I don't know any of this. Percent unemployed of the immigrant population. How do you know that? So covariates. Okay, so unemployment, proportion of the population, 5.8. What does that say? What does that mean? Why is there a diagonal at the beginning of the table? Holy shit. Okay. I'm just going to read and try to figure out what the fuck. Maybe I can get hints based on what's written. Okay. Report 6 number 7 state years varies between the mortality and arrest rates for both DUI and drug arrest. 4% of state years are missing. To ensure comparability across samples, we show descriptive statistics of all covariates separately for each outcome. Covariates separately for each outcome. Okay, so for drug arrests, meaning the drug offense arrest rate per 100,000. Okay, so these are our drug arrests per 100,000. That's what these are. So for legal immigrants, the drug arrest rate per 100,000 is 6.4. But why? What does this proportion of the population mean? Why the fuck is that? Or poverty, proportion of the population. Okay, drug arrest rate, drug fatality rate, DUI arrest rate, DUI fatalities. Holy shit. Okay, well, fuck me. Listen, this will be after our stats scores. Fuck that. Oh my god, he does. It's the same author, isn't it? He loves these types of fucking studies. Fuck you, you cuck. Michael T. Light. It is him. You cuck. Well, alright. Copying the abstract. Good luck. Two studies done by Michael T. Light et al. When was this published? 2017? Oh no, wait, it's the same fucking study. That's why it's the same fucking chart. Oh, I deleted the other one. I don't care. One is enough. Cadis, I know you're not a therapist, but you seem like the most sane person I can ask advice for. 21 years old working. I don't know if I want to go to college. I was sucked into red pill and I don't know what to do. I don't know who to talk to. Bro, what do you want me to say? No. Oh god, no. Go back. AMJ Public Health. What does that mean? American Journal of Public Health, I'm assuming? Yes. Use the abbreviation. Yes. Yes. American Journal of Public Health. Okay.
It's fucking impossible unless you're using the right stance, bro.
Google Scholar gives you the formatted citation. I ain't got time for that bullshit. Wait, I'm literally fucking retarded. Why do I keep clicking the same thing? Wait, am I been looking at the same thing the whole time? No. Does undocumented immigration increase violent crime? 2018. Okay. You wouldn't put at all if it's just two authors, right? Okay. Jesus.
Prepare to taste my blade.
3 or more is the standard. Yeah? The standard number of dicks your mom eats in a single fucking night? Pathways to permanent status. Are unauthorized immigrants able to obtain permanent legal status? There are limited options for unauthorized immigrants to gain permanent legal status. To adjust to LPR status from within the United States under the main adjustment of status provisions in the INA, an individual must have been inspected and admitted or paroled into the United States. Those who enter the U.S. unlawfully fail to meet this requirement. Pathway to permanent status. Those who have entered the country illegally cannot adjust to lawful permanent resident status since they have not been admitted legally into the U.S. In addition, non-citizens must maintain lawful status since entering the U.S. This would mean that non-citizens who had been inspected and admitted but overstayed a period of lawful admission would not be eligible for LPR status either. Those who overstay visas or have otherwise failed to maintain their lawful status since entering the U.S. are also ineligible for status adjustment. Certain LPR pathways are available to individuals regardless of unlawful entry or unlawful presence. Asylum may be granted to individuals in the U.S. who are unable or unwilling to return to their country or of nationality because of persecution or a well-founded fear of persecution on account of race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group, or political opinion. Let's see. Some LPR pathways are available if you are seeking asylum. There are no numerical limitations on asylum grants. Asylees may adjust to LPR status after 1 year of physical presence in the U.S. Other LPR pathways, which account for relatively few immigrants due to numerical limitations, include U non-immigrant visas for non-citizen crime victims who assist law enforcement agencies, T status for non-citizen victims of human trafficking, and cancellations for removal for non-citizens in removal proceedings. What are 3 and 10-year bars? How far away are we from this? Okay. Immigration law also contains restrictions for certain individuals who leave the United States and subsequently apply for an immigrant visa from abroad. Non-citizens who were unlawfully present in the United States for between 6 and 12 months are considered inadmissible to the United States for 3 years, and those unlawfully present for more than 1 year are inadmissible for 10 years, often referred to as 3 and 10-year bars. Oof. Non-citizens who stay in the U.S. illegally for 6 to 12 months are inadmissible into the U.S. for 3 years, and those unlawfully present for more than 1 year are inadmissible for 10 years. These bars are triggered when the individual leaves the U.S. Waivers are available for those who are the spouse, son, or daughter of a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident. If refusal of admission to such immigrant alien would result in extreme hardship to the citizen or lawfully resident spouse or parent of such alien. Are unauthorized immigrants able to become U.S. citizens? In general, that'd be no, right? Are unauthorized immigrants able to obtain permanent and legal status? In general, to be eligible for U.S. citizenship through the naturalization process, applicants must first obtain LPR status. See, are unauthorized immigrants allowed to obtain permanent legal status? LPRs may choose to naturalize upon meeting certain eligibility criteria, typically after 5 years in LPR status or 3 if married to a U.S. citizen. Expedited pathways are available to non-citizen members of the U.S. Armed Forces. Naturalization is optional for LPRs. An estimated 9.2 million are currently eligible to naturalize but have not done so. Naturalized citizens, that's interesting. Estimated 9.2 million LPRs are eligible for naturalization, but have not done so. Naturalized citizens gain certain benefits, including the right to vote, security from deportation in most cases, access to certain public sector jobs, and the ability to travel with a U.S. passport. What legalization programs for unauthorized immigrants have been proposed in recent Congresses? At several points during the past 20 years, Congress has considered legislation to establish pathways to LPR status for certain groups of foreign nationals in the U.S., including certain unauthorized immigrants. These bills have focused largely, but not exclusively, on persons without a lawful immigration status. Past measures have included standalone bills with pathways to LPR status for unauthorized childhood arrivals. These bills typically have been referred to as DREAM Acts, as well as bills proposing broader changes to the immigration system that included LPR pathways for different groups. The 117th Congress proposed LPR pathways have been focused on several overlapping groups: unauthorized childhood arrivals, commonly referred to as Dreamers, individuals with TPS or DED, agricultural workers, and individuals deemed essential workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Removal. How many unauthorized immigrants are in removal proceedings? Non-citizens may be placed in removal proceedings based on grounds of inadmissibility or deportability. These grounds may apply to both unauthorized immigrants and those with lawful immigration status, see LPRs, or non-immigrants. During removal proceedings, an immigration judge determines whether the non-citizen is removable, deportable, and if so, whether they are eligible for forms of relief from removal, such as asylum. Removal proceedings begin when non-citizens are issued a notice to appear, charging document, and is filed with an immigration court. Let's see, removal. The removal process begins when non-citizens are issued a notice to appear, charging document is filed with an immigration court. As of June 2022, an estimated 1.8 million non-citizens were in removal proceedings in immigration courts. Jesus. So June 2022, an estimated about 1.8 million citizens were in removal proceedings in immigration courts, a large percentage of whom were illegal immigrants. Within that group, approximately 1.1 million individuals were charged with entry without inspection, and an additional 663,000 were charged with another immigration infraction, such as violating the conditions of an authorized stay. Some may ultimately be granted relief from removal during their proceedings. One entry without inspection, and 633,000 were charged with another immigration infraction. How many unauthorized immigrants are deported every year? DHS is responsible for immigration enforcement in the United States, including apprehending non-citizens who are removable, deportable, because they have violated immigration laws, and removing from the United States non-citizens with a final order of removal. Non-citizens may be removed through different types of processes, including the following. When an immigration judge issues an order of removal during formal removal proceedings, under expedited removal, in which arriving aliens and migrants who recently entered the United States without inspection may be removed by DHS without formal proceedings in immigration court, under reinstatement of final removal orders for non-citizens who have re-entered the United States without authorization after previous removal or voluntary departure, and under administrative removal for non-citizens convicted of an aggravated felony who did not have LPR status when the removal proceedings commenced. It's probably good to know this. Non-citizens. Oh, wait. Hold on 1 second. Non-citizens may be removed through different processes, including the followings. Really? This game is better for learning the flags. Pin flags on a map. Oh, cute. Wait, what flag game are we playing? Oh, GeoGuessr. Wait, why would they have shitty flag games and good flag games? Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Is this a congressional FAQ section you're citing? This is a congressional report from the Congressional Research Service. Immigration and Customs Enforcement within DHS is responsible for immigration enforcement in the U.S. interior. From fiscal year 2011 through fiscal year 2020, DHS removed an annual average of 96,373 individuals apprehended by ICE. Not all of those removed are unauthorized immigrants. Lawfully present non-citizens, LPRs, may be subject to removal for certain reasons, e.g. criminal offenses. Whom should I contact with additional questions? Okay, well, we've mined this for information. Okay. We've got a New York Times article on fixing the immigration crisis. We've got a Pew Research article that just had some information about how many illegal immigrants are here. Don't think we need this anymore. And then we've got our Republican Judiciary Committee. Courtesy of Jim Jordan. New data reveal worsening magnitude of the Biden border crisis and lack of interior immigration enforcement. Oh boy. So are you going to keep focusing on southern border illegal immigration so you can conveniently avoid Muslim immigration research? Otherwise, you might have to admit Trump was right and maybe not a racist like you see him as. Aerial combat. Link me what the fuck you're talking about. Go ahead. We'll wait. We'll do what you want us to do, okay? You're the driver now. Now you're in charge. Okay, sure. Let's start Muslim immigration in Michigan and Europe. What do you mean in Michigan and Europe? What the fuck are you talking about? We're doing U.S. immigration right now. Why would you say Michigan and Europe? Talk to me about U.S. Muslim immigration. Let's start. Link me something, and we'll read it. If that's what you want to do right now, link me something, okay? Let's go over it. Okay, give me a second. Okay. Michigan and Europe. Fucking kill me. Holy shit. Okay, you can start with the Wall Street Journal article about Dearborn, Michigan, and the Muslims there supporting Hamas en masse. What is that? What the fuck does that prove? Right now, the biggest people that support Hamas that I'm worried about in the U.S. are white college kids. Why one article about a group of people in one city, in one state, supporting Hamas? Are there crimes that anybody is committing there? You understand in the United States, you've got a constitutional right to support Hamas too, right? Are you going to link me to some crimes or give me like a huge like crime ring, or what are we talking about right now? Do you have an immigration debate coming up? Would you consistently make documents to your position? Well, no, but there was a southern border and shit, and it's just nice to have information on it. So like this and like the college stuff now, I feel like pretty confident I can debate against most people now. which is obviously a good idea, and I know all the numbers for the earnings and the debt and everything. So why not for immigration too? It proves that any place Muslims show up in the West end up causing severe issues to Jews/women/gays. You know what's funny is I'm willing to bet that you probably hate all three categories of those people anyway. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking retard. My God. Okay, new data reveal worsening magnitude of the Biden border crisis. Okay, what does Jim Jordan have to say? 3 years in the Biden administration, the crisis at the southwest border is worse than ever. U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered a record-breaking 269,735 illegal aliens along the southwest border in September 2023, shattering the previous record of 252,350 encounters in December 2020. You know what? Actually, you know what this is probably good to go through? Let's do research to how do we spot bullshit, okay? How do we spot bullshit? Okay. 3 years into the Biden administration, the crisis at the southwest border is worse than ever, okay? So this implies a huge departure, or at least somewhat of a departure from historic norms. U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered a record-breaking 270,000 illegal aliens along the southwest border in September of 2023, shattering the previous record of 252,315 encounters in December of 2022. So it's a little scary that we're going month by month. Do these normally get accounted for monthly, or is it because the yearly one isn't high enough? And why are we comparing September 2023 to December 2022? I'm guessing because September 2023 is recent and December 2022 was the last record. But what about January through September of 2023? Were those like super low? Was there so the selective like picking of months here is already ultra sketch. But okay, that's fine. We'll go do the we'll look at the numbers on our own. We'll go one paragraph at a time. Actually, no, we're gonna go one factoid at a time. Okay. So the first claim is record-breaking 270,000 illegal aliens along the southwest border. Okay. Let's make a illegal immigration. We could just do this under its own thing. Okay. Current events. Okay. Land border encounters. The problem is that no matter what answer we find to, this is written so shittily. Because we're going to find one of two things. We're either going to find that there is a big trend of the border crisis being worse than it has been historically, or there's not, and this is a lie. If there's not, and this is a lie, then it's bad because it's lied. But if there is and it's true, why wouldn't you include the graph or the longer trend to make your argument even stronger? Why would you selectively pick this out and not just include, if we scroll down, there's not a thing, is there? No. Okay, all right. But, all right, let's see. Southwest, land border encounters. Oh God, this is the one that only goes back 3 years. Okay, so he's pointing to September 2023 and December 2022. So September of 2023 is here. And then December of November. December of 2023 is here. Wait, are these the two we're looking at? December of 2022. Wait, 2022. Wait, this doesn't even make sense. Am I fucking retarded? 252,315 encounters. It's December of fiscal year 2023. Did he write it wrong? Am I getting this wrong? 252,315 encounters in December of 2022. This is December fiscal year 2023, 252,315. I need to remember this with 2023 of September. When was this published as well? Hold on. Is it Maybe because fiscal year is a year ahead or a year behind. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. I think that's why. I think the fiscal years are ahead, so that's probably why. Okay. Fiscal year 2023. Okay, so this is going to be, and then 269, 735. 269, 735. Okay, so he's using these 2 points. 2022, 2021. If we had to guess, is 2023 higher or lower than 2022? If you're looking at differences between area under the curve, my guess is going to be 2023 is probably higher. A little. Be interesting to have the full yearly estimate on it. Somebody linked something else. Hold on. Oh, wait. Fiscal year comparison by demographic. Fiscal year. Okay. 2022, 2023, and then 2021. What the fuck is FUMA? Family some bullshit? Is 2023 done yet on this? Okay, yeah. And then 2024 is still ongoing. I'll look at the table below. Okay, U.S. Border Patrol and Office of Field Operations Encounters. Bro, is this the shittiest fucking website? Or am I just fucking retarded? Okay, demographic, all. Okay, fiscal year to date totals. Is I'm too stupid. I don't understand. I can't. October, November, December, January, February, March. Is this going like, are these like keeping track of like 12-month running totals? Is that what this means? Fiscal year to date total, or is this just for the month? And month and reporting for fiscal year 2024 date is current. Okay, my guess is this is per month. This, yeah, it must be per month. It's adding up the Office of Field Operations with U.S. Border Patrol. Which is part of ICE, right? U.S. Customs and Border Protection Officer. Or actually, wait, I'm not sure. Hold on. No, that's not true. OFO is a federal law enforcement agency within the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, responsible for managing United States customs operations at 20 field operations offices, 328 ports of entry, and 16 pre-clearance stations in Canada. Okay. Office of Field Operations. It's within U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. Okay. Look at the table below for raw data.
Fuck. Really? God damn it.
Sure, this is per. So if I scroll down here and I look at like October, and I see 240,930 whatever. 200. Okay, so it's this. Okay. This is monthly, and then this is total. Okay. What? This must go back more than 2021. We must have more data than this, right? There's no shot that this starts here. It does to 2019. No, like it's got to go back to like 1970 or something. There's no shot. There's no shot it only goes back 4 or 5 years. It's impossible that that's the only immigration data that we have to 2017. There's no possible way that that's the case. That cannot be the case. 1960 to 2018. United States Border Patrol. Okay, CBP. Okay, thank you. Holy Christ. You can use American population growth. For Americans, it's basically flat, and any changes immigration. Okay, dude. Ingenious. Fuck. What was the name of the Johnny in the Jungle shit? Search. Johnny. Jungle. Am I making this up? Johnny of the Jungle. Is it, what the fuck am I looking at? Top charts hits. Okay, they're probably this group, right? Popular. Discography. Okay. Oh, it only had 3 songs on it. That's right. Okay. Total illegal alien apprehension by fiscal year. Wait, does this not include, like, coming from Mexico, or? Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. These are ports of entry in the U.S. El Paso, San Diego, Yuma, I see, okay. Does this include every single place where you would catch an illegal immigrant, or? Like, is this where they all go through? Bro, how the fuck is this not easy to find? Oh my god. Kill me. CBP, Southwest Border, total apprehension / inadmissibles. So this is for 2017. Wait, hold on. $2016. Okay. It doesn't give you like a total for each year? Okay. The last chart had Southwest total on the right. This one? Yeah, but is this... So, does that mean that every single one of these are the only places where you can catch, like, illegal immigrants? Or is this where they all go to for processing? Or, like, what does this mean? Like, if you just avoid these 8 places, you're not going to get caught illegally immigrating? Or... Those are probably processing centers. Do you have to process somebody if you just catch them trying to come in? You don't just like kick them out? Stats and summaries. Oh, cool, and it's in a different format for every single fucking... What, every few years they just change it up? Oh, no, here we go. My God. Jesus. All right. Sectors and stations. Big Bend, Sector, Texas. Blaine Sector, Washington. Buffalo Sector, New York. Holy fuck. Okay. Okay, so the data only goes back till 2011? Is that when the government got access to computers, or did we just or was history didn't start until then, or what's the... There's a Wall Street Journal article that has a graph that you want. Why the fuck does it change here? What the fuck is this? Southwest Border Family Unit and UAC apprehensions. Okay. Whoa. Total apprehensions. 1925 to 2019. Oh, hello. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you, holy fucking Christ. U.S. States Border Patrol. Nationwide illegal alien apprehension. Okay. I don't even know when the fucking... Bush was 2000 to 2008, right? And then Clinton was 2 terms before? And then Bush Sr. for 1 term? Okay, U.S. presidents. And then Reagan, right? Am I making this up? Yes. Bush was just 1 term, right? Okay. Okay, so 89 onwards. Let's check. Okay, so from 89. Okay, we've got Bush. Clinton would have been like 92 to 2000 for Clinton. Jesus. Okay, lots of duders. And then we got Bush coming in. Also lots of duders. And then we've got Obama, who just obliterated. Then we've got Trump. This is only telling us the apprehensions, though. The illegal immigrant population stopped growing in the U.S. when? Illegal immigration. Number of illegal immigrants. The number of unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. has been stable since about 2008. And that's when, that's when the apprehension started to decrease quite a bit. Okay. Wait. Why does this... 3 years into the Biden administration, the crisis at the southwest border is worse than ever. U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered a record-breaking 269,000 illegal aliens along the southwest border, shattering the previous record of 252,000. Although official figures are not yet... Wait, hold on. Does this even matter? Or what's the crisis? Wouldn't the crisis be if they got in? So we need to provide figures of like illegals actually getting into the country, right? Or we need to track that somehow, I imagine. Although official figure... Maybe he'll get to that. Although official figures are not yet known, the September 2023 record reportedly stood for just 3 months. December 2023 saw more than 302,000 illegal alien encounters along the southwest border. With such a large and seemingly unending influx of legal aliens into the United States, that's not what this means. Influx of illegal aliens into the United States. For like an executive summary publishing things, this is a bold-faced lie. This statement is just not true, unless we've got, or it's misleading at best, unless he justifies it later on. But Americans would be right to conclude that the border crisis is not a side effect, but instead a goal of the Biden administration's radical open borders immigration policies. If they had an open borders immigration policy, then why would there be more apprehensions? Wouldn't instead they just be allowed in? Like... Far from disincentivizing the flood of illegal immigration by detaining and removing illegal aliens, President Joe Biden at the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas continued to release illegal aliens into the U.S. communities en masse. In fact, in early December 2023, DHS officials admitted that an average of 5,000 illegal aliens are currently being released into the U.S. each day at the border. Well, what is that compared to what in the past? Even Secretary Mayorkas has acknowledged the high rate of releases, telling Border Patrol that the current rate of release for illegal immigrants apprehended at the southern border is above 85%. Well, what is it normally? Footnote 3. "5,000 illegal immigrants released every day into the U.S., admin officials privately tell lawmakers. Total illegal immigrants released could top 1.8 million for the year if current pace continues." Nice. My God, bro. Kill me. The Biden administration has told lawmakers that an average of 5,000 illegal immigrants are currently being released in the U.S. each day at the border, while there are over 670,000 illegal immigrants who evaded Border Patrol last fiscal year, Fox News has learned. Well, what is this? Nice. Link. Seriously? Homeland Security. Okay, well, that does nothing. In a briefing on Friday to the Arizona Congressional Delegation, House and Senate Judiciary Committees in the House and Senate Homeland Security Committee, Fox is told that Department of Homeland Security officials told lawmakers that there were around 670,000 known gateways at the border... gotaways at the border last fiscal year. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas had previously acknowledged that the number was over 600,000. Lawmakers have also been told that there is an average of 5,000 illegal immigrants released each day to non-governmental organizations to provide migrants with assistance and will sometimes help them get to their destinations. If that pace holds throughout the entire year, that would be over 1.8 million illegal entrants in that time frame. What is this fucking reporting? What the fuck am I even reading here? Oh, shit. After these research streams, I'm blackpilled on footnotes? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm... Like... Okay, so the immigrants are released to NGOs. Is that more than normal or less than normal? Like, how many does this normally happen with? Who provide migrants with assistance and will sometimes help them get to their destinations. What does that mean? What percentage of these are then just, are they released into the U.S. or do they go to other places? Or when they're released to NGOs, is it always NGOs in the United States? Or what do these NGOs do? What are these for? Are they for like resettling illegals, like illegally? Or if that pace holds throughout the entire year, there'll be over 1.8 million illegal entrants in that time frame. You're talking about a 20% increase to the illegal population of the U.S. There's got to be some kind of like actual research on this, like an actual number, a real study. What the fuck is this information? Meanwhile, at the ports of entry, an average of 600 migrants are being processed and released via the use of humanitarian parole each day under the CBP One app. That authority is set to Congress to be used on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant... Okay, what is it normally? Migrant encounters hit daily record at southern border. Hit the highest total for a single day ever recorded on Tuesday, marking yet another record broken as part of the ongoing migrant crisis, which has hammered cities at both the border and across the country. Multiple customs and border there were over 12,000 migrant encounters on Tuesday. Over 10,200 of those were Border Patrol encounters. Legal immigrants coming. Hi, thank you. I love you. The Border Patrol number is among the highest number of encounters ever recorded for the agency by itself, but breaks a record when combined with the encounter CBP's opposite field operations at ports of entry. Compared to what? And a new record of 2.4 million migrant encounters, with September hitting the highest monthly total ever recorded with over 260,000 encounters. October saw slightly fewer with 240,000, but that was still a record for October. In recent weeks, the Tucson sector of Arizona had been hit hard by a surge of migrant encounters. 3,000 encounters a day. Is this all just bullshit, or? Hi. Oh, thanks. Tucson.
The same color it was?
Nope.
How do we get the color?
There you go. I got it. Love you. Be careful. What am I looking for? Okay.
Damn, they really are clearing out that whole motherfucker, huh?
Daily
Alright, I gotta
record for
pee. Give me a
encounters
sec.
broken this week. And it links back to, okay. I don't believe your data when you present it like this. When you go by single days, single months, and you don't give any type of historical norms or whatever, it makes me feel like you're lying. It makes me feel like you're hiding things. But, okay. Maybe we'll find more information in here. What was this footnote for? Another Fox News thing. Mayorkas tells Border Patrol agents that above 85% of legal immigrants released into the U.S.
What we're seeing at the U.S. is ebbs and flows in how many migrants arrive at the border. It's something that happens every year. It ebbs and flows.
This is a tsunami that's happening at the southern border. This is very purposeful.
Admitted to Border Patrol agents that the current rate of release for illegal immigrants apprehended at the southern border is above 85%. What is it normally? Why is it not linking to anything? What is this? Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on Monday admitted to Border Patrol agencies. What is the source for this? Is that it? Is that the whole quote? The quote is above 85%. What? Mayorkas made the remarks when meeting privately with agents in Eagle Pass, Texas, according to 3 Border Patrol sources who were in the room and heard the remarks themselves. Okay, so it's just the sourcing is this. What is it normally? The conversation happened during the muster for agents in the busy border area. Fox has told Mayorkas was asked directly about comments he made on Special Report last week when he was asked by anchor Brett.
Already, you won't be flattened by anybody.
Yourself into a bag full of
now purified to 99.
Wait, how did we get that? Island migrants as arrivals grow, and so in our
You've got a monocrystal of pure silicon. Next, cut the monocrystalline silicon ingot into thin slices. Now you've got pristine, freshly cut silicon wafers. Dope it with some boron or phosphorus. Put photoresist on the wafer. Take your chromium-etched photolithographic quartz mask and shine a laser beam through it onto the wafer. The shadows produced by the photomask will control the location of highly localized chemical reactions on the surface of the silicon wafer. Now develop the photoresist. Acid etch the exposed parts of the wafer. Wash away the leftover photoresist. Now do some homoepitaxy, heteroepitaxy, pseudoepitaxy, diffusion doping, copper interconnects, chemical mechanical polishing. Now you've got a finished silicon wafer. Cut your silicon wafer into pieces. Now you've got unpackaged silicon dies. Locate the pads on the silicon chip and attach bond wires, or use the flip chip method. The bond wires provide an electrical connection between the pins on the chip package and the pads on the silicone die. And that's how you make a seat. Whoa!
Non vi piacerebbe vivere una vita da ricchi e famosi? Questa settimana Joe è a Las Vegas per incontrare un eroe americano nonché attivista per i diritti delle donne.
To good friends.
To good friends, hopefully new friends.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Let me introduce my girlfriend, and then we talk a little business. Okay. Christina.
Hold on.
Sit down, sit down.
Very good.
Sì, vai, che bella voce, mi dire.
Sì, no, ma infatti va bene, mamma mia.
Sei bella, sei bella oggi. Sei bella oggi.
Oggi?
Sei bella Buffalo Bill. Sì, Buffalo Bill, Buffalo Bill,
Ma che è Buffalo Bill?
Buffalo Bill, football americano.
Ma va, ma
No, I played a long time ago.
Oggi è Simpson, Naked Gun, 1, 2, 3.
Che ne so io di Naked Gun?
But it doesn't matter.
I'm so
It doesn't
embarrassed.
matter. But they're funny movies.
Oggi, la 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 la.
Oh, mamma mia, Oggi!
Oh, yeah, she knows that. Oh, Jesus.
Oggi, oh my God!
Help me.
Ammazzate il ragazzo! Oh, mamma mia! Wow!
Oggi, la 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 la.
So nice to meet you.
Ah, ok.
Oh
Very
my
nice,
God.
I'm so sorry. Io davo 50
bello.
anni, sì. No?
Che bello.
50 anni gli davo, sì. No,
She
70.
say you're very handsome.
Well, thank you.
It's okay, you can
She's
try.
gorgeous.
Yeah, okay, you can enjoy it.
Yeah.
Just don't la 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 la. I'm joking. No. Sì, vai.
Ma voglio stare qua, perché devo andare? Che
We're gonna
problema
talk a
c'è?
business now.
Ma va. Ma guarda questo, tu un po'. Vaffanculo.
Gorgeous.
She's gorgeous, but sometimes I want to kill her, you know?
Hey.
I want to send her on a private helicopter tour over the Grand Canyon. Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. Ba.
Stop.
No. Maybe I send her on a bungee jump, you know? Oh, the cord.
Cord extra long.
Cord extra
Yeah.
long. Oh,
too
bang.
long.
Oh, hey, how was I to know that it was extra elasticated? Oh, no, but I've been very unlucky in love. My ex-wife.
You seem lucky in love to me.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah,
But I don't love her. Sometimes I want to completely kill her.
Stop!
No.
Stop!
If I do, you introduce me to Cochrane.
Yeah, Johnny, right? I would have to introduce you in the afterlife.
What? You didn't kill him too, did you?
No, stop!
Listen, my business partner is a Sheikh Mansour.
Yeah.
He wants a one-on-one just with you and him. And he is obsessed about what happened the night with the wife.
Yeah.
And he wants you to tell him.
What wife?
The one you shot.
Well, first of all, she wasn't my wife. We have been divorced and separated.
Yeah.
for 2 years,
Sorry.
right?
I'm
And
sorry, I
second,
didn't know.
do it. Well, if he's upset, say, look.
We want you to be 100% truthful how you got away with it. That's what he wants to know.
Hey, I didn't get away with nothing.
Yeah, I didn't get away with anything with my wife either. She committed suicide. She got depressed and she put herself into a bag full of rocks and then managed to drag herself into the sea. It was not
You
amazing.
weren't charged, so good for you.
Me and you, we got something in common. We both, how you say, lady killers. You know, it's not what it sounds like. In Italian, it translates to somebody who murders women.
No, I ain't killed nobody.
Oh, I didn't either. I didn't either. What I hate about the press is you make one a tiny little slip, and that's all they remember you for.
Yeah.
You're not the OJ the touchdown. You're not the OJ the movie star.
Yeah.
You kill two silly people, and suddenly you're OJ the murderer.
Stop. Stop.
You wanna have some cheese?
No, I'm fine.
You wanna have some cheese? Should I hide the knives? Hide the knives. OJ is in the town.
Jesus Christ.
Neom the Line is a 170-kilometer long city being built in the deserts of Saudi Arabia that was supposed to cost $200 billion to build. It'll accommodate 9 million people in a massive structure that is 200 meters wide and 500 meters tall. It's conveniently located in an allegedly empty area of desert. The line has been pitched as a smart city, complete with extreme technology, including all of the modern features that you would want, like an artificial moon, robot dinosaurs, flying cars, human gene editing, and glow-in-the-dark sand, amongst many other attractions. According to a Wall Street Journal article about the project, this corner of Saudi Arabia is so barren that the only abundant resources that a group of consultants could identify were sunlight and unlimited access to salt water. Now, let's not be negative about this. Location is not the only consideration in a real estate project. I'm reliably told location is only one of the 3 important factors. There are at least 2 other important factors that need to be considered. Now, I won't lie, I'm a bit nervous about making this video, and I hope that nothing I say is viewed as criticism. I'm really just telling you the news about the scaling back of this obviously great project. You might be aware that things didn't work out very well for the last guy who questioned the wisdom of building a 170-kilometer long, 200-meter wide city in a previously overlooked prime location.
Neom project, this futuristic city that he is planning to invest $500 billion in it. What if it goes wrong? It could bankrupt the country.
But no one's allowed to criticize it.
But no one allowed to write an objective a piece in any newspaper saying...
I might have to lie low for a while after this video is released, and obviously I won't be accepting any embassy invitations, no matter how many Ferrero Rochers I'm on.
That's the guy that got chainsawed up in Saudi Arabia.
Receptions are noted in society for their host's exquisite taste.
Monsieur, this Ferrero Rocher, you're really spoiling us.
Now, I know that I've mentioned this project in prior videos, and I hope that nothing from those videos will be misinterpreted as criticism.
What is the... It was all a meme, right? Fuck, I thought I was choking myself. Oh my god. Okay.
No offense intended.
The project just announced that it was cut to 1% of its original size. What?
Neom the...
is a linear smart city under construction in Saudi Arabia in Neom Tabuk province. Oh. Which is designed to have no car streets or carbon emissions. What the fuck? Saudi officials is expecting a 2030 completion of a 1.5 mile section of the city when it was originally supposed to be 110 miles? Damn. Jesus. Good one.
No offense intended, but why should I go anywhere with you?
Will you be heard? Will you have a voice? Will I steamroll over you? Do you feel heard? heard right now, Jim? Do you have a voice right now? You can answer me. Yeah. That was your choice, not mine. The fallacy is that it is up to the steamroller. It is up to the object whether it will be flattened or not. And I can tell just from the small interaction we've had already, you won't be flattened by anybody. Do you agree with me, Jim?
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
That seems appropriately resolute and yet vague. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and go with you, but let me be clear about something. All right, let's not waste any time. There are people out there to help, things to learn. Maybe not in that order, but let's get to it.
Wow. Absolutely fucking epic. Okay. What do they say here? How to fix America's immigration crisis. The immigration problem Congress faces is large and complex. Let's break it down. Between October 2022 and September 2023, there were 3.1 million attempted crossings along the U.S. southern border. Of that, an estimated 600,000 migrants were able to cross the border undetected, according to the Department of Homeland Security. The U.S. government had 2.5 million migrant encounters, 83% of which occurred between designated ports of entry, often in dangerous remote locations like the Sonoran Desert. Over 500,000 migrants were expelled under Title 42, policy enacted during the pandemic that allowed border officials to expel migrants without a deportation hearing. The Biden administration lifted the policy in May of 2023. Most are processed under Title 8 immigration law, which covers a wide range of issues, including asylum, visas, refugees, and deportations. Also, I believe that when it says that the Biden admin lifted this policy, I think they had to, because we weren't in the pandemic shit anymore, right? I don't think they were able to. Because I think they tried to, and the Supreme Court said they weren't allowed to, right? How did nobody know about the asylum hack before, like, COVID? Was it just like a well-kept secret, or why didn't people know about this before?
Performance has been lacking as of late.
Okay, new asylum rules. Under U.S. and international law, anyone who comes to the U.S. can ask for asylum. People from all over the world travel to the U.S.-Mexico border to seek asylum. They are screened to determine whether they have a credible fear of persecution in their homeland. Their case then goes to the immigration court system to determine if they can stay in the U.S., but that process can take years. Usually they're released in the U.S. to wait other cases. The Biden administration is now turning away anyone seeking asylum who didn't first seek protection in a country they traveled through or first applied online. This is a version of a Trump administration policy that was overturned by the courts. Advocacy groups sued to block the new rule minutes before it took effect. The lawsuit, filed in federal court in San Francisco by the Center for Gender and Refugee Studies and other groups, alleges the Biden admin doubled down on the policy proposed by Trump, and that the same court rejected. The Biden admin has said its new rule is substantially different.
Sell sweet nectar or nah? Probably nah.
Well, okay, let's keep going here. Most are processed under title. I don't know. Almost 200,000 were placed into expedited removal proceedings, usually because of a criminal record or a prior border apprehension. Others voluntarily left to avoid further processing. Roughly 300,000 migrants were given humanitarian parole at the border and allowed to temporarily live in the U.S. A status available to migrants from a handful of countries such as Venezuela and Nicaragua. I think this is the temporary protected status, TPS. Including migrants who were apprehended elsewhere or were referred after other proceedings. Nearly 1.5 million new cases were added to the immigration court system in the last fiscal year. Only a small number of new cases were decided in the year they were added. As of the end of 2023, some 1.8 million of the new arrivals were made in the U.S., with their case waiting in the backlog or with some other form of temporary status. Only a minute fraction of new court cases ended in a deportation last year, but nearly 900,000 migrants were removed through other channels. Okay, so here's encounters. These got away. These expelled under Title 42, and then processed under Title 8 is our immigration stuff. Then we've got expedited removal. Then these guys left. New immigration court cases added this year, 1.5 million. And then these are in ongoing proceedings or legal limbo. Of the nearly 2 million migrants who were processed under Title 8 last year, just 2,700 were granted formal relief in the form of asylum and other paths towards permanent residency. The recent surge in migrants at the southern border, which reached a high in December, has at long last brought Democrats and Republicans close to agreement on one thing: the need for immediate attention to a broken immigration system. We have an underfunded immigration apparatus that is swallowed in bureaucracy, complicated beyond imagination, bound by decades-old international agreements, paralyzed by divisive politics, and barely functional under the best of circumstances. Now we face the terrible consequences in fiscal year 2023 alone. From October 2022 to September 2023, the U.S. had 2.5 million encounters along its 2,000-mile border with Mexico, according to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. It's over 2.5 times the number just 4 years ago, overwhelming the ability of governmental bodies, Border Patrol, immigration courts, human services agencies to manage the flow. The continued escalation of the crisis allowed Republicans to leverage the issue in exchange for more aid. Broadly speaking, Democrats want more money to process the backlog, while Republicans want to substantially narrow the grounds on which migrants will be permitted to remain in the U.S., along with building more of the wall. We need lots of the former and a bit of the latter. The backlog has doubled since 2021, increasing caseloads to around 4,500 per judge. Holy shit. The Democratic push for more funding is correct. The country's immediate need is to unclog the immigration court system that has allowed millions of asylum seekers to float around the country, unable to work for the first 6 months after entry, and then potentially remain in limbo for years. During the 2023 fiscal year, just 670,000 cases were resolved in the courts, so yes to money for more border agents, processing staff, asylum review officers, and judges. But that's not enough. We must reduce the flow to the border, which will require making immigration into the U.S. by such means more difficult. As Republicans have long demanded and Democrats are coming to see as necessary, our obligation under international law to provide asylum need not create chaos. Percentage of immigration court cases resolved per year. For starters, we should require asylum seekers to apply in Mexico or other countries, including their home countries, before they reach the U.S., reducing the incentive to travel here to gain entry during drawn-out proceedings. Why is this not happening? Both Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden have tried to accomplish this, but these changes have been mired in legal challenges and strained negotiations with Latin American countries. For this to succeed, the United States needs to work with Mexico to make conditions there safe for asylum seekers in waiting. Next, we need to tighten the asylum criteria. Somebody said something about asylum reform was part of the last immigration bill. Is that true? Failed immigration legislation House. Fact sheet. Whitehouse.gov, meaning this comes from the Biden White House, right? To be clear, this isn't like a congressional thing, so it'll be slanted probably towards Biden, if anything else, but. The bipartisan Senate bill would add more than 1,500 new customs and border protection personnel. Sounds good. Asylum officers and asylum reform. Similarly, asylum officer staffing has remained stagnant over the last 4 years, and there's an insufficient number of asylum officers to do initial screenings. As a result, each asylum case generally takes 5 to 7 years to be heard and adjudicated. Today, there are approximately 1,000 asylum officers. The bipartisan Senate bill would add an additional 4,300 asylum officers, and it would make the asylum process faster and fairer. This sounds good. Immigration Customs Forces. ICE detention facilities are currently over capacity. They've got 40,000 detention beds. The bipartisan Senate agreement would increase detention beds to a total of 50,000. Immigration judges. There's a backlog of over 2 million cases for immigration judges. Each asylum case generally takes 5 to 7 years. Without more judges, there's funding for 734 immigration judges. Bipartisan would provide funding for an additional 100 immigration judges and their associated staff. That sounds good. Wait, so why did Republicans oppose this? Please tell me there's more than just Trump said not to, right? Why did Republicans oppose well, I shouldn't call it bipartisan. Oppose border bill Congress? This was from February 29th, 2024. April 21st. Wait. This is today. Okay. Security bill, nearly identical to legislation House Republicans passed last year, was an attempt by House Speaker Johnson to quell growing hard right dissatisfaction. It was turned down, brought to the floor under a fast-track procedure known as suspension of the rules, requires through this majority for passage. The conservative, it was meant to appeal to, slammed as a show vote. This measure is separate and not part of a package of 3 supplemental funding bills containing aid for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, as well as another so-called sidecar bill for dealing with TikTok. Wait, why the fuck would they not pass this? Hold on. The Senate will be able to clear the foreign aid package and ignore the border security bill that closely resembles another House passport rather than quell the unrest. Johnson's move produced only more ire from hard right members. 3 Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, Thomas Massie of Kentucky, and Paul Gosar of Arizona, are already backing a move to oust Johnson through a motion to vacate. Again. Christ. Republicans were largely in favor of the border bill, but several referred to the vote as a sham and admitted the bill would not pass in the Senate, which Democrats control. Did Democrats in the Senate say they'd shoot it down? House Republicans are trying again to make our Democrat colleagues and President Biden take this border crisis seriously, Alabama's Barry Moore said. The top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, Jerry Nadler of New York, said the bill was a foolhardy attempt to pass for a second time one of the most draconian immigration bills this Congress has ever seen. The rehashing of H.R. 2 is a joke. That makes it sound like the Democrats wouldn't have gone for it in Congress. Republicans have proven that they want the issue more than they want solutions, he said. So here we are again, taking a virtually same draconian bill as before, knowing that if it actually passes the House, it will surely go nowhere in the Senate. Nadler argued if Republicans were serious about addressing immigration at the southern border, they would have supported the bipartisan border bill in the Senate instead of rejecting it. What's the difference between this one and the one that Biden has written about here? There are 2 border bills, H.R. 1 and H.R. 2. Congressional Republicans walked away from the other bill earlier this year at the urging of GOP presumptive presidential nominee Donald Trump, who is not supportive of the bill because he is centering his re-election campaign on immigration. The chair of the House Judiciary Committee, Trader Jim Jordan of Ohio, argued that the bill isn't quite H.R. 2. The bill is nearly identical to H.R. 2, but removes the mandate for employers to verify a worker's immigration status and employment eligibility and includes about $9 billion in grant programs for border states. Let's take a step in the direction of fixing it and pass this legislation. Washington State Democrats in chair of the Progressive Congressional Caucus, Pramila Jayapal, said the bill was pointless. The majority could barely pass this legislation last year, she said, referring to the party line votes in 2023, and now it's going to magically pass it in the House with a 2/3 majority. Give me a break. I wonder what the difference is between H.R. 2 versus H.R. 1 border. How does HR2 differ from the draft border and immigration laws? The text of the Senate bill is not available. It's impossible to determine what the differences are, but I can guess. Okay. The Senate bill is unlikely to have these. Section 102. This section requires the DHS to resume all activities relating to construction of a wall. This section imposes additional requirements on DHS related to construction of barriers. This is just a core, I guess. The bipartisan bill wasn't called HR1, my bad. I just couldn't remember. The Republicans one was called HR 102. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there a text for HR2 somewhere? Or is that HR2? What does that stand for? House Republican Bill 2? Or like, what the fuck does HR2 stand for? Oh, House Resolution. True, true. You're right. Lankford releases border security package with huge wins for securing the border. Why was I given this? This was supposed to include... HR2, Secure the Border Act of 2023. This was the Republican bill, sponsored by a Republican. HR2 is a non-starter hardcore bill pushed by the most extreme members. Look at the bill from Senator Lankford. Republicans threw him under the bus after Trump told them not to do anything to address the border. So this has you resuming the construction of the wall. I'm guessing this is probably things that people aren't okay with on the Democratic side. Pose additional requirements on DHS related to the construction of barriers. Requires DHS to construct a border wall along at least 900 miles of border, whereas currently they're required of 700 miles. Requires DHS to waive all legal requirements necessary to ensure the expeditious construction of the border barriers. Okay. Section 115. This section prohibits DHS from processing the entry of non-U.S. nationals, aliens under federal law, arriving in between ports of entry. 2, providing funds to NGOs that facilitate... Oh, it prohibits the DHS from providing funds to NGOs that facilitate or encourage unlawful activity. And 3, prohibits them from providing funds to NGOs that provide certain services, such as lodging or immigration legal services to inadmissible non-U.S. nationals. Jesus, okay. This section prohibits the Department of Homeland Security from issuing any COVID-19 vaccine mandate unless expressly authorized by Congress or taking any adverse action against an employee based solely on the employee's refusal to receive a vaccine. What the fuck? Is there something about supporting Andrew Tate in here as well if you want to keep your job? This section specifies that no funds are authorized to be appropriated for specified DHS activities, including a pilot program for alternatives to detention or purchasing electric vehicles. Wait, what the fuck? What is this bill? What? This section requires the Office of Inspector General assessment to mitigate unmanned aircraft as well. Maybe this also maybe this is in the other one too, and I'm just like making fun of this because I'm retarded. It's possible. Okay, so this was HR 2, and then bipartisan, border. Where can I see like that? Division C, Border Act. Oh, holy fuck this. Credible fear standard and asylum bars at screening interview, internal relocation, asylum officer clarification. Section 3202. Section 235, subsection B1B of the Immigration and Nationality Act is amended in Clause 5 by striking significant possibility and inserting reasonable possibility. And by adding at the end the following asylum exceptions: an asylum officer during the credible fear screening of an alien shall determine whether any of the asylum exceptions under Section 1 disqualify the alien from receiving asylum, and may determine that the alien does not meet the definition of credible fear of persecution under Clause 5 if any such exceptions apply, including whether any such exceptions to such disqualifying exceptions may apply. I don't know what it's amending, so it's hard for me to. I can't like comment on this. Do you think bundling legislation together like this is okay? I mean, unfortunately, it's just kind of the way Congress works now, right? As you bundle it all together. This is so HR2 is the pretty radical one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Chairman Jordan, Chairman Green, and Chairman McCall for their leadership and contributions to the bill that we see before us today. I just wanted to comment briefly on kind of my experience and what I saw at the border at the invitation of members of the Judiciary Committee. I was able to kind of see, I think, two different, very diverse parts of the border. First and foremost, in McAllen, Texas, where we spent a couple of days and had an opportunity not only to talk to border agents themselves, but also sat through a full presentation by Homeland Security. One of the things that struck me, and I think is very pertinent to what we're discussing today, is every time I asked a border agent, or every time I spoke with someone from Homeland Security, I would say, what can we do as members of Congress? Because a lot of times you go on these trips and you know, they're tours, and you feel like when you're done, it's overwhelming, and you really want to know kind of how can we have an impact. And I think what made an impression on me was every person I spoke to said Title 42. I don't think you could find somebody probably at the times when I was at the border that could really describe what Title 42 meant or what the impact.
Wait, what? But we can't. Title 42 will only work for national emergency, right? So do you want us to declare a state of emergency on the border, or is Title 42 only for because it worked because of the medical emergency thing, right? Oh wait, is it only for medical emergencies? Oh. What the fuck is this cringe? Okay, that didn't help at all. Okay, a little known provision of U.S. health law, section 265 of Title 42. Okay, Title 42, section 42. Oh, it doesn't work that way, huh? This is the cringiest public health service here. Why am I even trying to navigate this fucking cucky fucking bullshit? General powers and duties. Imagine thinking I'm ever going to be able to find what the fuck I'm looking for. It's not happening. Jeez, we're going to find it. I'm going to be a god. Oh my god, I did find it. Okay. Title 42, U.S. Code, subsection 265, or section 265, suspension of entries and imports from designated places to prevent spread of communicable diseases. Whenever the Surgeon General determines that by reason of the existence of any communicable disease in a foreign country, there is a serious danger of the introduction of such disease into the United States, and that this danger is so increased by the introduction of persons or property from such country that a suspension of the right to introduce such persons or property is required in the interest of the public health, the Surgeon General, in accordance with regulations approved by the President, shall have the power to prohibit in whole or in part the introduction of persons and property from such countries or places as he shall designate in order to avert such danger and for such period of time as he may deem necessary for such purpose. How is there any other part of Title 42 that allows you to do immigration?
You could find somebody probably at the times when I was at the border that could really describe what Title 42 meant or what the impact would be. But guess what? Those agents knew.
Because it sounds like, I think it's Title 8. Is that what we generally do immigration under? Chapter 6. Title 8, Chapter 6. Immigration. Chapter 7. Exclusion of Chinese. Wholly based racist founding government people. I don't know when Title 8 was found. Immigration and naturalization agencies, officers, and stations. Regulation and restriction of immigration in general. Quota and non-quota immigrants. Repealed, repealed, repealed. Is this all, like, deprecated? Chapter 6. Oh, immigration and nationality, immigration and naturalization service. Okay. If I'm looking through the U.S. Code and I'm hitting stuff like, so, Chapter 6, immigration, if I'm hitting stuff like this and then I'm clicking through and I'm getting like repealed, omitted, repealed, that means that this part of the U.S. Code is deprecated. It's like, no, it's defunct and it's replaced by something else. Is that what that essentially means? Section Act, June 7th, 1924, related to aliens who entered prior to July 1st, 1924, under Code of 1921, and was omitted as executed. Okay, so if I click here, nope. This didn't take us where we wanted. No, okay, never mind. All right. Okay.
They knew what it meant. They meant or what the impact would be. But guess what? Those agents knew. They knew what it meant. They meant it would be a unbelievable unleashing of many different factions of people that were immigrating for any number of reasons across the border. And they knew it was going to overwhelm them. So here, as we stand here today and debate this bill, and watch the very...
well, but what are you going to do? If COVID is over, you can't Title 42 your way forever, right? Like,
quite honestly, when you're watching it on TV right now, it's overwhelming. You can see the masses of people that are gathering. So it's timely for the bill, and I want, once again, thank Chairman Jordan and Chairman Green for pulling all this together. Now, you'll back.
From California.
Okay. Well...
When I...
My dream died, and now I'm here. Title 42 is only for the emergency, and that's why the bipartisan border deal should have been so good for Republicans. It gave the president Title 42-like powers. The number of border encounters got too high, but ironically, Republicans got triggered by that because they see imposing a maximum is basically saying we want this many illegals to come in per day. Aside from Trump's influence, I think the rejection of the bill came fundamentally from not knowing or understanding asylum law. I mean, their staffers would have informed them, right? Am I going on C-SPAN tomorrow? Yeah, I think at 9 a.m. Jesus. I think there's legitimately a lot of people who want Biden to declare emergency to seal off the border. Why? Why not just increase the amount of agents down there to process the people? Why not just do that? It doesn't seem like there's actually an emergency. It just seems like we're like really backlogged right now on the number of people trying to come through.
You're a real gentleman about this, and I know you're not trying to zing your colleagues, but it's your colleagues in your party, sir, who torpedoed this, who didn't get the facts right on what you just outlined was in that measure. They killed it. Ironically, not Democrats.
Right. It was, and it was painful to be able to watch it. It got stirred up in all the presidential politics, and several of my colleagues started looking.
Oh, am I crazy? This guy's voice does not match what this guy looks like. This guy looks like a nerd. He's got like a Giga Chad voice. You think? Am I wild on that? What the fuck?
Who didn't get the facts right on what you just outlined was in that measure. They killed it. Ironically, not Democrats.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Like, that's what I was starting to sound like. What the fuck? Do you think cities like New York having to spend $12 billion on immigrant shelters is not a problem? I mean, yeah, I guess it is, but I mean, like, New York has a stupid policy. Why would you have a right to, why would you guarantee, right? That's New York's fault. Fuck them. Why would you guarantee people that are in the country illegally the right to housing? That's on you. Figure it out. Fuck you. I don't know. What? That's not a U.S. immigration problem. That's not a federal problem. That's a state policy, and that's their choice. If New York wants to fuck themselves that way, then they can fuck themselves that way. Get fucked. I don't understand why why that has anything to do with immigration in the United States, or why that means that any part of it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Not Democrats.
Right. It was, and it was painful to be able to watch it. It got stirred up in all the presidential politics, and several of my colleagues started looking for ways. After President Trump said, don't fix anything during the presidential election. It's the single biggest issue during the election. Don't resolve this. We'll resolve it next year.
The right to shelter policy came as a result of a 70s lawsuit against New York City. For what? Well, probably because they weren't in accordance with something with the state. I can't say, well, does New York have a state constitution? I can't believe their top court is called the New York Court of Appeals. My God. But
quite a few of my colleagues backed up, looked for a reason to be able to shoot against it, and then walked away. I get that. That's a decision everybody makes in it. My issue is
every state has a constitution. I thought every state had a Supreme Court.
If we're pursuing everything, we very often end up with nothing. If we're pursuing someone coming later to fix it, later seems to never come. When we have a moment to fix things, we should fix as many things as we can then come back later and fix the rest.
That's on Donald Trump, Senator.
That, again, he's got an office that he's running for. He's got a campaign that he's running. I'm already in office. I've got a responsibility to be able to carry on this.
Jesus.
I think everybody cares about the future of the country. President Trump has a bigger picture of a lot of other issues he's looking for. If we have a President Biden again, this never gets any better. And I think President Trump sees this as a moment that if this gets fixed, then maybe a few people don't vote, and then we have a whole host of other issues in the future. Again, he's got a task.
How can you admit that? How can you admit that with any self-respect? As an American citizen, how can you say something like that and serve in Congress and serve as like a A representative of the people. How disgusting. Ugh.
He's taken on respectful. I've also got a task I've got to do. I've got to actually get this fixed.
Got it. Senator, very good seeing you again. Thank you. Very much. James
Good to see you.
Langford of Oklahoma. He tried. All right. In the meantime, they're trying to keep the calm outside Columbia.
And social media political commentators Stephen Goodell and Brad Palumbo discuss social media, young voters, and campaign 2024. C-SPAN's Washington Journal. Join in the conversation live at 7.
Left flank vets. Okay. Do I need to look at this guy's like recent tweet history? What do I need to know about this guy that I'm going to be talking to tomorrow? What's your opinion of Texas having 2 Supreme Court? I don't fucking know, bro. Why the fuck would you have 2 Supreme Courts? Why? At the level above the courts of appeal, the 2 highest courts in the state, the Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals. The Supreme Court has final appellate jurisdiction in civil matters, while the Court of Criminal Appeals has final appellate jurisdiction for criminal matters. Oh, I guess that's fine. That's kind of cute. Yeah, whatever. I guess. Because neither court... Wait, yeah, I was going to say, what happens when there's like a procedural issue on like a criminal thing, though, that would be part of like the Supreme Court? Because neither court is truly supreme, Texas's high courts have no ability to resolve the conflicts that arise when they reach different conclusions on a point of law. On the other hand, having 2 high courts allows each court to bring specialized knowledge to different types of cases for the benefit of litigants. Do you think that, how often do they disagree? That seems like it would be awkward. Isn't New York's court system weird too? I don't know if it's weird. I just know that their Supreme Court is not their highest court. Their highest court is called the New York Court of Appeals. Highest New York State Court, I think. The Court of Appeals is New York State's highest court and court of last resort in most cases, which seems fucking retarded. Oh, their Supreme Court isn't even close. Wait, is this in order? The Supreme Court is the statewide trial court with the broadest jurisdiction. In addition to the 4 appellate division departments, New York State is broken into 12 judicial districts. The 8th judicial district includes the Supreme Court. There are 4 appellate divisions of the Supreme Court, and then the Court of Appeals is New York State's highest court. This is fucking retarded. Yeah, I don't know. This is the world that Pisco literally wants. He lives in this world. Is the New York court system older than the USA? That's a good question, actually. Maybe. I don't actually know. Did all the colonies have to like formally restructure their judicial processes after the formation of the U.S. federal government? I have no idea. I love you, buddy. Maybe they might be older than the U.S. government. Or then like the U.S. judicial system. I don't know. I don't know when the last big reform of it was. The Massachusetts one is.
Come on, Steam. Hit me up, tell me I fucking get...
tighten the asylum criteria. For example, we should make a great distinction in the asylum process between those who followed established procedures and enter the country through the established port of entry and those who crossed along our border between ports of entry. My Spain has already started on this path.
Tell me I get
migrants to obtain appointments
Hades too.
Or should have been denied asylum. Okay. This rule is being challenged in the courts and it needs to be codified by Congress. Oh, okay, so the asylum stuff is a decent part of this. And more funding. Organizing the need for due process, we should raise the legal standard for consideration for asylum from a significant possibility that asylum would be granted to something closer to the standard used for final decisions in immigration court, reducing the number of duplicative hearings and administrative delays.
Big shopping trip, too.
We also need to further limit the use... Humanitarian parole, a program extended by Biden administration allows more migrants from places like Venezuela, Nicaragua to as heartbreaking as it may be, so we cannot take every refugee from every failed state. Of course, the most humanitarian way to reduce flow over the border, be it help improve conditions in the countries in which many of the new arrivals emanate. We chose differently. Over the past 10 years, our aid spending has dropped to a paltry 0.2% of our GDP, 0.3%. Huh. Okay. My brain is immigration expanded. All right, good job today. Okay, tomorrow we're gonna
taken by the
I want to finish like what I want this outline to look like. I can fill in like all the super details in the meantime, but I want to copy like the. I think I want to copy the format of this to to use it as my U.S. immigration timeline. That's what I want. I also want to do, we need to go through the Biden versus Trump stuff for the upcoming election, but we can probably wait a while on that because we're still a while off that too, so. When you read books, do you read the words in your head like an internal dialogue, or do you skim read the words? I think I just read it out loud in my head, kind of. You can read faster if you don't do that. If you push your eyes like further along, you can read faster than I think you can, but I don't know how that is for information retention. I don't trust myself to retain a lot of information that way. Do your balls ever hurt after sex? Only when your mom rides me cowgirl, because her huge fucking ass crushes my fucking balls. Extension canvas not allowed? Wait, you can't upload canvases? No way is that true. Holy shit, wait. What is this called? Obsidian Publish, Canvas. Holy shit, that's so fucking AIDS. I mean, technically it's just for me, I guess, not for you fucking losers, but still.
AIDS!
What did this say? Hold on. Was it just an extension I'm using, maybe? Extension canvas not allowed. I'm showcasing a tool I built for sharing your Canvas files. ShareCanvas.io. It allows you to generate a link. Really useful for sharing my Canvas pages with colleagues. You can use the tool by going to ShareCanvas.io and uploading the original Canvas file. Any images referenced to the canvas. If you specify your original Obsidian published site, any links in the canvas will redirect to that site. You have full ability to delete all your data if you wish. That's so trash. Is it really that hard to do it? You know what we're talking about on C-SPAN? I don't remember. Don't delete it. Why do you keep telling me don't delete it? I'm not deleting my fucking... I'm not deleting my whole fucking... Camp timeline. It's for me, if anything else, but... Huh. Oh, okay. I'll be back tomorrow morning to do this, and then I'll probably take a break and do other stuff, so... And then be back at 1. I love you guys. Be careful. Ripperino, Cappuccino, Pappuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Dappuccino, Cappuccino, Appuccino, Albuccino, my Deuterinos. I will catch you guys next Streamerino tomorrow. Be careful. Do you visualize what you're reading, or do you contextualize it in a straight line of actions without picturing anything? I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it a lot. I feel like I probably try to link it to other things I know of, or it depends on what I'm reading about. But be careful. Streamerino tomorrow. Be careful. Do you visualize what you're reading, or do you contextualize it in a straight line of actions?
She probably saw our show and was like, dude, what the, like, this guy's such a
We can
douche.
ask.
Do you want the baby to be, him to be in the baby's life?
To keep this privately, that just doesn't make sense.
Bro, you wouldn't have to me with your own pleasure. Be logic and be a man. I don't get pregnant by myself. It's not fair for the baby. What are you saying?
And so, as we'll see, so there's just a lot of unhinged degeneracy going on, and including, you know,
No
like,
judgment.
Oh.
She.
I think I kind of feel bad for them.
So it's everything he. So you're Chinese, right?
That I'm actively shitting on. Like, that just seems like such a...
I don't have money.
What about the rumor he had a vasectomy? If he had a vasectomy, then Fresh and Fit would have brought that up 1,000,000%. Also, I'm pretty sure I saw a clip of Fresh talking to Rolo on a show they were on, and I think Rolo was like, see, this is why I said you should get a vasectomy, and Fresh was like, damn, maybe you were right. So, like, I don't think he had a vasectomy. Those responses don't make sense.
We'll see. Who got you pregnant? True, that's good. Who got you pregnant?
Yeah.
Was I gonna money? What's up?
Who came
where?
Oh my God, thank you for the gifted sub.
Now I'm worried. I have to test other girls, at least 4. Maybe he means I thought that I was impotent.
Oh, interesting.
That's what I think.
I'm reading some Reddit posts of people talking about this, and I guess he hinted at having a vasectomy in the past, but didn't confirm it. I guess Nico asked him on an episode, he kind of like laughed it off, but a lot of people think that he may have. I guess he didn't confirm it.
That's the only thing that would make this make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can ask her.
Yeah.
I don't have the money, broke ass loser. He said on the phone there's no reason to meet and discuss further. He refuses to have an adult conversation in person. He asked me to take pills and deal with it alone. He doesn't even want to show up and be a real man to take responsibility for his behavior. Now I'm warning all girls, stay away from this man. He is dishonest and a liar. Now I ask you, please stand by me and help me expose him in order to protect more women. I suffered many days before I decided to tell everyone what happened. I need to help other girls to know his true colors. And ladies, please protect yourself. True. It's true. Ladies, don't let these fucking dudes come in your pussy. You know?
Ben, that was crazy.
It's disgusting. I hate it. Ugh.
Got it.
So that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's a whole lot.
Right.
Oh, she's here. How much more do we
she's in
have?
the waiting room.
If you want to talk to her now, we can finish after.
Maybe I can go through it with her. That'd be
Yeah,
pretty good.
totally.
So we're here.
Yeah, and hear the voice.
Okay, so listen, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Let's bring her in, and then we'll finish the slide together, and then ask questions.
You want me to bring her in now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't
She's
want to
not
keep her
here.
waiting. If she's here, then let's talk to her.
Let's wait.
What's the problem?
You should be here when we let her.
Oh, sure, you can wait for me. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. Okay.
Should we
all
play?
right, meantime,
Should we play the voice memos while we wait that she sent, or do we want to read donations? Maybe.
Up to you. Up to you.
All right, your shoes are back there.
I think she's
love
about to
that.
call in. She can tell us.
That's a good idea to cut to that right there.
Do you
Nate.
think we're gonna get anything like new or interesting, or is it just gonna be like a rehash of all the stuff we've heard before?
Daisy, can you hear me?
No, I can see that she needs to
love the blaze.
anything yet.
can.
Yeah.
You look lovely, by the way. Thank you for coming.
Oh, you can see me. Okay.
Oh, I can.
Okay,
Oh, I
very
can hear
nice.
you. I can hear you. Yeah.
Your blazer is so cute.
Thank you so much. Oh, I'm glad to be here. And Ethan, you're a very wise man.
I'm very white.
Yeah, I saw the whole broadcast, the debating show, like just before the.
Why?
Oh, why?
I wanted to get to know you, and yeah, everything you said was like make a lot of sense. You know, these guys like they don't know how to talk. at all.
Thank you for saying that. It's actually kind of crazy how everything coincided, because I was saying, listen, you guys can be good boyfriends. It's not embarrassing. Like, just be a sweet, good guy, you know. And did you? So when you watched that interview, I was wondering, were you offended by the way he talked about you then? Because you guys were technically still together during that, right?
I was literally at his apartment. That was day 2 arrived from Barbados.
Wow.
So of course, I mean, I didn't watch the show, but somebody had to send me a link. So and the guy was like,
It's also so bizarre. It's like some Black Mirror shit that you're doing like a media tour podcast about your like pregnancy. With like no hint of shame. Like this is also one of the reasons, like, I try never to shit talk my partner. Partially because I think that's the right thing to do, but also because like it reflects on you as well. Like if I'm dating somebody or I'm married to somebody, like the idea of like me actively shitting on them, I'd be like, well, this is my partner. Why the fuck would I be with somebody that I'm actively shitting on? Like that just seems like such a stupid thing to do. So for as much as she's shitting on Fresh, every stupid thing that she says about Fresh reflects equally on her, because you let him like nut in you like 20 times, or I guess 10 times or whatever, right? Same thing with Fresh. Also, yeah, Fresh is like shitting on her, like, oh, she's blah blah blah. Okay, well, if you're doing all these tests or whatever, why are you busting her before you've done all of your shit tests? Like, why would you risk that? Like, it's so like this is so weird.
look, this is how Fresh is talking about you. So finally he admitted that you are just side chick. So when he came back on the show, I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, why can't you just man up and just tell people what's going on between us, right? You literally like just said you love me. Like I was spending the whole time with you and your family, and now you admit it. Like you deny.
Hi, what's up?
Yeah, I just want to try to understand this. Like, Fresh doesn't want a child, but he is nutting inside a girl without any protection. Like, no condom, no vasectomy.
Yeah, my guess is going to be, one, a part of him is stupid, and that he thinks is, a part of it is stupid, and he just, like, has nutted in girls in the past, and he thinks he's invincible, and it just won't happen to him. And then part of it might be that he's thinking, like, I mean, if it does happen, like, surely she'd get an abortion, right? It's probably like a combination of both of those stupid things that he thought he was safe. That'd be my guess.
The second one makes a bit more sense than the first one, but, like, really? He thinks he can't get a girl pregnant? Like, what?
I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
a lot of people busted a lot of girls, and then eventually they get caught. Like, generally when people have oops babies or accidental pregnancies, it's not usually just because of one time. There's like a history of, I know people personally who engage in a lot of, like, and not like pull out, but like full on, like, just like coming in the girl, like, oh, we haven't gotten pregnant yet, and it's like, Jesus.
Yeah, I know Myron promotes vasectomies. What's Walter's whole stance on shit like that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Yeah, I just, like, it's just been bugging me. Like, why the fuck would he come inside this chick over and over again, and then he doesn't want a kid? Like, that's just fucking weird.
I have no clue. Although I think, haven't they acknowledged that it's just like a huge fucking mistake?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah,
like,
they've
said it's stupid, but it's, like, still, it's just fucking weird. It's like stabbing yourself in the hand, but not wanting to stab yourself in the hand.
Well,
It's
not.
just-
I mean, no. Well, the difference being, people come and people unprotected because it feels better, right? I don't know if stabbing in the hand feels good.
Yeah, but I mean, like, same idea. Like, I don't want this to happen. I'm gonna stab myself. It's just fucking weird. I think when it comes to stupid people, like, you can't possibly fucking know what the fuck they're thinking. They might not even be thinking anything.
Maybe they're not even conscious. Maybe.
Yeah, they could be like weird robots or something. Maybe we're the only ones that are actually conscious.
Possibly. Who knows? Yeah.
All right, man. Well, have fun. Take care.
Yeah, be careful.
Now that we're in a relationship, what's going on? He's like, oh, because people are like talking bad about you. I want to keep this privately. That just doesn't make sense because you just posted a picture of us.
You
on
guys
your
can't. They're
Instagram.
saying they can't see Daisy. Okay. Okay. Sorry. We're pulling up the. So, what do you think he's planning? I don't understand his thing. Did he like change his mind, or do you think from the beginning he was being disingenuous? Because he put so much effort into, I feel like, courting you and bringing you out. If he just wanted to have sex with you, he didn't have to do all that.
Right, you don't have to. And I would be okay with that if he just wanted to have fun. You know, I would be okay. Just tell me the truth. Don't lie to me, and I don't need all of this. Like, I'm adult. But yeah, I think personally, I think he cannot speak for himself. So until right now, he's still like letting Myron to like standing in front of him. He cannot be himself. He cannot make decisions for himself. Literally, Myron definitely got something to do between this.
You think so?
Even the breakup.
What do you think?
All of a sudden, he just switches up. All of a sudden.
There's something, I get the feeling something happened, right? Someone got to him, or I don't know. It's just very odd how it all came together. I want to ask you questions about yourself. I'm curious about you. So you're Chinese, right?
Right.
And when did you move to New York?
I didn't move to New York. The first time I came here was last year in October. So I came here, you know, I wanted to have, because I started traveling last year because of the pandemic. I was locked down in China for 3 years. So like I wanted to, you know, enjoy my life. You know, I always wanted to travel all over the world. So my last destination was USA. So I came here in October and I got myself an apartment here. So I could like, because, you know, I do blogging, I do like, I take pictures. So I have like a lot of luggage. So I just kept my stuff in here. So I was doing a tour, Miami, Los Angeles, and, you know, doing stuff right here. So then I went to Miami, I met him.
And how do you make money? What do you have a job? Like how do you fund all this?
Yeah, I always had a job. I have multiple jobs. I work in multiple industries. As people are like right now, they're saying I have a lot of plastic on me, you know, plastic surgeries on me. I mean, I've always been honest on the show. Like first day, like when I went to the podcast, I said I work with the surgeons, top surgeons. This is just business. They don't know nothing about this industry. You know what I do. You know, like it's my image. You know, if you're a doctor, you're gonna be, you know, if you're a dentist, you have to have good teeth, right? And so I work with surgeons. It's one of my main job, professionals. I send him screenshots, like I send him videos every time I go to the hospital. He understood. He knows exactly what I do, and I do modeling. And I was a professional bodybuilder.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm certificated, and I get a lot. I get paid to do personal training, and it's
okay.
Yeah.
So then, where did this rumor come from? They've been trying to this really disgusting rumor that you're an escort came up. I don't know how they think that makes him look better. Anyway, you know, it makes him almost seem like more of a loser by his own world philosophy, right? But where did this rumor come from? What are they doing with that?
From the first day when I got exposed with him on the yacht party, so they found my IG, so they just like assuming because I was traveling all over the world, and I also went to Dubai, so.
Sorry, hold on. Do you think Arby's curly fries are the best in all of fast food? Arby's curly fries are not good. Their normal fries might be better. Arby's curly fries are probably some of the most overrated French fries of all the French fries. They're not good at all. Just as a heads up. Anybody that tells you different is a fucking sheep. Okay? Arby's curly French fries are like these mushy. They're like giant thick cut. You just bite into it and it's like gross. Arby's curly fries haven't been good for like 2 decades.
They're just assuming like this girl went to Dubai for like for some time. So
They just assume that? That's crazy.
Right. Like have some knowledge, please. Like knowledge. Like any person who travels to Dubai to do escorting, that doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. Dude, she travels and she's fit. She has to be an escort, bro.
Yeah, a young, successful woman honestly can get that herself.
That's crazy.
People are just hating on me. They can't accept that.
Yeah.
The fact that I know how to make money, I look good. You know, they can't accept that. And these people, they're just haters.
So, Walter, do you call him? Did he make you call him Fresh, or did you call him Walter?
I call him Walter, like privately.
Good. Yeah. Did he ever ask you to call him Fresh or anything? Or was he cool with Walter?
No.
Okay. Just curious. You know, is he broke? He said he's broke. What do you know about his finances?
Well, for me, he's not wealthy for me. You know.
What's for you wealthy? Well, so if you're looking for if you're looking a lineup of men and then seeing their income, what's in your opinion wealthy? Like this guy's rich.
They've asked me that before on the show, so I've always been honest.
Yeah.
I never said I don't care about money. Money is not important. I just said this is not the only thing I look for. I said.
Well, you dated his broke ass.
Literally.
I mean, he claims that he makes $1 million per year, so I mean, it's okay, right? For me, it's okay because as Marion said, women should date up, right? We should date.
Date the fuck up.
Right, masculine, provider, leader. So of course I'm going to choose you. I mean, that doesn't make sense. I'm going to choose somebody who makes less money than me.
So then wait, so what's the number?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yeah, I think $1 million.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's a lot of money.
I'm not saying that has to be the thing. I'm just saying that's my standards.
Yeah, and he
you have it right
to fit those standards, but he didn't.
So he's not making that kind of money.
Oh my god.
He's not, but he said he is, but he's not.
So it's everything his whole thing is all a front. That he's a play. Do you think he slept with 1,000 women?
No.
There's no way, right? And then
there's no way.
How can he sleep with 1,000 women and you're the first one he's gotten pregnant without using protection?
No, I'm not the first one who got out of the girl pregnant before, and he said that on the show.
Oh.
Some stuff about Hail Mary, he took the girl to McDonald's, sat her down and tell her they will be together after the abortion, and then never see her again.
Oh.
That's murder. That's murder. Okay, literally murder. And he said that on the show, and they were laughing about it. What's so funny about this? You're just being a dick.
What I wondered when you showed those texts about him encouraging you to get oh, by the way, I didn't even think about it. Sorry about my appearance. It's unrelated. I don't usually look like this.
No worries.
Yeah, I figured I might as well acknowledge it. Yeah, that'd be good. When you posted the text, I wondered what did his family think, because I know he has said he's very religious. His family's very religious, Christians,
Yes,
and
he is.
I'm sure his mom is not down with him having you get an abortion. Do you wonder what his family's reaction is to all this?
Well, personally, I think his mom is very submissive. His mom always like being so quiet and listen to him. So basically, I think his mom cannot make a decision. But if she finds, or his grandma, especially his grandma, she's very religious. She gave me her Bible when I
Oh
visited her.
man.
So she really liked me, and she prayed with me. So for sure, if his grandma noticed, she will be upset.
Wow.
Do they know? Do you think they know?
Good question.
Thank you.
I wonder.
I'm not sure. I think Fresh wouldn't tell them unless they found them on the internet.
Do you have a way to contact them?
No, I don't.
I mean, shit, you probably would have, right, if you could.
I just wanted to respect him,
Yeah.
I don't want to be too much.
Oh, really? Wait, what is? Okay, you don't want to be too much. It seems like you're on a warpath. Like you. Is it accurate to say you hate Walter?
Yeah, I hate him. Of course, I hate him.
Yeah. And so, what's your goal basically in doing these interviews and stuff? What's the best outcome?
I need a apologize, like public apologize. That he admitted that he made a mistake. He made me pregnant, and maybe he was just like he can just say like he wasn't ready, like when he just hear that that I'm pregnant, he needs some time, he can still just apologize to me and make things right. But people say that I planned the whole thing, I'm thinking for money. I already said so many times I'm not looking for any time. I don't look for anything. Okay?
The conversations that I've seen and everything, there's no. The only evidence shows the opposite. I mean, you're paying for your own stuff, you're paying for your apartment, you're paying for your jewelry. He's telling you he loves you. He's the one, as you said, coming in your pussy. Part of my vulgar, it's just quoting you.
He says you are mine. Like I can't wait to take what's mine all the time.
Oh man, that's a
I
lot.
just hate him. That's why I going everywhere. Going on the internet. I hate him so much. I want everybody to know who he is.
It is interesting. I genuinely think that you are really damaging his reputation with his community. That's the one, because they see that everything he's talked about is just total bullshit. That he's just a liar. He's not about that at all, and he just wants to be a cute boyfriend. I don't know why he won't embrace that.
He was nice to me. That's why I cannot accept it. Like he's treating me in this way right now, because he was very nice to me when we were together. He made me feel like he made a lot of effort. Because for me, in my imagination, I cannot think that if a man doesn't love me, he would text you and talk to you every day, because he's a businessman. At the end of the day, he has business to do, attend. He cannot just talk to a girl that just for pussy.
Well, he put way too. Yeah.
That doesn't make sense for me.
When's the last time you guys talked? Are you guys in communication at all?
No. Not at all.
Wow, I wonder what he's thinking about all this. We should try to get him. No.
No, he doesn't deserve access to Daisy anymore.
No. Well, let me ask you this: as Walter's advocate, and I say that in the sense that when I interviewed him, I was trying to give him good advice. So let me continue in that good faith effort. If Walter grovels before you and says, "Baby, I've made a mistake. I want to keep coming in that pussy,"
no way.
Is there any chance that you can take him back and have a family?
No way.
No way. He's done.
He's done.
Do you want the baby to be in the baby's life?
From baby's perspective, yes.
Yeah.
But he doesn't deserve the baby.
No, he doesn't.
Deserve anything. Because until now, he's not saying anything. He's not making any announcement. Just letting Myron talk in front of him. Like, you're an adult.
That was
You made a
really
mistake.
cowardly, wasn't it? He sent his friend out. That was crazy.
Oh, I think Myron just in love with this guy. Not accept that Fresh was actually in love with me.
Yeah.
So, do you think that Fit might be having some weird emotional reason to maybe try to derail your relationship? Do you think he'd pick Fit over you? Is he that pathetic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, he is.
Because look, I think I kind of feel bad for them, because they have to be faithful to what they say. They cannot be in a relationship, cannot be serious to any girl.
Yeah.
I think Fresh was at some point he was in love with me, but he cannot do that. And he also said that after we broke up. He said, "Even you, I want you, but I can't. I'm just gonna hurt you." He said, "I want you, but I can't. I'm just gonna hurt you." Because they have to be this single man in Miami out there.
Yes,
That's
totally.
very much.
That's what I see as well. They're totally trapped in their own psycho worldviews. How's the pregnancy doing? How far along are you now?
I think it's around 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Yeah.
Everything's going good. How do you feel?
I'm feeling fine. Yeah. I haven't decided what to do yet. It's
Oh, you
really don't know what to do. I'm really confused.
in terms of keeping the baby? You're saying?
But
Wow. That's a horrible. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a horrible decision to have to make.
And it's totally your choice.
Yeah, it's totally.
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. even if one day I decide I don't keep the baby, they're gonna say, "Oh, I know she's a bitch, she's lying," you know, all this stuff, all this type of stuff. They're gonna say that for sure. He's gonna make a whole episode just for me.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, you know, these guys like they have like Monday for what? Monday to talk about money or teaching people how to become successful and how to be financial free. You guys are not financial free. How can you teach people to be financial free?
That's the scam.
Like you literally making money from bullying women, you know, insult women.
Yeah.
This is what you do. This is what they do.
So, he revealed something on accident in our interview that he introduces a lot of girls to his mom. Did you hear that part?
Right, I heard everything.
You heard everything. What, did you have any thoughts about that?
I was shocked.
Yeah.
Why would he include his mom in that? Like, how crazy is that?
Well, he told me not that much actually. Probably three women, but Myron was exaggerated, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
And so, can I ask you a question? And I mean this with all due respect. What did you see in him?
I knew you were gonna say that. Everybody else like, I don't know. Really. Sometimes when you fell in love, you don't need any reason to be, you know. Well, I always like encourage him, you know, wanted to grow together, you know, make him feel so confident. I know people talk about his appearance, you know, and I see that, but for me, he's very still very attractive to me, and I've never mentioned that ever with him. I always make him confident with me. Never try to gaslighting him, you know. I just tried everything to be with him.
Here's the Burger King. He was wearing a crown in one of them that I thought kind of looked like this from the subreddit. So this is fresh in his empire. Thank you.
It's alright.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate that. That is Burger King fresh. And interestingly, Burger King is made fresh. So.
Wow.
You are killing it today, brother. Oh my
Thanks,
God,
man.
So funny.
Thank you, bro.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a subscriber.
Now that's a whopper of a joke.
Here.
Okay, there you go. That was not bad.
Hey, here. Yeah, I got another one for you.
Oh God, sorry about this, Daisy. Taking a detour here. Cool. I have to tell you something.
I would tell you something as well.
Ooh.
We were laughing about this. The 411
Wait,
girl.
what
She's
was she
lovely.
gonna tell him?
I thought, you know, the video was.
Were we about to
nice.
get a big
She just
reveal?
had, this funny moment where you were talking about something serious, and it was like, "Yay, I got a subscriber."
Did I misunderstand that?
He's being funny. I would never do that. No. So, is there anything you want us to know about Walter? I guess.
Did I
What do people need to know about
misunderstand?
this guy?
Never mind.
Or
Maybe it's
fit.
just a meme. Never mind.
Well, first of all, I think they are very bad influence.
I thought we were
They're
getting a big
actually damage
drop.
to American society. I think people should stop listening to or go watch the show whatsoever. They don't have any skills for financially. They don't have skills. And they are not studying finance. They're not professional.
He's broke.
And yeah, and both of them, they're not making any money from doing finance.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So the income is from the podcast, main income podcast. So
That
all
actually
the
could be a
companies,
good
like consulting,
criticism,
maybe
actually.
consulting.
Yeah.
So if you're not making money from this finance or crypto, how can you teach people?
So
You're
I-
not an expert on this. How can you teach people?
Right. Did you I'm curious. During the months you guys were together, did you never see like clips from the show and hear the kind of stuff he was talking about? Because he's been, you know, kind of doing this whole shtick for a while now.
So I watched a few episodes when I was in China, and I argued with him a few times, but he didn't say anything on the show. So basically, he doesn't really talk, right? So hey, he told me this is just business. But I got so pissed off with Myron so many times because every time he talks about women, he just acts like he hates women. You know, he has bad opinion about women, and sometimes he say women is just an object. This is not true. No, this is. I think he has a real issue with women. So
Oh,
I
for
told
sure.
Josh many times. Yeah, I texted him many times. I told him this is bad. This is you cannot let him influence you. This is also how you think. And he said, "Oh, we know. This." He said,
I'm curious about the apartment he stole from you. That part of the story was absolutely bananas to me. You guys were looking at an apartment together.
I feel like as soon as I turn this off, they're actually going to talk about something
$4,500
interesting.
Right?
Should we just shut
Was
this
it-
off? I feel
was
like
it a nice apartment. Why would he take it? He took it because he wanted to move. So did he move into that apartment? Do you know?
"Not yet, because he's leasing his contract for this current apartment. It's finishing on June or July, I think it's supposed to be. So we went to see this apartment that was supposed to take for me, that he was supposed to take for me, and he ended up
No,
like,
it's coming.
maybe I should take that for myself."
That's so fucking crazy.
Right.
It's funny how obscene that is. Yeah. Also, I wanted to ask you. So, oh yeah, do you have the fake bracelet? I wanted to see how fake it looked.
Actually, no, because when I told him about this,
Oh! Do I get a point for that? Didn't I predict that she sold it? But maybe she's going to say she gave it back or something. I don't know.
and I took it off in front of him. I threw it away, like just right on the table.
I throw it away? Did she just say I throw it away? Oh, the fake one. Never mind. Okay. Okay.
And he ended up like, maybe I should take that for myself.
That's so fucking crazy.
Right.
It's funny how obscene that is. Yeah.
Lucky.
Also, I wanted to ask you.
Where's the real one?
So, oh yeah, do you have the fake bracelet? I wanted to see how fake it looked.
Actually, no, because when I told him about this, and I took it off in front of him. I threw it away, like, this is what I was doing.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's
he found me a fake thing to insult me, so I felt really like uncomfortable, but I didn't want to hurt him immediately. So after 2 days, I told him I realized this is fake, so I
Wow.
just took it off. Yeah.
Do you still have the Van Cleef bracelet that you
Oh.
guys went in together?
Oh yeah, I do.
Fuck yeah. You're wearing it now.
Oh, there it is. Okay, she still has it. Okay, she's still got it. She's got it. She's got it.
Oh. It looks good, girl. Just put that up. Let me see that.
Why did I not wear it?
Let me see that. Let me see them diamonds shine. Let me see that.
Oh,
That's
beautiful.
Sheesh. Nice.
Okay, look, I gotta show you guys something, okay? So, this is not the only fake thing that he brought for me, but also
Jesus.
basically I think
We got more things.
Do you guys see this Rolex watch?
Oh.
Wait. He bought you a fake Rolex, you said?
No, this is his watch.
Oh, that's
fake.
Right. One day I pick it up. I'm like, this is super light. This is not. I have many Rolex. I love Rolex. This is also investment, you know. But I just can tell it's fake. It's super light. This diamond looks shit.
Oh my God,
And
he's
this
such
one,
a.
if it's a real Rolex watch, if it's real, this one's very rare in the market. It's at least $200,000.
Right.
Okay.
A lot of coconuts.
Obsessed with that.
Any other dirt on the man we should know?
Sorry.
You got any other dirt on the man? Let's
This
hear
is
it.
not dirt. This is not dirt. This is just a fact. You know.
Right.
Well, since they're doing this nasty things to me, I don't have to. The notes of today. The notes of today. Oh, right. Okay. So.
Somebody's there with you?
No. Yeah, I'm staying with my friend. So basically, 2 days ago, that he posted a blog that somebody wrote him a note, and they were saying I wrote that note. He put in his car. Oh, I love you, and blah blah blah. They're saying I'm stalking on him. I'm in New
Oh,
York.
what a loser.
I'm in New York. How can I stalk you?
You left. Yeah, you left, man. So, yeah, there's also some other really troubling stuff that we kind of brought up that I was curious what you thought about, like giving underage girls alcohol. And do you believe that there's just water in the red cups?
No, I don't.
Yeah, of course not. It's silly, right?
Yeah, I watched the whole episode just today, like 2 hours ago. I watched the whole show and also opinion. I have some opinion about how Myron is always talking about politics. You know, Israel, not Israel, like what's this word? Like Jewish. You know. And I did some research about this. You know, he said that he loves to learn history and reading history, but he says he doesn't even know how many people died, how many Jewish people died.
No, he sure doesn't.
He doesn't have a clue. You know.
No,
And he's always trying and pretending to be like smart politics. Like if he's that smart, he should be working for Donald Trump or Biden, Joe Biden, not talking on the podcast like bullying women every day.
True.
That's his only skill to make money. But he just wanted to be smart.
So true. So true. Yeah, so we were going through, we put together this PowerPoint presentation of the timeline. We were about to play some voice notes you sent us. Would it be all right with you if we play those and then we can discuss if there's anything to say about them? Okay, great. So, did you send these? Who has
They're in 2G Discord.
2G Discord?
Yeah, I sent them right before the show.
Hold on. Tucci is our WhatsApp group.
Or
the House of Tucci.
The crew Discord.
The crew Discord.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Looking for it right now. You want me to just play them?
Yeah.
It's probably easiest. Okay, so stand by.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
Oh, thank you.
All right, I'm going to play the first one. I assume this is the first one.
What do you mean?
Like, you have never, like, make anyone pregnant before.
No, I have.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, my ex-wife, and then
And what
we
happened?
ended up.
And she
We
had
didn't have it.
abortion? She had abortion?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know you are able to have kids. You're healthy. You're perfectly fine.
No, that was years ago. That was like 7 years ago.
Okay, that was the first one.
That's a really good thing to get him on because I'm very confused about this idea that like, oh, how did you get pregnant? And I need to check with all these other girls to see if they're pregnant. What is he talking about? Does he not understand biology? Did he have a vasectomy? Did he, or like, what is he thinking when he says these things?
Right. So people still questioning about this, saying I'm faking a pregnancy. Just listen to his voice. Yeah.
But what does he mean when he says I need to check for other girls to see if they're pregnant?
Oh, he meant he not in other 4 girls as well. I'm not the only one. But during our relationship, he was with me every day, except the 3 days he was missing at the end of the relationship. But most of the days we spent 20 hours together. So
Jesus.
I noticed he's not sleeping with anyone else. But I guess he was before I came, probably. Before I came to Miami, he was with other girls and unprotected.
But do you know if he's had a vasectomy? Was that what, or no?
No, he doesn't. We discussed this many times. The reason why I'm so upset because I was preparing for the baby.
Right.
I was preparing it because I had this discussion with him so many times. What if I get pregnant? We're continuing to have this unprotected sex, and I'm not on birth control. He knows it.
Yeah.
And he's like, we'll see what happens. You know, if it happens, it happens.
I didn't know he had an ex-wife. That thought of making your wife have an abortion
Yeah, I
is
was
so
thinking about
fucked. Like,
I think he got married when he first came to America, and his first wife had a child already from a previous relationship.
okay, that rings a bell. Yeah. Okay. So, all right, let's play the next one. We have more, yeah? No
one
audio.
second. Doesn't seem to be audio on this one.
Do you like the nicknames we have for him? Coconuts and Barbados?
I loved it.
Nice. Yeah. I'm proud of that one.
Cocoa butter.
Cocoa butter. Yeah, that was.
By the way, I saw the debate how you are emotionally stable. I loved it.
Oh, thank
You
you.
literally didn't have to say anything, but you beat them.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, girl.
Okay,
I love that.
This one is
Thank
working.
you.
For some reason, one of them didn't seem to have any audio, but this one's ready to go. So
Okay.
here, I'm going to play it now.
What do you mean?
Like, you have never, like, make anyone pregnant before.
No, I have.
It's the same one.
Oh, this is the same one?
Yeah.
Hold on. Something
it's
funky's going on here.
Uh-oh.
I apologize.
I'll resend them in WhatsApp if that's easier for you.
Oh my God! Thank you for the gifted
Send,
subs.
send them one at a time, Olivia.
Let's see here. By the way, you were following me and the podcast. So you were wanting to get on this show to talk about him because you knew that we have some friction, or just, I mean, people are certainly receptive here.
I noticed about you.
Yeah.
Because when you had the first debate, and Fresh told me you are a hater. So I was asking him, who are you? And I got to know that you're the broadcaster for H3. And also, you know, since I've been to other interviews, they all told me if I go to your show, it's going to be better.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true, usually.
That's why I followed you, because I wanted to get your attention.
Yes.
Usually.
That's good.
We're here to
Okay,
support
so
you.
Olivia just resent these to me. I see this one is 1 minute and 9 seconds long, so I'm assuming this is a new one we haven't heard yet.
Like, what is the point of what she's even
take a
doing right now? What is the point of all of
I just
this?
realized that I'm gonna hurt you, and it's not fair to you, so I have to end it. And honestly speaking, like, you deserve a man that's gonna actually, like, do everything for you. But me, I'm gonna hurt you. And I just realized that when you were here, which is not fair to you, I was like, okay, you know what? Before it goes any further, I need time to think about this, because honestly speaking, like, I'm gonna hurt you, and it's not fair. But also, what's not fair is that, like, you did
She
all
wants an
that to come
apology?
here,
But that's
and I did it to you.
okay.
You did that before when I was in China. I just saw the show when the show in London, that you were on the show with a girl. You were on a date with a girl, and you told her that you are single, that you were going to take her out the next day.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, it's a show.
No, you do reality show. You realize that. You have to
Good,
be honest.
true.
No, but she's not single either.
I see. So he was just saying it's all fake for the show.
Like the cups.
I bet
Right.
she can suck a mean dick, though. None of these people even like sex. When you ever see people like this, none of these people are good at or enjoyable. They don't like it. The people that fuck them don't like it. Like, all these people, it's like sex is just some weird fucking status game for all these people. That's always how it is with this group of people.
Swatter.
Right.
It's really quite sad, Daisy, that he brought you out. I think he truly and honestly had care for you. And I think he was invested, but he's so damaged emotionally that there's something. And
Pillow Princess and Pillow guys. None of the men in the red pill community like sex either. Nobody in this community, nobody in all the red pill community likes sex. The men or the women. It's all just like weird power struggle, status, financial, whatever the fuck games. Like everybody is lazy and crazy and weird, and it's just weird.
I'm giving him a lot of benefit of the doubt here, trying to humanize him. He's so damaged emotionally that when you were there and this life was in front of him, he bailed. He had to bail. He couldn't do it. He's too insecure. He's afraid, and it's quite sad. He's quite damaged. It really is.
Yeah, you heard the voice. On the voice, he said he realized that when I was there, he wants me, but he cannot. He cannot do that because he's gonna hurt me. And also, I guess he was just kind of like tired of pretending to be someone that he's not. You know.
So you think he was never serious?
No. He was at some point. I think he was serious, but he was just too irrational to take decisions. You know, he never thought about the consequence. What's gonna happen later? You know, like he never actually. He was just being selfish. Never thought about. You know, I was actually deeply in love with this person. I was serious. You know.
You can chalk it up to her just kind of like talking casually, but technically what she just says contradicts her claim that they had serious conversations about having a family. If it was the fact that they had serious conversations about having a family, then how can you say that he never took anything seriously and was just not thinking or whatever? I thought he did think about it. But she could also just mean that, like, well, he had those conversations, but he did take those conversations. I'm being charitable, but this is all stupid.
And he
on
left
both
me
sides.
no choice. You know, left me alone in this country, pregnant. And I think he just realized that he cannot reach my standards. That's the main point that's why he broke up with me.
He dumped you because he can't reach your standards? No, that's delusional. What do you mean by like sex? Because I would say most people don't like sex as much as you do either. It's not about liking it as much as I do. I just don't think that anybody in the red pill space, like when you got like a whole group of guys, for instance, that say that like, oh, like I think like giving head is disgusting. This is a group of people that don't like sex. Or a whole group of people that when I was on that one show and like nobody had a single answer to like, oh, what makes sex good? And nobody had an answer, like an actual answer to that question on a table, on a dating podcast show. Nobody here actually enjoys sex. It's just like a weird status power numbers thing.
Well, so if you guys were, if he didn't bail and he wasn't up to your standards, would that have been a problem for you?
That wouldn't, because I was going to do set up my business in Miami. You know, I was going to work anyway.
Yeah.
But for me, it's like I'm not saying money is not important. I still want a guy to be the provider. You know, my man that makes more money than me. But that's not. I'm not saying that's the. Like, if he's broke, I'm gonna break up with me. No, I was never going to. I was never planning to. But I just hated that he was pretending to be someone that he's not.
Yeah.
And now, like, okay, I'm done with this game. You know, like, okay, I had enough. Then I kick you out.
I've heard I've heard.
What time is it? Okay, at 6 o'clock we're done with this. This is boring as fuck.
Many times that you have like rich family in China. Is that true?
Well, my family is comfortable, you know, like I grew up in a nice, like very comfortable way. Like my parents, they divorced when I was 10, but so I was like very self-taught, you know, and my father always told me like how to like work hard.
Nah, people enjoy sex because it makes genitals good. I don't know what the fuck Tiny's talking about. Just because people aren't doing the most weirdest, freakest sex ever doesn't mean people don't enjoy it. Who said anything about weirdest, freakest sex ever? Are you okay? Are you writing a fanfic or reading erotica about me right now, my dude?
And this is how I grew up in this kind of environment. Like we always know like to work hard and making our own money. But basically, my family's like they're okay.
Okay, they're not like fabulously wealthy.
No, they're not, and I never said that.
Yeah, they say that all the time. I didn't know from where they got that information. They can't decide.
From their own.
It's funny, they can't decide if you're a prostitute or like a fun baby. Yeah, it's like they got to pick a lane there. All right, is there more voice memos?
There's one more.
One more.
There's one more. It's 13 seconds long. I'll play it. 1 second.
Too much happening right now that I can't.
Too much popping.
Even with you, I want to, but I can't. I'm just gonna hurt you.
Such a fucking idiot.
You know?
That's so crazy.
That was it. That was what Daisy just basically said. Yeah.
Man, that sucks. What an idiot. I was saying before you called in, but he really, I gotta say, he really fucked up. You know, because it seemed like he had a nice thing going. I just don't understand. Like, he really fucked up. You know, like, you guys seem to have a nice whirlwind romance. You are self-sufficient. You're making your own money. You are a boss bitch, I believe is the colloquial term. Excuse my naughty language.
100% good faith here. Do you really think they don't enjoy sex? I find that hard to believe. Maybe they tie it to status or something, but I'm sure they enjoy intimacy like most humans. I don't think so. I really, truly don't. Based on the conversations I've heard these people have, the way I hear them talk about sex on their shows and everything, no, I don't think they actually do. I think it's just like a status power thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
You're like a boss. You
Give me just a minute, babe.
Yeah.
I understand. I just don't get it. I think I take all the boxes.
I
Whatever
agree.
you do,
I agree.
Exactly, sexy pictures on IG. Okay, that doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter, you know. And after matching,
Oh my
I
God,
posted a
it's
photo.
this
He
fucking
asked me
guy.
to post a photo of us, and I did. And I unfollowed all the guys, like strangers. I did all of that just because they said on the show like girls should be doing this, and you know they want a traditional woman. You know, I'm never that kind of woman that I would change myself for somebody else. But I really just really care about this person. I want to make this work.
What a loser. Dude sucks. So let's see. There's more here. You've had 4.
I got a subscriber.
Oh, that's good. That's good. They. She got a subscriber. What's her name?
Tree.
Yeah. Daisy has now had 4 social media accounts. Why do you keep getting banned on social media? 4 Instagrams, Twitter. Why are they getting all your social medias banned? Or are they?
Well, they just trying to shut me down on IG. I think they hacked my IG, but Twitter I deactivated my Twitter because I want peace. Like.
Yeah, I can imagine social media is really
Yeah,
ugly
absolutely.
for you right now. So wait, what did they ban your? Okay.
Will you feel stupid if she has Fresh's baby? Well, I feel stupid? No, but I would dramatically change the way I guess I evaluate people. I don't think that baby's ever being born, but I don't think so. If she even still has it. If she ever had it. I'm still not 100%. I'm like 65 to 80% now that she's probably pregnant. If she isn't, she's doing a lot of work to fake it. But there's no way she'll have that baby. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Okay, as a quick thing, how would you classify like a major conflict versus a minor conflict? So like I would say that major conflicts are obviously like the 48 War of Independence. That's obviously a major conflict. The Suez Crisis is obviously major. It's like international, multiple countries involved, formal wars, the 6-Day War, Yom Kippur. Conflict's important to the narrative. So like when I look at like the first Intifada, that was pretty important. But was it as important as like the second Intifada? I don't know if it necessarily was, but they both kind of seem like they are. But I feel like the second one was more dramatic than the first. Are they both considered major conflicts? Conflicts that affected the course of the future versus stuff they just added to the current thing. I feel like everything affects the future, though. I'll probably just do like battles or massacres or something like that would just be minor, though, I think, yeah, fuck it. Okay, let me just rest real quick and then we're gonna listen to this Decoding the Gurus thing. Oh boy.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
I have to leave at like 9:15 as well, so I hope we can cut it in half just to trigger the fuck out of you guys. A major war is one that results in more than 10,000 deaths in a year, while a war is one that results in 1,000 to 9,999 deaths in a year. A minor wait, what? In that case, some of these major wars like wouldn't even count then as like major wars, right? Like how many people died in the Suez Crisis? Like easily less than 10,000, probably less than 5,000, probably less than 4,000. Okay, let me use the restroom 1 second.
Alright guys, that's gonna do it for my afternoon. It's been a pleasure these last 11 hours. Everybody have a wonderful evening, and I will catch you tomorrow.